Today, I'm going to be showing you guys 5 simple hacks that you can use to make sure that Claude Code is building you websites that don't look like they were AI vibe coded, but they actually feel professional and branded. And we're going to be going through this in a way where even if you've never used Claude Code before, that's completely fine. You're going to be able to, by the end of this video, spin up some really awesome looking landing pages and websites. All right, so don't want to waste any time at all. The first thing that you need to do is you need to go download Visual Studio Code. So go to a browser and type in VS Code and download this for your operating system. This is essentially just the IDE that we're going to be using Claude Code within. So once you've done that and you've opened it up, this is what it will look like. You're going to go to the left-hand side right here and click on extensions, and you're going to type in Claude Code and install it like what you see right here. And once you do that, it's going to prompt you to sign in with your Anthropic subscription or your Claude subscription, which you do need a paid account. As you can see here, if you're on free, you don't have access to Claude Code, but here on Pro, you actually can use Claude Code. Whether you're on Pro or Max, you can use it. I'd probably just start with Pro. If you hit limits, which you probably will, if you want to, build websites all day, then you should probably upgrade to Max. So once you've got that installed, you will see this little button up here, which is Claude Code. And when you click on that, this is where it opens up the ability to actually use Claude Code, talk to this little crab agent. And this is very similar to sort of like a ChatGPT or using Claude in the web. Now, the way that this works when you're using Claude Code in Visual Studio Code, or really wherever you use it, is you have files on the left-hand side, and then you have your agent on the right-hand side. So first thing we need to do is open up a project so that we can start working with some files. So I'm going to go up here to the top left, and I'm going to click on Explorer. What you can see is that it says you have not yet opened a folder. So I'm going to go ahead and open up a fresh folder that has nothing in it. So here we are in my website building YouTube folder, which, like I said, it's a blank project. If you don't have a folder, just go ahead and create one, whether that's in your desktop or your documents. Just create one to start and then open that up, and that is where we will be working on this project. So let's get started going through these 5 hacks. The first one is actually number 0. And the reason that I did this is because the first one is a claude.md file. And I put this as number 0 because it's kind of a prerequisite, but also a lot of times near the end, even after 1, 2, 3, and 4, you might have to go back and update your claude.md file, or just have Claude do it itself. So what is a claude.md file? Just think of it as a system prompt. Think of it as every time before you ask Claude Code to do something, it will read the claude.md file first. It will always process that. So what you want to do is make sure that that is pretty concise. You don't want to bloat it too much with context, but you want to give it the rules that it needs. So every time you are doing something in this project, this website building project, do this, this, and this. And always remember that's kind of the end goal. And so if you don't exactly know your full process yet or the end goal, then you might start without a claude.md file. But luckily for you guys, if you go over to my free school community, the link for that's down in the description, you go to the classroom, you go to Claude Code, and right here you will see the web design claude.md file, which is the one we're going to be using today. You can go ahead and just download that for free right here. Now, once you've done that, you can actually just drag it right over here to the left-hand side. Like I told you guys, the left-hand side is where we can see our files and our folders. And what that does is it opens up the claude.md file, which if I drag over here, we can see it kind of full screen. Now, the .md stands for Markdown, which is basically just this right here. We've got the pound signs, we've got asterisks, and it just helps keep the text organized so that the agent can read, what's a header, what's a subheader, what's bold, what are bullet points, things like that. So you could obviously read through this entire claude.md file if you want to kind of understand what we're telling it to do in this project. I'm not going to read everything because you guys can just, look at it here or download it. And as we go through these other hacks, you will see why I put some of this stuff in here. But that actually brings me over to technically our first hack, which is the front end design skill, which is why you can see right here in our claude.md, the first thing I wrote is always invoke the front end design skill before writing any front end code, every session, no exceptions. So first of all, real quick, what are skills? Well, if you go to the Claude Code docs, you can read about skills right here. Essentially, they are custom instructions. So every time you build like a custom GPT or Claude project, you're usually putting in knowledge and you're putting in instructions. And basically, skills are just that, but in a markdown file. And why it's so important and cool is because every time you ask Claude a question, first it reads its claude.md file, but then it will think, okay, the user asked me this, do I have any skills in my library that help me do this better? If yes, I'll grab the skill, I'll read it, and then I'll take action. If no, I'll just use my general knowledge. So that's why we need to have the front end skill, because it helps us create designs that are way more modern and professional, and they don't look as much vibe coded, AI vibe coded. And the good news is it's super, super simple. You just have to install it. So here's a tweet that showed the power of this. All they prompted Claude Code to do was use the front end design skill, create a music player app, and it created this. That has some, animations, it has some dynamic elements. And if you would have just told Claude Code to do this without that skill, it would have looked much worse. So I'll leave a link to this tweet in the description of this video. You basically just have to run this command and then you run this one, and then you should be good with the skill installed globally across any Claude Code project that you might use in the future. And when I say run these commands, you can literally just copy this if you wanted to and just paste that right into here in Claude Code, and it would install that for you. All right, so let me go ahead and show you guys how good this front-end design skill really is with such a minimal prompt. So before we prompt this agent, I just wanted to show you guys something else you can do, which is kind of a bonus hack. What I'm going to do is I'm going to create a new folder. I'm going to call this brand_assets. And our Claude.md file actually explains that this might be a file or a folder that Claude Code needs to look at. And what I'm going to put in here are two things: my logo and brand guidelines, so that it creates this website and it feels very branded towards me and my business. So right here, I'm dragging in the AI Automation Society logo, as you can see, like that. And then I'm also going to drag in our brand guidelines, which has stuff like our colors, our typography, icons, stuff like that. And so now that Claude can look at that, I'm going to just give it a very, very simple prompt. So all I'm saying is build me a modern and professional landing page for AI Automation Society. And I'm also going to tell it that here's my logo and here's my brand guidelines. It would be able to figure it out either way because we put it in the Claude.md. But I just wanted to show you guys that you can actually tag assets directly. So if I do an @ it will basically pop up and let me choose or point at the right things. So now I can explicitly say, hey, here are the, here's the brand guidelines and here's the logo, because maybe they're not named in a way that's super intuitive. And now I'm just showing Claude Code exactly what I want. So I'm gonna shoot this off. I'm not even in plan mode. I just wanna show you guys how good this front-end design skill is. And what you're gonna notice is, first of all, what it did is it read the Claude.md file, and now it's reading the brand assets. And now what it's gonna do is it should hopefully invoke the front-end design skill and start building out that website for us. There we go, right on cue. It has invoked the front-end design skill right there. All right, so that has finished up. You can see that we've got a nav, a hero, tools marquee, we've got stats, about, benefits, so a full one-page landing page. And it should be completely matching our brand as far as the logo, the colors, and the typography. It also added some animations, so I'm excited to see how that works. And it threw it on localhost for us to check out. So let's head over there. All right, look at that. We've got like a little animation up here. We've got a line going down. We can see that we do have our logo up here as well as our exact colors and font. We've got a community rating. Ooh, that's super nice. We've also got some scrolling tech companies. So we've got Edit, Make, Claude, GPT-4o, Zapier, Airtable. We've got some random stats here. Obviously, we'd have to fill this in with our own copy. But keep in mind, all of this happened with only us saying, create me a landing page for our community called AI Automation Society. That was literally it, and it created all of this. We've got testimonials, we've got a final call to action here. The logo's doing a little floating. For basically a one-sentence prompt, this is super, super solid with the front-end design skill. Now, there was another secret thing going on here that I didn't yet tell you guys about, but if you've already read the Claude.md, you might have noticed. And that brings us on to hack number 2, which is the screenshot loop. So the idea here is that AI is really good at getting you where you want to go, but it takes a lot of manual correction and steering. So let's say I just told Claude Code to build us that website. Without the front-end design skill, it might have gotten us like 40% of the way there. But now that we added the front-end design skill, it's going to get us maybe, let's just call it 60. What we can do now is use screenshots to help AI iterate upon itself. So instead of it getting 60% of the way there, and then we make an improvement, and then we make another improvement, and we keep doing this, it basically should just bridge this gap itself, because it's able to take a screenshot, look at the browser, see what it looks like, and then make changes. So what you guys didn't notice, or maybe you did, is over here it created a new folder for us called temporary screenshots. And we can see that in that process of building out that first version of our workflow, it took 10 screenshots. So I can click here and I can see what it looked at. It looked at the hero section, which kind of was a random full page. It got the viewport, that's more of the hero section. It looked at the stats, it looked at the about page. And what it did is it used these screenshots as it kept clicking through and looking and improved things. So you guys didn't see this, but in the actual to-dos, it wrote the index HTML, it started the server and screenshotted the workflow, and then it did a 2-pass screenshot review and polish. So it basically uses its eyes to check that what it's building actually looks good. And in order to set that up, it's actually really, really easy. If you go to the Claude.md file, you can see that I've got a section for screenshot workflow, and we're just doing this using Puppeteer. So literally, if you take this Claude.md and say, hey, Claude Code, can you set up Puppeteer to take screenshots? It should be able to install all of that stuff for you right there really simply. And so yes, that's cool on its own, but where it actually comes into handy a lot more is when we look at hack number 3, which is using other websites as inspiration. Because what we're able to do is say, hey, Claude Code, take this website right here and build me a clone. So you should build one that looks exactly like this one. And then what it's able to do is use its eyes, use its screenshot tool to screenshot what it's building and look at the reference and keep going back and forth until it's close enough. So let me show you guys that in action right now. So there's tons of sites that you could go to for website inspiration. Here's one example called Dribble. Here's another example called godly.website. And here's another really cool example called Awards with 3 W's. So there's tons of places that you can find inspiration. So for the sake of this video, I found this one that I want to use. It's got a nice little animation in the background. It's obviously not our color scheme, but it has some cool things as you scroll down, like a dashboard. It's got some other little cards down here. None of this is really too animated. Well, I guess that is. But let's just say we wanted our website to look like this one, for example. First thing that I would do is I would hit F12. I'm on Windows, by the way. I would go to Console and I would do Control-Shift-P and search for Screenshot. What this lets me do is capture a full-size screenshot of the entire page rather than just my current view. So here you can see it downloaded this screenshot, and you can see that that is indeed the entire website. Now, if you're on Mac, that's still doable, but you just have to Google the different buttons to do it. And then the next thing what I want to do is on the top right here, I'm going to go to Elements, and in the Style section down here, I'm just going to copy everything. So I'm actually copying basically like the raw code or HTML or whatever you want to consider this as, that tells the website how this is styled, and we're going to give Claude Code that. So I'm going to go ahead and do a clear so we can start a fresh session. I'm going to first of all just paste in the code that we just copied, which is the style information. So I said I want you to spin up a new website for us. So you can get rid of the old one and you can put this one on localhost. I basically want you to clone this website. So I'm going to give you the screenshot, which what I'm going to do is just drag it in from my files and put it right over here. As you can see, that is the screenshot we just took. And I'm going to point to it so it knows what to use, which is the www right there. And then I said, here's the screenshot, here's the style, and just go ahead and clone this website for us. So that is all we're going to do to start. And then we can come back in later and tell it to use our branding and our colors and logo and everything like that. Now, a couple things to keep in mind. When you're doing some of the big processes like spinning up a website from scratch or comparing two websites and cloning them, that coding process and thinking will take longer. But once you have a working version, making small changes or tweaks, that happens pretty quickly. And one other thing is you might have noticed that this really isn't stopping to ask me questions, and that's because I'm using bypass permissions mode. So if you don't see this in your instance, you're going to go to settings, you're going to type in Claude Code, and then right here you should see allow dangerously skip permissions, and that is where you turn that on. Now, I definitely have a responsibility to tell you that this is dangerous. It has the potential to just kind of like run any command that it wants, but in my practice, I've never really had this be an issue, especially because I'm never like setting this to code all night long and then going to sleep. I'm always still kind of like watching it, or I'm nearby, and nothing bad really is going to happen. All right, awesome. So we just got to the point where now it is creating a to-do list. And what you can see here is once it actually writes the code for the website, it's going to start up the server and it's going to take screenshots, and it's going to do 2 rounds at least of comparing. It's going to look at what it built versus the reference. It's going to fix any mismatches, and then it's going to do that again. And that is why this screenshot loop is so powerful. So logically, this is really cool. I mean, it's going through and it's looking section by section and analyzing how well it's stacking up, but we will have to see how it actually turns out. Okay, so that just finished up. And before we actually see how good it really built this, I wanted to point out one thing about the screenshots. So you can see that we have screenshot 1, 2, 3, 4, all of this kind of stuff, but we don't really know which one is which without clicking on them. So it looks like these are the clones, as you can see, because they're coming out looking like the website that we gave it. Well, we either should have, before we started this new build, we should have told Claude Code, hey, you can delete all of those temporary screenshots. Or in the claude.md, we should be more specific about the naming convention of the screenshots so that we can actually tell. Now, realistically, these temporary screenshots are more for Claude Code's benefit than for ours, but that is something else that you can be thinking about if you do want to be able to click through and see the changes that were made with each version. But anyways, let's go ahead and open up this link and see what we got. All right, so I'm going to switch this to English for my head, but we can see we've got the purple colors. We've got your strategic ally for a truly profitable business. We've got the same top menu bar, a similar type of dashboard here. We've got some cards, and as we scroll down, it feels very similar to the real version that we gave it, which was this one. Obviously, some of the dynamic elements in the background and some of the actual images could not have been the exact same. But for a clone, this is very, very similar, and it is a really good spot for us to actually start. And now we can just start to integrate our own colors and logos and copy right into this template. And it's as simple as just asking it to do so. So I'm going to go ahead and clear this out. I'm going to say, go ahead and delete all of the temporary screenshots in the temporary screenshots folder. And so now all of those have been deleted, as you can see. And we're basically going to say the most recent landing page looks really good. What I want you to do now is work in our brand assets. So our brand guidelines and our AIS logo. And this is for our community called AI Automation Society. So just work in those changes to that website clone that you just built. And once again, we are just going to stay on bypass permissions. I'm going to shoot that off, one shot prompt this thing, and hopefully we should get something that looks pretty solid. Now, what I'm interested to see is what it ends up doing with this dashboard and what it ends up doing with this iPhone screen, because we haven't given it any other pictures. As you saw in our website, we obviously gave it some different pictures like the school games dashboard or me with Hermosi and Sam Ovens. But that's what you could do is you would come back into Claude Code and you would say, hey, I gave you some more pictures in the brand assets, put this one here, put this one there, and it would figure that out for you. And of course, you would also have to say, cool, when they click on start for free, take them to this link. Or when they click on see the demo, take them to this link. So there's other little pieces that you would obviously have to configure as well. But those changes take basically no time. Okay, so that finished up pretty quickly. We've got 3 screenshots here, but I'm not gonna click into them because I don't wanna ruin the final reveal here. But it used our colors. We have our primary accent, our secondary, our dark background, and our mid background. We've got the right typography, we've got the right logo, and everything was fully translated from French to English, thank goodness. And now it's rewritten for our community, which once again, we didn't actually give it facts about the community yet. This is just very simple prompting. It also mocked up a dashboard. So let's head over to our local host. Let's give this a hard refresh and boom, we now have our new site, Master AI Automation, build faster, earn more. For the dashboard, it worked in like a little bit of it's got members, it's got automations, courses, it's kind of like a community tracker dashboard, and it uses our colors in there too, which is cool. We've got different things on here, workshops, templates, expert community. It also changed this iPhone thing to member growth this month. So it's keeping all of this on brand with the actual original reference site, which once again looks like this. However, now it has our colors and it has our information in here. We've got 2 paths, and then we have some other stats down here and a nice little call to action at the bottom. So cool. What we could do now is obviously go back and forth a little bit, maybe change some text, make things bigger, change the images and stuff like that. But let's say we're at a spot where we like the overall feel and vibe of the website. But now how do we really up it to the next level to make it feel unique? Well, what we're gonna do is unlock the final hack, which is individual components. And what I mean by that is taking inspiration from different places, but for very individual components, for small pieces, not entire websites. So what we can do is we can go to a website called 21st.dev, which has some of the best website components you might be able to find. It's got shaders, it's got backgrounds, it's got home screens, it's got buttons, it's got mouse highlights, it's got so many different things that you can do. So here you can see I've got buttons and I could make them have a rainbow outline. I could make them shiny. We could toggle, dark mode or light mode. There's lots of different things we could do here. Or I could just click on backgrounds in here and I could look at other ways that we could have our background. So maybe we want these little kind of drop down pills instead. Or maybe we want these hero waves in the background. I think we should actually do this instead. So what I'm gonna do is just copy this prompt right here. This will basically copy a chunk of code for us to give to Claude Code. And I'm just gonna say, I want you to work in this background element right behind the hero text. And after I give it that prompt, I just paste in what we grabbed from 21st.dev, and it should be able to use all of this and understand how to put that into our site. So I'm just gonna go ahead and shoot this off and we will see. Actually, one thing that I forgot to mention is in this case, because we're working with an animation, the screenshot might not always work the best. So sometimes you might want to tell it not to do the screenshot flow. So I'm basically actually just going to copy all of this text once again. I'm going to clear this out. I'm going to paste it back in, but then I'm also going to say, because this is an animated background, do not use the screenshot tool to compare. Just work in the code and then I will let you know if we need to make any changes. So hopefully with that mention, even though it's going to read the Claude.md, it won't do a bunch of screenshots here because I've actually tested this out and I've had, different background elements come through. And because they're dynamic, sometimes the screenshot doesn't fully capture it. So it gets stuck in this loop of thinking, I haven't built this good enough, I'm going to keep trying. And it like over engineers and it just doesn't really work. So sometimes you may want to turn off the screenshot tool. All right, so that just finished up. It didn't take a bunch of screenshots, so it didn't take forever. Let's go to the website. Let's give it a refresh and see. Okay, so we've got a background. It looks a little bit distracting. It also looks a little bit cheap. It looks like too pixelated. So what I'm gonna do now is just iterate. I'm gonna tell it that I think that it's a little bit distracting as far as it makes the hero text right behind it a little bit tough to read. Also, in the hero text, I'd like it if the earn more was maybe a blue or a different color. I think that doesn't really feel good to have that be orange. It would be good if there was maybe some sort of background behind the hero text so that we could see it and it would still stand out and contrast against the background animation. But the background animation looks super fuzzy and super pixely. If you could make that look a little bit more professional and clean, that would be great. And if you guys were curious why I was just like staring at that and talking, is because I was dictating and I wanted to be able to look at what I was talking about. So we've given some feedback now. Let's see if it can go ahead and make those changes. And once again, like we're being pretty vague here, and it would be up to the creativity of the model to understand what we're asking for and be able to make these changes. Now, if you were on plan mode, it might be able to do a little bit better job of asking you some questions and maybe helping you get to a better solution first before it starts coding. But for the sake of the video, let's see how well it does with this prompt. All right, that just finished up and you can see that that looks much, much better. This is definitely more what I was looking for when we copied over that animation into this website. So from here, we would just keep going through and we'd keep being really nitpicky about what we want to change. We'd add our own pictures in. We'd maybe want to change some of these buttons to be more dynamic. We'd want to maybe animate some of this other stuff, which we could easily do just by asking Claude Code to do so. So from here, the question is, how do you actually get this onto a real landing page? Because right now we're still developing all of this code and we're previewing this in our local host. So what we're going to do is we're going to use a combination of GitHub and Vercel to do this. Claude Code is where we're working right now. All of these folders, all of these files are local, meaning if I pulled up my laptop, I wouldn't be able to access them. And when we're building our website, which is obviously this website right here, this is all made up of a bunch of code in our Claude Code project. So what we need to do with that is we sync that code to GitHub. And GitHub has version control. We can see all of our commits. Other people can work on it, stuff like that. We basically host our code or our project in the cloud. And we set up a really cool auto deploy between Vercel and GitHub. And Vercel is basically just where we deploy our code to a live site. So basically what this means is whenever we tell Claude Code, hey, this looks good, push these changes to GitHub, GitHub grabs the new changes, and then Vercel automatically grabs those from GitHub and then updates the real working version of our site. And I will show you guys that, but let's first of all do this pipeline. So the first thing that you're going to need to do is go to GitHub, create an account if you don't already have one, and you're gonna need to create a new repository. So I'm gonna create a repository right here called AIS test website. I'm not gonna worry right now about a description or all of this, and I'm just gonna go ahead and create that repository. Now, what you also could do is you could tell Claude Code, hey, create me a GitHub repository, and it could actually do that. But right now I just wanted to show you guys so you can get a feel for GitHub if you've never used it before. So anyways, now we have this repository called AIS test website. I'm just gonna copy the name of that real quick, and I'm gonna come back into Claude Code. We're gonna clear this out and say, awesome. So now that this site looks good, we need to actually deploy this on our domain. I need you to help push this to GitHub, and we're gonna push it to a GitHub repository called, and then I'm gonna paste in the name. Now, so far it has not yet gotten our GitHub credentials. So we're gonna have to obviously authenticate into GitHub first so it can push that into GitHub. So I just got logged in as Nate Herc AI, and now it's gonna create the .git ignore and get everything set up so it can actually do so. Now it's not too big of a deal right now because nothing that we'd be pushing into the public GitHub or onto the cloud has API keys or has any usernames or passwords or any sensitive information or webhook abilities. But that is something to be aware of. Once you actually are pushing automations and things like that to the cloud, make sure that you're not putting any of your sensitive information out there. Awesome. So it now says that our site is live on GitHub. So if I click into this link, we should see that we now have a new commit. We have all of this stuff like our Claude.md, we have our screenshot stuff, we have brand assets, and now we can sync this to Vercel. So that would be step 2 is you're going to go to vercel.com, create an account. When you create that account, it's much easier if you just sign in or create that account with your GitHub credentials. And then all we have to do is go ahead and add a new project. And then we're able to just choose a GitHub repository, as simple as that. So I can literally just hit import on our AIS test website, which you guys just saw me set up. And then all I have to do is go ahead and deploy this project. Awesome. So I've deployed a new project to my projects. I can go ahead and continue to the dashboard here. And what this now does is we can actually visit this by going to ais-test-website.vercel.app. I open that up, and now this is no longer local. I could open up my phone and type in this. You could open up your browser and type this in, and you guys could all visit this site because it's now deployed on the cloud. But of course, it's got an ugly domain. So what you would have to do now is you would have to go to your project settings, you would go to domains, and then this is where you would actually just have to either buy a domain right here, or add an existing one. And it's really simple. It would walk you through the DNS configuration that you need to set up, and it's not too difficult, but I'm not gonna actually do that live in this video. So what I wanted to show you guys real quick before we end off this video is what actually happens if we realize that we wanna make a change to our website that is on the cloud. Well, that's why it's good that we still have, you guys can't see because you can't see the URL, but we still do have our local version. Because if I make a change here and I don't like it, I don't want that to automatically get pushed to Vercel. So what you'd probably want to do is in your claude.md file, you would say, ultimately what's going to happen is we're syncing all of the changes to GitHub. GitHub's going to automatically push them to Vercel and we'll be good to go. But when I'm making changes with you here, we're always going to test on the local host until I tell you explicitly to push that to GitHub or commit those changes to GitHub. Okay, so this is our local version. And let's just say, for example, we wanted to make this button a little bit cooler. So I'm going to ask in Claude Code, could you go ahead and make the join the community button in the main hero text section, make it more professional. So give it like a cool glow. And once you've made this change, let me see it in localhost. Don't push it to GitHub until I tell you to. This thing is getting pretty screenshot happy. I may have to adjust the wording in the claude.md file a little bit. It literally took one of the main screen and then it took one of where it just cropped the actual button. But hey, it looks good. Okay, so what happens is here's the local host. I'll refresh that. Now we can see the little glow behind the join the community button. And here is the web app version. I refresh this and we don't have that change yet, which is great because we don't want to push changes if they're not good, right? But now what I'll do is say, awesome, I love that change. Go ahead and push that to GitHub. All right, so just push that. We have a new commit. If I go to GitHub and I give this a refresh, we can see that we should see right here 2 commits. This one was add glowing pulse effect to hero join the community button. And then if I go to Vercel and we go to our deployments, we should see that we just got a second one come through as well just now. And now if I go to the site on the web and I refresh, we see the actual glowing join the community button. All right, so those are the 5 hacks that I wanted to cover today. We have our claude.md file, which as you could tell by this video, yes, it's nice to have something to start, but you are going to continue to iterate upon it throughout your project until you get to a good spot. We've got the front end design skill, which is just like way too easy to not use. We've got the screenshot loop, which you got to be careful about, but it is very helpful. We've got inspiration websites, and then we have inspiration individual components. And now it's just a matter of making small tweaks and iterating upon your website. Just a reminder that you can grab this claude.md file for free in my free school community. The link for that is down in the description. So you know how on Apple's site, we've got the product, we've got quotes come in, we've got dynamic elements like this. We can see sort of like the deconstruction of the product itself. And all of these features on the website give it a super professional and branded feel. And I'm sure that some of you guys have realized by now, but this website is not Apple. This is one that I built with Claude Code using this new skill in like 30 minutes. So I'm gonna show you guys today the exact process to build sites just like this that are super professional, that have these really nice animations going on, and they just feel awesome. I'm also going to be giving you away the skill and everything that you need to do this for completely free, so that even if you've never opened up Claude Code or built a website before, you will be able to do exactly what you're seeing on screen. So let's not waste any time and get straight into the video. Okay, so we're using Claude Code in Visual Studio Code. So if you don't have that, just go to the browser, type in VS Code, and download this for your operating system. It's completely free. Once you're in here, you're going to go over to the left, which is the extensions button. You're going to type in Claude Code and install this one. It will then prompt you to sign in with your Anthropic subscription. And by the way, you do have to be on the paid plan, so either the Pro or the Max, in order to use Claude Code. Now, once you've got that installed, you're going to click on this button up here, which is the Explorer, and you need to open up a folder. So just go to your desktop, go to your documents, open up a brand new folder, just call it 3D website testing, and then open it up right here. So here you can see this is the project that I've been working in. I've just called it Animated Websites. And what I'm going to do is give you guys all of the skills in here that you need in order to just replicate what I'm doing. And I'm giving you guys all of that for free, of course, so that once you have that, all you have to do is give Claude Code a video. For example, here we have a video of a camera. You can see what happens is it just basically spins around and then it kind of like goes into X-ray mode and we can see inside the camera. And now that Claude Code has that, you just say, build me a website for this video. And what you get is something like this, where we have Vanta 1. You can see it looks like a product landing page. As we start to scroll down, the camera is revealed. And as we continue to scroll more, we get dynamic text that comes through, as well as the actual camera animation starting. And the crazy part is I didn't give it any of the copy. I didn't give it a color scheme. I didn't give it any information about the product. Obviously you could, but what it will do is it will just basically create this for you, and then you can go ahead and make the tweaks that you need. So the 2 skills that you're going to need to go grab are the front end design skill, which is the one that I grabbed from Anthropic. It was an official skill, but I changed it a little bit. So this is like kind of my version of the front end design skill for this specific use case. And then you're also going to need to go get the video to website skill. So both of these skills are literally just markdown files. They're markdown files that I've worked on that tell Claude Code the best practices for creating these animated 3D websites. And you can get these skills for completely free by going to my free school community. The link for that is down in the description. You'll go to the classroom, you'll go to the skills section, and you'll be able to find all of them right in there. And literally all you'd have to do is take them from your downloads folder, drag them over here to the left-hand side, and then just basically tell Claude, hey, set up this folder. So I've got my .claude. Within that .claude, I've got a skills folder. And then within that skills folder, here are my 2 skills I need you to use. And it should look something like this on the left-hand side. Now, before you get too overwhelmed, if you've never used Claude Code before, it's super simple. Right here, we have our actual agent that we talk to and have conversations with. And over here, we just have folders. So I just showed you where the skills live, which is in a .claude folder within a skills folder. But then the other stuff in here is super simple. Here are all the video files that I've used to make the previous websites. And then for each website, it created its own folder. So for the camera website, it has all this information. For the watch website, it has all this information. And for the Yeti website, it has all that information as well. But anyways, if you just follow the steps that I take in this video, it will all make sense and you will get a nice output. And by the way, if that's a bit confusing, then definitely go check out my skills video, which I will tag right up here. And then once you understand that, hop right back over here. All right, so I'm gonna walk you guys through this process step by step, so you can see exactly what I did to create these really cool animations. And what you need to understand is that all of these animations that you're seeing on the site and all the other ones that I've shown, they're just videos. And so all I did here was had Nano Banana generate 2 different images for me and then turn it into a video. So for example, that first one with the Apple Watch is just the Apple Watch kind of opening up and then exposing all of its layers. And then when I wanted it to close back up, I just prompted it to do the opposite. And now we have the second one where it goes from that end frame and then kind of like folds back in on itself and reveals the Apple Watch. So now that you understand how simple this really is, let's go over to Nano Banana and start making some images. Okay, so the way that I like to use Nano Banana, whether I'm doing it in a playground like this or over API, is with key.ai, because I found that it's really fast and it's like really cheap. So I went to Nano Banana 2, the new version of Nano Banana, and I came in here and did a 16:9 aspect ratio image. And I said, I need a professional studio grade image of a blender. It should be against a plain all black background with no shadows, no hands, no reflections. And this is essentially going to be our start frame when we make that actual video. So then I saved that output, dropped it in here as an image input, and I just said the exact same prompt, but this time it should be filled with fruit and juice. So now we have our start frame over here and our end frame, and we just need to animate it so that it actually looks like fruit and juice is, being dropped and poured in. So then I found the best results using Kling 3.0, which once again, you can also access in this key.ai. So we give it the start frame, we give it the end frame, and here's what I did for my prompt. I actually went over to Claude and I gave it the start and end frame and said, help me make an AI video prompt where I want the lid to float off, I want fruit and juice to be dropped in, and then I want the lid to be put back on, no shadows, no hands, no reflections. It spits out this prompt. I put that into Kling and here's the result. I haven't watched this yet, so hopefully it's good. Okay, interesting. I mean, obviously we maybe want to fix that a little bit, but I'm fine with that for the sake of the demo. The fruit and juice kind of just magically appear from nowhere, and now they're in the blender. Okay, so I downloaded that video. I'm just gonna drag it over here to the left-hand side, and you can see right now that this video that Claude Code is looking at is the exact one that we just generated together. So this is what it's gonna use. It's basically going to take that video, pull out like 120 frames or however many frames make up that video, and then it's gonna have all of those saved. So just as an example, if I go to the frames from the watch, you can see it created over 100 WebP pictures from that actual video. And it's kind of like stop motion animation, where each one just changes a little bit, and as you go through, the actual video starts to form. So it basically associates each of these frames with a scroll position. So as you scroll down, it kind of like reveals itself, or if you scroll backwards, it goes the other way. So now I'm gonna make sure that my agent is on plan mode, which basically means it won't actually do anything. It'll just read things and it will help create a plan, which is going to result in much better websites on the first try. All right, so I started off by saying I just dropped in a video called BlenderKling.mp4. Help me create a 1-page product landing page for this product. It should be modern, it should feel very professional, it should have smooth animations and design throughout. All of the text should be easy to read, and the background of the website should be completely black, it should be a dark mode, and it should blend into the background of the Blender Kling image so that it looks like it is one, fluid web page. So if you were really doing this for a product or for a business, you'd probably want to prompt it with some more information, but I'm just going to show you guys for now how this works. I'm going to shoot that off in plan mode, and you will see that it naturally comes back and asks me some questions. Now, if you're wondering how I was able to speak right into my Claude Code, then check the description for my tool. And one thing you'll notice once you read through the way that this works is that you will have to have FFmpeg, which basically just extracts frames from videos. It's a free tool, and if you don't have it installed, Claude Code will help you install it. It'll just do it for you, so don't worry about that. But now you can see it's asking us some questions. So the first one is, what is the product name and brand for this blender? And I'm just gonna go ahead and say create fictional branding, just like it did for the Vanta 1, which was the camera website. Then it says, what kind of content sections do you want? I'm just gonna go with the full premium, which is what we've been doing for the other example sites. But of course, this is where you could customize it a little bit to fit your needs. And if you've never used Claude Code before, what's happening here is you are basically able to look at everything that Claude Code is thinking and doing. You can see a task, you can see a glob, you can see what it's reading, and you'll see later when it actually starts implementing things, it'll create itself a task list or a to-do list, and you can actually watch it fulfill those to-dos. So it's really cool. Okay, so now we are at the point where the plan is done. We've got Obsidian Vortex, Premium Blender landing page. We've got the brand identity here. So Obsidian Vortex. The tagline is annihilate everything. The accent color is blood red. And we've got fonts, we've got the video details, implementation steps. So here is the FFmpeg thing I was talking about that will extract the actual frames. Then it will build the HTML. Then it will create all these different sections. It will build the CSS, it'll build the JS, and then it will test locally. So before this actually goes anywhere out on the web, we will test it right here. And then if we're good with it, we can push it to the web. And I'll show you guys that at the end of the video. So I'm actually just gonna make one more suggestion and then we'll let it start building. I wanna say, this looks pretty much there. There's one thing that I forgot to mention, which is that I want the product video to be kind of right aligned. So I want it to be on the right 2/3 of the page and all the text can be left aligned. And this is just to show you that you do have control over the way it looks. So I'm gonna go ahead and shoot this off. It's gonna come back with another plan and I'm gonna accept it. And then I'll check in with you guys when we have our first iteration of this website done. And by the way, now that I've accepted the plan, I put it in bypass permissions mode so that it can just continue to run without stopping all the time to ask me questions. Here is the to-do list that I talked about. It's gonna go through and make sure that all of these are good to go. All right, so in just a few minutes that came back and it says, as you can see, the site is live at localhost. Open it up in your browser and check it out. So let me go ahead and open this up and we will see what we got. So you just saw the Obsidian loading. We've got Obsidian Vortex. It looks really clean so far. Now let's see what happens when I start to scroll down. So we see the blender starts to appear, nice. And as I continue to scroll, we didn't build another blender. We engineered a force of nature that reduces anything to nothing in absolute silence. As I keep scrolling, we can see that the fruit is starting to appear. So we've got meet the Obsidian Vortex, machined from aerospace grade stainless steel, blah, blah, blah. There's also text in the background, as you can see, that says, I think it says obliterate everything. So that's pretty cool. We've got brushless motor. We've got titanium blade array. So that actually kind of pops in a little bit late, as you can see. As I'm scrolling, it pops in a bit late. This one comes through, and then we've got these stats that come up really nice. And then we have the last blender you'll ever own. And then I should have the CTA right here, which is own the force, pre-order the Obsidian Vortex. So let's just actually think about that. I dropped in a prompt that said, here's a video, create a one-page landing page. That was basically it. It used the skill and it created a plan for us. And then we actually had a website where pretty much everything is perfect. Obviously, there's a few things that we need to iterate upon, but this is super, super clean. And the animation, I think, looks really good. But the biggest problem that I'm noticing is right here, when we scroll to number 2 feature, we really don't get to see it unless we scroll back down. So what I'm gonna do now is I'm gonna go ahead and clear this out because we're at 53% context, so I don't wanna mess with context rot. And I'm gonna once again go back into plan mode. All right, so I just tested out the Blender website and it looks really good. I do have one piece of feedback though. When we're scrolling down and we see the features, feature number 2 doesn't actually appear until it's basically off the screen. So we need that to actually come into view a bit earlier. But besides that, all of the other features, features 1, 3, and 4 are working well. So I'll shoot that off, and while it's coming up with a plan, I just want to make sure that that was accurate. Feature 3 looks good, and we don't even have feature 4, so hopefully it can understand, read through the code, and see what's going on. So while this is creating a plan, I thought that I would real quick explain the difference between localhost and actually having something on the web. Because if you've never built a website before in Claude Code, that part might not click yet. So what happens is we kind of have 2 different environments. We've got our local computer, and then we've got the actual cloud. So remember when Claude Code said, hey, cool, your website's live, you can go ahead and test it on localhost port 51006. If you right now typed this into your browser, you'd probably get nothing. But I can type it in because it lives on my machine locally. Because what's going on is Claude Code is helping us write all of the actual code, because that's really what a website is. It's a bunch of code. whether that's HTML or JS or CSS or whatever it is, it's code. And so what we're doing right now is we're using it to build code and then we're testing it. And then we're going back and forth on our computer until we're good. And then once we actually like the code, we push it to somewhere on the cloud so that it can actually be viewed by other people. So I'll cover this pipeline once we actually get to that stage in the video, but I thought that I would address this kind of like local thing first real quick. All right, you can see it came back with a plan to fix the Blender feature number 2 late appearance. I'm just gonna go ahead and accept this. Okay, so I did that really fast. I'm gonna click into this website and we'll see if that fix has actually been changed. We've got feature 1, we've got feature 2, there we go, and we've got feature 3, and everything else still looks intact with the site. So all of the magic that's happening here is once again within the skill that I built. So it is the video to website skill. If I open this up, this is basically just a markdown file. And it says, turn a video into a premium scroll-driven animated website. So this is where all the secret sauce really lives on how it actually does this. I know that this is a pretty beefy skill, but hey, I mean, it seems to be working pretty well. And what you can do now is every time you're using this skill to build websites, you would just say, awesome, here's what I told you to fix, here's what I like, here's what I don't like. Make sure that all of this is reflected on the skill.md. So essentially, every single time that you build a website with the skill gets better and better and better. Now we have our code that we like, and it's time to push it over here. So what we need to do is we're going to use a combination of GitHub and Vercel. GitHub basically just lets us store code. So basically the same way you would have maybe like a Word file locally on your computer. If you wanted other people to be able to use that, you would have to put that on OneDrive or, Google Docs so that other people could look at the different versions and collaborate on it. And then what happens is we sync up Vercel to our GitHub so that we can actually deploy that code onto a real URL so that it's no longer just like a local host URL. First thing you want to do is go over to GitHub and create an account. It's completely free and it has been around for tons and tons of years. It is a industry standard for code. And then the second thing that you're going to do is go over to Vercel and create an account over here as well. So what's cool is we can basically have Claude Code do this entire pipeline for us. It's super, super simple. So if you haven't yet connected your Claude Code to your GitHub, you would just come in here, maybe clear out the conversation and say, help me connect to GitHub so that I can push this code base to my GitHub repository. And what it can do is it can help you basically use the CLI to authenticate, meaning it will basically just have a pop-up for you and all you have to do is sign in. It's super simple. So here you can see it says you're already authenticated with GitHub as Nate Herc AI. Nice. Now the next step is to say, awesome. Now let's go ahead and create a new GitHub repository for me. You can just call it blender-website and push the code base for the Blender website into that repository. Now, because we're pushing something to GitHub and because it's going to go on the web, this is where you'd want to be careful if you had like API keys or anything sensitive in there. In this case, we have literally nothing to worry about. But that is something just to keep in mind. All right, nice. So your Blender website is now live on GitHub. Here's everything that it did. And it also says if you want to connect this to Vercel for auto deploys, you can import the repo from the Vercel dashboard. So first, let's just check in on this GitHub repo. We can see that this has been set up. We have one commit, which is the one that we just did. And that's important because every time we make a change, we can see exactly what happened to the code here. Now, what you'll notice is that this is a public repository. You could go into the settings and you could make this private and it would still be able to auto deploy to Vercel, no problem. And now that we're in Vercel, all I have to do is come here to projects and click on add new. And then what you'll notice is right here, because I've signed into Vercel with my GitHub, it says import GitHub repository. And all I can do is choose right here, blender-website, click import. And this is automatically just gonna build up this site for us. So I'll hit deploy and then we'll let this spin up and I'll show you guys that this is now accessible on the web. Awesome. So you just deployed a new project to Nate Herc Projects. Let's go ahead and continue into the dashboard here. All right, so something interesting just happened and I'm glad it did so I can show you guys how to fix it. So our project is now here on Vercel. And when I click into the domain, everything seems to load up right? We've got Obsidian Vortex. We see the animations come through. But as I start to scroll, where's our Blender? We still get the text coming through. We still get all these animations that we were looking for, but our Blender's not there. So what happened was when it pushed this GitHub repo, it excluded the frames. So if I come over to the left-hand side and we go to our Blender project and we open up the frames, you can see that all of these were grayed out, which basically means everything got pushed to GitHub in this folder except for the frames, which means when the site tries to render it, there's no frames to actually render. So what I did is I said, okay, that didn't work. You need to have the frames in the code base so that it can actually use it. Otherwise the animation just disappears. So I told it to update those changes, make another push. It fixed that. And then basically it came back and said, okay, I did that now. The frames are in the GitHub repo. If I go to the GitHub repo, you can see that we now have 2 commits. If I click into the commits, you can see nice. The second one added animation frames for Vercel deployment. And then in Vercel, if I go to deployments, you can see that we had two. We had this current one that I rolled back to so I could show you guys. And then we have this main production one, which I could go to and we could actually roll up to this one. So I could click on these three dots and then click on redeploy. And now that I have redeployed, if I open up this Blender website one more time and we come down and we start to scroll, we can now see that the frames are being rendered and we still have all of the animations that we had built. And now the site is actually ready to go. And just to prove to you guys that this really is on the cloud, you can see on my phone, we have the Blender website with the animations. Now, obviously this hasn't been yet optimized for mobile, which would kind of be the next step, but you can see the animations are still here. And if it hasn't quite stuck yet, here's the advantage of doing it like this. Now that we have our site on the web, which maybe customers would be looking at and interfacing with, what if we wanted to change something like the colors or maybe even change the animation? We don't want to be changing what's actually out there in production in real time. So we can change the code, we can test on a local host, and then once we're finally good with it, we push it to GitHub and then it automatically syncs to our real domain. So that way we have basically a testing environment, a staging environment, and then we have our actual production website. And what you guys saw is that this literally took me like 30 minutes. And obviously if I spend another 30 minutes, the site could be like 5 times better. And this is crazy because there's so many businesses out there, whether they're local in your area or you look online, that have horrible websites because they don't want to prioritize it or they don't want to pay some web design agency tens of thousands of dollars for a new website that could also take potentially months. Whereas what you could do is you could find prospects, you could find some sort of niche. So let's say you want to design websites for Blender companies. You could build a demo site similar to this, right? Like you could build something like this in one day if you sat down and you wanted to make it really, really good. And then you email them the link or you walk in and you show them and say, I can build this for you with your products, with your copy, and I can get that to you in 2 days and I can charge, $5,000 to $10,000, which is a lot cheaper than they might get with other vendors. And then of course, on top of that, you could do monthly hosting, you could have maintenance, which is recurring revenue, but it also ensures for them that if they need any different features, you can fix that code base and you can push that all up there because you understand how this all works now. So maybe you don't like the style of how I'm doing this with the different, text coming through and maybe like this animation overlay thing, then just update the skill so that your Claude code doesn't actually do that. And once you now actually understand how all we're doing is we're turning videos into a bunch of frames and then having it scroll through, you'll be able to do so much more because it doesn't just have to be product spinning or, X-ray vision. It can be words. It can be like walking. It can be whatever you want. You can go to this website, awards with 3 W's, for some inspiration on animations. It is super, super cool what people are doing here. So Claude Code is insanely smart. We've got Opus that's kind of behind the scenes. It's the chat model that runs all of the thinking and planning and coding, but it's limited because without having web search or without having APIs or other elements of bringing in live data or your specific data, it's going to be very general. So this section, I'm just going to show you a few tips and tricks when it comes to using things like APIs and MCP servers. So let's go ahead and jump straight in. Today, I'm going to show you guys how you can take any website and turn it into LLM-ready data in seconds. We're going to be able to take any website and fully scrape everything from it. We can get all the screenshots, the branding, we can map out the entire site, we can extract the data in any form we want. We can pretty much do it all. And we're going to be doing all of this through Claude Code using a tool called Firecrawl, which I'm sure you guys might have heard of before. So within Firecrawl, there's a lot of different things that we can do. We can scrape content, so get everything from the page. We can map out a site, so get all the different URLs and understand the architecture of that website. We can crawl it, so then explore all of those pages. We can actually search, so do like a web search first and then scrape the data, which means that we can turn pages into structured content for us to use however we want. Now, the thing about this is there are a lot of different endpoints to hit if you were doing this through traditional like API calls. So we're going to be using the MCP server for Firecrawl. We're going to give that to Claude Code so it can figure out, based on Nate's natural language request, which of these tools do I invoke and in which order do I use them to actually get the end result that he's looking for. So just to start off with a quick example, I'm going to use Firecrawl in the playground, which is just on the web on firecrawl.dev. You guys can get here using the link in the description. You can get on the free plan, which is more than enough to just play around. And then when you're ready to upgrade, use the link in the description and you can get 10% off a plan. But anyways, I'm going to go to Up@AI and I'm going to copy this URL, paste that in here, and I'm going to run a scrape. But first we have to choose the format. So by default, it'll pretty much say, okay, we're going to turn this website into Markdown for you. But what you could also do is get an AI generated summary. You get all the links, you get HTML, you could get a screenshot of the full page, you could get the branding scraped so you can understand like the logo and the images and stuff like that. So I'm gonna go ahead and start the scrape, and what we'll see is it'll pop up down below and we'll get all of this data. So that just finished up. We can see, first of all, we have markdown. So we get the actual like hero text. We get all of this stuff up here. We've got the process. We have the testimonials, get in touch, all of this kind of stuff. We have an AI generated summary of what the business aims to do. We've got a screenshot of the entire page, as you can see. We've got branding information. So the OG image, the favicon, the logo, colors, typography, stuff like that. And then we also have the JSON if for some reason you're crazy enough to want to read this. So like I said, we're going to get this into Claude Code. So I'm going to click on the docs, and on the right-hand side or on the left-hand side, we can see MCP server right here. And then what we want to look for is running this on Claude Code, as you can see right here. And now this gives us basically just this one line to put into Claude Code, and it will be able to install this for us. So I'm just going to go ahead and copy this. I'm going to go into VS Code, and we're going to start up a new project and get everything initialized. So if you've never actually been in VS Code or worked with Claude Code, then I'm going to link a video right up here. It'll get you caught up, and then you can come back over here when you are ready. So what I'm going to do is open up a folder. So I'm just going to open up a project called Scraper. There's nothing in here. It's a completely new project. So this is what your guys' setup should look like. Left-hand side, nothing. Right-hand side, open up Claude Code. And I'm just going to say, hey, Claude, I want to connect to Firecrawl's MCP server, and you can do that using this command. But I'm not going to give you my API key. I'm just going to put it in a .env. So if you could create that file for me, I will put my API key in there, and then you can go ahead and initialize and connect to Firecrawl's MCP server. All right, so that's going to go ahead and get set up for us. You can see we now have a .env right here, which is a new file, and this is basically the best way for us to securely put in our API keys so that they're not being stored in like the conversation history. So I'm going to delete this. I'm going to go back into Firecrawl. I'm going to go to my dashboard. And right here, you can see there is an MCP integration, but we wanted to use the Claude Code version. And now we can see API key. I'm going to go ahead and copy that, paste in the API key right there. And then I'm going to do Control S just to save it. You could also go here and click File and then save right there. And now we can close out of that file. My API key has been added to .env. Go ahead and set up the Firecrawl MCP server. So now everything should have been set up correctly. So I'm going to hit Control-Shift-P, and I'm going to say developer reload the window, which is just going to actually let Claude Code be able to use this now. So just sending off a request to make sure that that actually worked. As you can see, it was able to call the tool, and it decided to use the scrape endpoint rather than, like a map or a crawl. So this is the actual like full markdown of the website itself. Cool. So the next thing I want to do is give our project a little bit more context as to what it's actually doing in here. So first of all, what I want to do is create a Firecrawl MCP guide so that when we ask it something, it understands what are the tools I have access to and which ones should I use for what scenario. So I said, create a Firecrawl cheat sheet as a markdown file in this project that you can look at. And basically it should tell you about the different tools and how to use them. So it's going to go ahead and create this markdown file for us. All right, cool. So it created that cheat sheet, as you can see right here. And if I just open up this full screen, you can see that we've got a quick reference guide, we've got the tool overview, and then it goes on to actually break down how you use each tool. So this should hopefully be good enough for now Claude to look at whenever we want it to do something else. It even gave it a quick little decision guide, which is pretty nice. Now, finally, before we actually start running with this thing, is we need a claude.md file, which is basically the system prompts for this project. Hey, Claude, I need you to help me set up a claude.md file for this project. I want this to basically explain that this project specifically is for scraping data, whether that is extracting it, getting screenshots, crawling everything, mapping everything. You have access to the Firecrawl MCP server to do everything that you need to do with websites. And you also have the firecrawl-cheatsheet.md, which explains how that MCP server works and when to use each tool. So I just shot that off. Now, I just did want to say this is a demo, right? So I'm doing this all in bypass permissions mode. But in practice, what I would have done is went to plan mode, brainstormed with Claude a little bit to make sure that it agrees with like the way that we're setting up all of these files. And then we'd go ahead and implement that plan once we are in alignment. But as you can see, we now have our claude.md file, and this is basically a scraper project. We have some information about what this project does, how to actually use the tool, what to reference. And this document, as you can see, is a lot more concise than the cheat sheet. And the reason I wanted to separate this is because you don't actually need this entire cheat sheet to be in the claude.md file. But now Claude knows that it's there in case it ever needs to use it. Okay, so let's think about a cool use case that we might actually want to do with something like Firecrawl. So let's say we've got this remote job website and I searched for content, and there's about 1,700 different job opportunities here. And there's also, I'm assuming not all just on one page. So there's 2, 3, 4, maybe even up to 60. So I'm just going to go ahead and copy the URL of this first page right here. And we're going to go into Claude and ask it to help us out with this. Hey Claude, so I found this website and I've got about 1,700 job opportunities that I want to look at, but I need help using the Firecrawl MCP server in order to get all of these listed out. I want these as structured data so I could maybe just throw them into a Google Sheet. Now in this case, I am going to go to plan mode because this might take a little bit of thinking as far as understanding the structure of the site and maybe using more than just a scrape. It might have to use a map or a crawl or something else, so we'll see what it decides to do here. So hopefully you guys see now why I did this. It first decided to scrape, it understood the website, and then it decided to map, and now it's creating more of a comprehensive plan about what to find. It's also asking me some questions, which is going to make this job work a lot better. So it asks if we want all 1,782. I'm actually just gonna go ahead and say like 200 because I don't want this to take forever. For data fields, I'm gonna grab all of them. For description, let's just do a summary. And I'm gonna go ahead and submit those answers and it's gonna keep working on the plan. All right, so it looks like that is all done. We're gonna go ahead and auto accept this plan. So I'll check in with you guys when that's done. Now, right here is the beauty of agentic workflows because it tried to, execute the plan, but once it got into it, it realized that something didn't work. So it said that the extract actually returned empty results and the site might require more sophisticated handling. So now it's trying out the Firecrawl agent. So just super cool the way that it's able to, run into an issue and then fix it. Okay, so that just finished up and it was able to get 200 job listings for us. A few things happened in there, but it was able to just correct itself and change up the plan. And we did get our final output. So let me open up this CSV. You can also see that it dropped it in this project and we could look at it over here, but it's not really very nice to look at. So here's the actual Excel file. We've got title, company, job type, location, salary, experience, category, posted, how long ago, apply URL, description, and tags. And we do indeed have 200 of these. So now if we wanted to apply to all of these, we've got all the URLs and we have all this info that we need in order to go and do that. So think about how long that would have taken you to build an automation in something like N8N in order to go scrape 200 of these job postings, or if you were to just do this manually, it would have taken a lot longer. And once again, I didn't have to think about any of the configuration. I just gave Claude Code the MCP server and let it run. We're gonna do two more really quick use cases. The first one I'm gonna do is grab ClaudeBot or MoltBot and drop it in here and say, please grab screenshots of this page and help me understand the branding. And I'm assuming that this is going to use the Firecrawl MCP server. I hope it does. And then I'm going to grab this website, which is coffee, and I'm going to open up a different agent on the right-hand side. And for this one, I'm just going to tell it to map this site. Go ahead and map out this site for me and show me what it looks like. So now we've got two different Claude Code agents working at the same time. They're both doing different tasks and they're using different Firecrawl tools. And then I'll check in with you guys when we get both of these back. All right, so the map is already done. You can see that it comes back and it says, okay, so here are all the main pages and it gives me the links. Here are all the different categories. So bestsellers, coffee, instant, matcha, all this other stuff. We've got different collections. We've got different locations. We've got tons of different URLs for products, brew guides, all this kind of stuff. And so now that it has that context, I could have it go actually crawl those things if I wanted to, or extract all of that to a database or whatever we want to do with it. And now it looks like this one is finishing up over here with the MoltBot documentation. So the first thing we have is a screenshot. So if I open this up, we can see right here that we do have a screenshot of that whole landing page for MoltBot. And then we also have the branding, like the color palette, the typography, spacing and components. We've got the logo, and you can see that all of this was able to be done with Firecrawl super easily. So I wanted to show you guys all of that stuff that we just did together, what that actually costed me. So I'm going to refresh my dashboard here when we're looking at the usage. And you can see that that took me about 30 credits out of my 500 that I get for free. So 6% of my 500 credit limit. Now that's really the main difference when it comes to pricing. You've got these different plans, you've got a different amount of pages that you can scrape, you've got a different amount of credits, but the other big one is the concurrent requests. So with the free plan, you can only be doing 2 at a time. With this hobby plan in the middle, you can be doing 5. If you scale that up, you can be doing more and more. And it's not really a huge deal because what would happen is Claude Code would basically just queue them up and wait and retry. But if you did want to do some big operations in bulk, then it may be nice to have more concurrent requests running. And remember, you can use the link in the description to get 10% off your Firecrawl plan. You can see right here, all I said was, hey Claude, I want you to take this YouTube video and repurpose it into a LinkedIn, X, and Instagram post. Then I dropped in the link to the YouTube video and shot it off. Not only did it create all of these assets, but it also found bugs in its own code and fixed those. And then we have this folder over here called drafts. And if I open it up, you can see that we have building beautiful websites with Claude Code, which is the video I gave it. And then in here, we have Instagram with our actual post text and 5 visuals. We've got LinkedIn with our post text and a visual, and then same exact thing for X. So that exact workflow right there took me from having one long form YouTube video to having a finished LinkedIn post, a finished Instagram post, and a finished X post. And if I wanted to ask it to generate posts for 6 other social platforms, it could. because it can use all of them and understands how they all work. So today I'm going to be showing you guys how you can basically 9x your content game using a combination of Claude Code and Blotato. So right now when you're creating content, you know it takes a lot of time. And when you put all that time into creating, let's just say a YouTube video, it'd be really nice to be able to repurpose that content into different platforms as well. So what Blotato can help you do is it can create the source, so it can look through transcripts, websites, PDFs, it can find inspiration. It can then create visuals for you, so infographics, carousels, or videos. And then it can actually go ahead and schedule that stuff. So it can post it to 9 platforms, it can create the stories, it can create the content calendar, and we can do all of that using Blotato and automate it with Claude Code. So you guys saw a demo earlier, but I'm literally going to set up a brand new account today. I'm going to walk you through the exact steps that you need to do. And basically all we have to do is get our API key, add our MCP config for Blotato, and then just connect our accounts, and we're already ready to start creating content in less than 5 minutes. All right, so the way that I like to use Claude Code is within an IDE called Visual Studio Code. Now you could use this in Anti-Gravity, you could use it in the terminal, you could use it in Cursor, but I like to use Visual Studio Code. So if you don't have this, then just go to your browser, type in Visual Studio Code. You can download this for both Windows or Mac or whatever operating system that you're on. Now, once you're in here, this is what it should look like. And I'm going to walk you through everything you need to click on and everywhere you need to type. So don't get overwhelmed. If you'd rather watch like kind of an intro video and then come back, then I'll tag this one right up here and then hop on back over here. And by the way, if you've been watching my channel for a while, then you've known about Blotato. I showed it in N8N in this video. And also in all of my kind of like faceless shorts videos, we use Blotato to do the auto posting and scheduling. But now I'm just showing you how it's actually a lot easier to use with Claude Code. So that's exactly why once we're in here, we're going to go over to this left-hand side and click on the extensions button. And all you have to do is type in Claude Code. It'll be this one right here that's verified from Anthropic. And then you'll just go ahead and install this. When you install it, it will prompt you to sign in with your paid Claude subscription. Now this does have to be the Pro or Max plan, because if you're on just the free, you don't have access to Claude Code. Now once you've installed this, what it will do is give you this little orange button in the top right, which lets you open up Claude Code. And this is kind of like your typical Claude or ChatGPT interface where you get to talk to an agent right here. And now what we need to do is open up a project or a folder. So I'm going to go over to this top left button that says Explore. And it will say, you have not yet opened a folder, go ahead and open one up. And that's where we'll be working inside for this specific, AI social media poster project. So I just went ahead and I created a brand new one. I just called it Blotato. There's absolutely nothing in here. And this is what your screen should look like. And now what we want to do is just basically close out of the welcome thing. We can go ahead and double click and then hit the Claude Code button. And now we just have our files, which will be on the left. We don't have any yet. And then we have our Claude Code agent right here that we are going to be able to talk to. So what I'm going to do in the chat is paste in this prompt that says, create me a new skill called repurpose YouTube video. It's going to create an AI social media manager that makes social media posts for LinkedIn, Instagram, and X. The user will input a YouTube video URL and wants it, I misspelled this here, to be turned into a LinkedIn post, Instagram post, X post, and each one should have a visual that's optimized for that platform. So Blotato is basically going to take this video and do everything for us. I end this prompt by saying, ask me clarifying questions one at a time until you are 95% confident that you can complete the task successfully. And I kind of use this templated prompt from Sabrina, so shout out Sabrina. You guys can all copy and paste this exact prompt from my free school community, or you can just copy it by looking at it right here. So now that this is running, it's going to start going through that process. The first thing that it's doing is it's researching about Blotato to figure out what it's actually able to do. And it's basically going to help us build out this flow where we drop in a video, Blotato extracts the transcript, adapts the content for these different media platforms, and then it creates everything. And then we're able to review it and then just basically approve it manually. Now, before I start going through this flow of answering questions, I wanted to explain what is a skill, because you'll notice I asked it to create a new skill. Just think of a skill like a recipe. If you tell your agent to write a LinkedIn post, it would look at the LinkedIn post skill, and that would have the name of the dish, the ingredients, the steps, and then the finished output. That way the agent could read the recipe and make sure that every single time you ask it to make that dish, it comes out perfect. So because we're turning this process into a skill, every single time we use it, it's only going to get better and more consistent. But anyways, now we're going to come back into Claude Code and answer the clarifying questions. So it's asking me what program language to build this in. I don't really know what I want to do here, and you may not either. So what I'm just going to say is whatever you think is best. It decides to go with Python because it's the cleanest for this kind of API-driven tool. So then it asks, should the tool auto-publish or do preview and approval? I want you to always make sure I review it before you ever publish anything on my social media accounts. And if you guys are curious about how I'm talking and words are appearing, then check out the description for the tool. Anyways, for the AI generated post copy, do you want to use Claude to write the tailored posts, or should the tool just reformat the extracted YouTube content without an LLM? I definitely want to use Claude to rewrite the text content for the different platforms. Cool, so we'll eventually have to give it an Anthropic API key as well as the Blotato API key. Now it asks about the tone of voice that we want. So in this case, if you had like a custom GPT or Claude project already that helps you write LinkedIn posts or Instagram posts, you could just go ahead and grab the instructions from that and put that here. But for now, I'm just gonna keep this really simple for the sake of the demo and just say, platform adapted, professional on LinkedIn, and on X, you can be casual and maybe even a little bit humorous. Now it's asking for Instagram, what type of post should it create? I would like you to create a educational carousel that looks like I am writing tweets. And now it asks about the visuals for LinkedIn and X. For LinkedIn, let's do a key takeaway graphic. It should be clean and it should have some text that explains the value in the video. And for X, yeah, let's just do something eye-catching, maybe a cool quote. Next question is, how do you want to review the stuff? Let's just go ahead and save everything to the drafts folder so I can take a look at it myself. When publishing, should you be able to selectively approve which platforms to post to? Yeah, I will tell you one by one which ones have been approved. I think I nearly have everything. One last question. Should the tool let you edit the draft text files before publishing and have the publish command pick up your changes? Absolutely. Okay, so it looks like we're done with the question stage now. Now you might notice that there's still some stuff that we might want to give to this platform, like maybe some more information about our business. It doesn't really know anything about what we do, and maybe things like the colors we like to use or our logo or something like that so that it can be on the visuals. So now what it's going to do is it's going to build up those different tools. As you can see, it makes a to-do list and it's going to go through one by one and finish all that. And also what you're going to notice is on the left-hand side, we're going to start to get files and folders in our project set up. And that's really important because if your Claude Code workspace isn't organized and it doesn't understand where files are, and if you don't understand where files are, then it's just going to get messy and it might be hard to manage the context. Okay, so that has finished up. You can see that we have a new project structure. So over here we have a PyCache, we've got .claude with our commands. So this is essentially the exact same thing as skills. So this is the repurpose YouTube video skill that it created. You can see that it created some actual Python scripts to draft, to post, to publish. And so maybe we would want to clean this up and put this in a different folder called scripts or something like that. But the action item on us now is to actually set up our API keys. So if I go into the .env, you can see that we have a Blotato API key and an Anthropic API key that we need to set up. So the first step would be to use the link in the description and go to Blotato, and that will help you get 30% off for 6 months. Now, once you get that set up, all you'll have to do is go over to the bottom left and go to your settings and then click on right here, API. And this is where it will ask you to just basically make sure that this is a paid feature. So if you enable it, you will be on a paid plan. And then you'll go ahead and copy this API key right there. And then in the .env, you'll paste this in and then you will save it. And then it's also asking for an Anthropic API key. I'm actually going to go ahead and use OpenRouter instead because you can access all the models there. So I went into OpenRouter, I created a new key, and I'm going to copy this and paste it into Visual Studio Code. And I'm just going to tell Claude Code that I am using OpenRouter with Claude models instead of Anthropic, but you can use whatever you want here. So I just cleared the context and we're about to do a test run. But before that, I just wanted to show you guys something that we can do that's pretty cool real quick. So I'm going to go over here and I'm going to drop in a new folder and I'm going to call this brand_assets. Now what I'm going to do is drag in a profile picture of myself in the brand assets. It's this profile picture right here because I wanted to be able to use this in the tweet style infographics or carousels that we told it we want to make. So what I can do now is go to YouTube. I've got this video I made a few days ago about building websites in Claude Code. Copy the link, come back into Visual Studio Code and say, hey Claude, I want you to take this YouTube video and repurpose it into a LinkedIn, X, and Instagram post. I've given you in the brand assets folder a profile picture of myself to use in these, different visual posts. Let me know when you've got some stuff ready to review and make sure you're updating your skill document with your findings from this first test run. So now it's going to read through the skill, it's going to execute these different Python scripts right here, and if it runs into any issues or any things that we told it, like using our profile picture, it will update that skill document with. And here's an example of it already needing to make an adjustment is because it said, YouTube is blocked by the web fetch tool, let me try alternative approaches. So that just finished up. You can see that it started off by reading the skill. It goes through and it tries different things. It made its to-do list and it was able to create the actual text-based posts. But what happened was it actually failed on the visuals. So what it did is it added a known issues and findings section to the actual skill itself, but we're gonna go ahead and try it again, and we're gonna see if it can fix it. So I just said, try to create the visuals again, make sure they are images, not videos, and we aren't worried about posting yet. We just want you to create the assets. So it's once again gonna dive into everything. It is going to investigate the templates, and then it's gonna come back hopefully with something that we can review. So visuals have been created this time, and apparently they're looking great. And you can see once again, it's updating the skill document so that that never happens again. Okay, so these have been created successfully. We've got our LinkedIn with a whiteboard infographic. Let me go ahead and open that up real quick. It's putting all of this stuff in the drafts folder, and you can see we've got Instagram, LinkedIn, and X, and this is all for the YouTube video, which is called Building Beautiful Websites. So it's keeping our stuff organized. So for LinkedIn, here's our visual. We've got a whiteboard that says building beautiful websites with Claude Code, 3 key steps. We've got Claude.md, front-end design skill, and then adding your brand assets to a folder. And you can see at the bottom, it also says full walkthrough on YouTube at Nate Herc. And then we also have the actual post right here, which is the text-based copy of the LinkedIn post. So let's say we like that one. Let's go ahead and look at Instagram. We've got the same thing. We've got the post right here with the different, slides, and then we have the actual visuals. So here's number 1, your Claude.md file is everything. It is a system prompt that runs before every session. We've got the next one, which is the front-end design skill. And then pretty much all of these, I'm assuming, are the same. We've got brand assets. We've got, you don't need to be a developer. And then we've got the difference between vibe coded and professional. So the one thing I will say about these are that I think this would look a lot better if we had our profile picture as well as like a blue checkmark verified badge. So that's something that we'll probably want to change. And then real quick, just to look at the X post, we've got the actual text itself, which is very casual and it's kind of more like a meme. And then for the visual, we just have a very simple quote. But as you guys know, I want to make those carousels have the profile picture in there. So I just asked Claude Code to put our profile picture in the carousel slides, as well as adding a blue check mark. So we'll see if we can get the job done. All right, so look how cool this is. It fixed that workflow. So it now should have new carousel slides for us. But what it did is it actually had to resize our image because it realized that the Blotato API wouldn't take it if it was too big. So this was the original, and then it resized it to make it smaller, but it still obviously looks the same. And now every single time that we run this for Instagram carousels, it should be able to make it the way we want it. So let's take a look. All right, here is the new Instagram carousel. We've got our name, we've got the verified badge, as well as our profile picture. And so now it would just be a matter of optimizing the actual content that's put in here if we don't think that this was prompted well enough. And maybe adding one more at the end, which would be a CTA that says like follow for more or something like that. But keep in mind, all I said was take this YouTube video and repurpose it. We didn't give it any context about our business, about previous Instagram or LinkedIn posts. We didn't give it anything, but literally just said make us content. And the only reason I'm telling you this is because think about how much better this will be as you start to add more business context, add more brand guidelines, and then iterate and refine. We've ran this workflow twice, I think, at this point, and it's gotten better each time. What would happen if we ran this 10 times? And every time we gave it more feedback and more feedback so that by the time we're ready to host it, so that if we want it to run automatically, every time I post a new YouTube video, it automatically gives us this stuff. By the time we do that automatically, it's already like a really rock solid or battle tested skill. And by the way, in Blotato, if you go to my videos, you can see all of the ones that you've generated, and you can also go to the API dashboard to see all of the requests that you had been making to Blotato. But at this point, the only thing left to do is schedule these out or just instantly post them now that we've reviewed them. So what you do is you go to your settings and you have to log in with your different accounts. And it's literally like, let's say we wanted to log in with Instagram, we'd click on this and it would just bring us to a sign-in page in Instagram, and it would connect everything very easy for us. And then after we've done that, you can see here I've only connected to my X account. It lets you copy your account ID. So basically it associates an account ID in here with Blotato to actually post on your behalf. But Claude Code, using the right API endpoints, should be able to grab all those IDs for us. So there's really nothing manual here. So just as an example, let's make sure that it can actually post to X for us. Cool, that output looks great. Can you go ahead and post our content on X for us? All right, so that post is live. If I open this up, we should see on X that I did just make this tweet, which I'm going to delete right now. But just wanted to prove to you guys that that endpoint does in fact work. So at this point, now that we know this works, we could just build different skills within this kind of Blotato environment. So we could build one for getting inspiration. We could build one for creating, TikTok videos, whatever we want to do. But before you start scaling this up, it's really important to have some structure to this project because we've got, our Claude with our skills, we've got our brand assets, we've got our drafts, but we also have some scripts right here that are just kind of in the middle of nowhere. And we also don't have a Claude.md file yet. So I'm just going to go ahead and do /init, which basically just reads through the current project structure and creates a claude.md file around what we have right here. And I assume at this point, everyone's aware of what the claude.md file is, but if you're not, it's basically the overall system prompt for this specific project, meaning every time before you shoot off a message to Claude Code or before Claude Code reads it, it's going to read the claude.md file first to understand the direction, what tools it has at its disposal, what rules it needs to follow, things like that. Which means you don't want to keep your claude.md file very long. I think best practice is to keep it under 150 lines. Otherwise, you're just going to fill up your context much quicker. So now you can see that we have a claude.md file that goes over the overview, the commands, environment variables, architecture, patterns, things like that, which now, as you can see, gives our project a little bit more structure right here. But I'm still not satisfied. What I want to say now is we have 4 Python scripts that don't have a home. Could you throw those into a folder, maybe call it scripts or something like that, and make sure that our other skills and claude.md files are aware of this and can reference it in the future? And that's just the way that I decided to set it up. But you could also say, hey, we've got a ton of files here. Can you help me figure out a strategy to clean this up so we can continue to scale this project? So you can see that it made a new folder. It threw all of the Python scripts in there, and now it's updating other files in here to make sure that the whole project understands where everything is. So that is going to do it for today. I think that you guys should be in a really good spot now, set up with Claude Code, set up with Potato to really improve your content game. Google just dropped what some are already calling the most powerful workspace CLI on the internet. So if you've got a ton of stuff that lives in the Google environment, just like I do, then you're going to love this. Because now any of my Claude Code projects can access everything. And all I had to do was install one simple thing. So here you can see I said, what can you do with GWS, which is Google Workspace CLI. So it can search, list, upload, download, move, copy, share, anything in my Google Drive. It can do anything in my Gmail. It can do anything in my calendar. It can do anything with Google Docs. Same thing with Sheets, same thing with slides. And it also has multi-step workflow recipes. So these are basically like skills. These are chain command patterns for common tasks, like creating docs from templates, reading sheet data and creating a report doc, finding free time and scheduling a meeting, and there are over 100 of these that it actually has. So out of the box, when you give Claude Code the GWS CLI, you can do anything across any of the tools, and you also have access to over 100 skills. So I don't know how many times you guys have tried to use something like Claude or N8N to build you a Google Doc, and you do this over API, and it ends up just looking like something like this. It literally just looks like raw Markdown, and it's obviously horrible. And sometimes to go along with a YouTube video, I make resource guides that look like this, but obviously they have to be formatted. I've got like a header up here, and I've got links and different things in this format. But now I can literally just take the link to a YouTube video. I can drop that into Claude Code and say, create me a YouTube resource guide. It's going to go ahead and download that transcript from the video. And now what it's doing is it's creating the Google Doc, not via API call, not via MCP, but via a bash command, meaning it's literally running a terminal command in order to talk to Google and make this. So it just actually created the doc. Here's the ID. And now it's going to populate it with what I need. And now it finished this up. It gave me the link. I'll click into this and we can see, boom, we have an actual resource guide. It's got the image inserted up here as a header. It's got a link that goes right back to my YouTube channel. It breaks down the market, traditional automation. It goes through all this stuff. And then it even has my CTA at the bottom, as you can see, after all of these horizontal lines to join the plus group. So that was obviously just one quick example, but there's so many different benefits here using this workspace CLI. The first one is that you have one interface. So basically, like I said, it was one GWS CLI that Claude Code now has access to, and it can access my Gmail, my Drive, Docs, Sheets, Calendar, Admin, and more. It's also JSON first with structured responses, so our AI agent is really, really good at working with it. We have auto discovery, meaning the CLI is pretty much always going to stay up to date automatically. Pretty much zero maintenance because we authenticate and then we're going to be good to go. It has built-in skills for triage, for prep, for generations. Like I said, there's 100 others. And it's not much overhead because it's basically just one tool. It's not the same as like having all these different API endpoints or all of these different MCP configs and tools that would take up more context. But I know you're probably wondering, what is a CLI? It stands for Command Line Interface. And what we're typically used to is a GUI, or a graphical user interface, where we can see buttons, we can see form fields, and we can click on things, and that's how we navigate. But computers are more navigating by text and by commands and by typing. So that's really all that a CLI is. And this is an open source Google Workspace product, and obviously it's completely free. So I'll leave a link to this GitHub repository down in the description if you want to check it out, read more about it. But I'm also going to walk through some of the key details right here. The first thing that I wanted to show you is if you go down here to the skills, this is where we can actually see all of the different kind of recipes, they call them, for pre-made multi-step workflows that it has. As you can see, creating events from Sheet, creating presentations, creating meet space, label and archiving emails. There's so many different patterns that you might use from this pre-built library. Now, if we keep scrolling down, what you'll also notice is that right here it says, this is not an officially supported Google product. Now, that doesn't mean that it's unsafe. This is an actual Google product, but the reason why it's not officially supported is because right now it's more of like an open source beta. It's kind of a developer playground rather than like an enterprise-backed software. And you can see right here that it also says this project is under active development. Expect breaking changes as we march towards V 1.0. So this thing's already really good out of the box and it's only going to get better. And you can see, like I said, when Google Workspace adds an API endpoint or method, GWS picks it up automatically. So you might as well chuck it into Claude Code right now and start getting used to it. Okay, so I just uninstalled this so I can walk you guys through step by step how this actually works. It's super easy. What I do is I basically copy the link to this GitHub repository, as you can see, and I'm going to basically just give it to Claude Code and say, hey, I want to install this GWS CLI, read through the documentation and help me install everything that I need to install. And then we're going to get set up. So this is basically going to do all the research for me. And then all I have to do is follow its instructions. So it read the docs, it's looking at what we already have installed. It basically saw that I already had some of the prerequisites. So if you don't have those, you'll have to install those. And then it told me that we needed to install the CLI. So it did that. And now we have two options. So the first one is to install gcloud CLI so that we have automatic setup and auth, or we could do it manually by creating our own project and whatnot. So let's just go ahead and try option A. Okay, I thought this was going to be just like a simple command that it ran and then we were good, but it's actually like some other thing to install. So let's actually go back and try manual, and I'll just show you guys, I guess, the harder way. Okay, so I'm going to go to this link, go to our Google Cloud Console, and make sure you're signed in with the right account up in the top right. And I'm just going to go ahead and create a new project just to show you guys what this would look like. So new project, I'm going to call this one Claude Code GWS, and we're just going to go ahead and create this project. So this is spinning up right now, as you can see. And now that it has been created, I'm going to select it so we're inside of it. And then I'm going to go up here and type in APIs and services, click on that. And we have to set up our OAuth consent screen. So I'll click on this and it's going to say get started. Click on that. We have to give our app a name and then we have to choose an audience. So I'm just going to do internal because I only need this right now for my own organization. If you want to do external, it'll basically have you do testing or published. And if you do testing, just make sure that you add your email as a test user. And then all you have to do after you put in your contact information is hit I agree, and then you go ahead and create that. Now, once that has been done, you're going to go to create a client ID. So I'm going to go back into APIs and services. I'm going to go to credentials, and then I'm going to go ahead and do a create credential OAuth client ID. Now in here, we're going to choose a desktop app. I'm going to just call this GWS and go ahead and hit create. And now we have our client ID and our client secret. And so what you're going to do is download this as a JSON file. Now you can see here that it says to download that file and save it to your global.config/GWS. So basically, if you can't find this, just say, hey, can you give that to me in a full path? And then you can paste that into your Finder or your File Explorer, and it will take you there. It will probably look something like this. And then you just drag in that credential thing. I called mine client_secret, and Claude Code will be able to look at this globally now. And so what you'll notice is that we didn't in this project yet enable these APIs. So let me just show you what happens without that. So it says the last step is to run GWS auth login. So I just said, hey, I finished option B. The credentials are called client_secret. And then I told it to run the auth login. So that should basically open up a tab for you. But if it doesn't, then you can ask for it to give you that URL so that you can actually authenticate in. So you would basically choose your account that you want to use. And then you just have to basically confirm that it can access all of these different things, as you can see. And then when you hit allow, you should be properly authenticated. After that, it's going to come back and say, okay, cool, let me see if everything works. Now, this hasn't been perfect on the first try every time, but if you just go back and forth a little bit, say, hey, that didn't work. Hey, this is what I'm seeing. It will be able to get you there. It's going to be your best friend for something like this. Because remember, it can read all of the actual documentation. And now it says that the auth is working, but we have to enable these APIs in our Google Cloud projects. So basically just clicking open these one at a time, and all you have to do is hit enable. So it's super simple. You just have to do this, like I said, for all of these different services that you actually want to be able to use. So that's why I did this on a new project, because I just wanted you guys to see that. But if you already have one that has all these enabled, then you can just use that project and generate that OAuth client ID. So there you go. You can see that this works. I said, can you find my Google Doc that I made in April of 2025? And I went ahead and pulled links to all 5 of these because obviously that was a very vague request. And now we can take action pretty much anywhere in Google Workspace super simply with this CLI. But like I said, I just got this set up today and I've been playing around with it a ton in my executive assistant project, and it's been awesome. It can literally do anything. So here I'm asking it to grab my unread emails from today, and based on what it knows about my business and my priorities, give them a score. And if the priority score is below 5, just mark it as unread automatically. All right, so here you can see it said, got 30 unread emails. Here's my priority score based on your business context. And as I scroll down, you can see that it's getting different ratings. And based on what I'm seeing right now, this actually looks pretty good. So then I started playing around with Google Slides because I use Gamma right now. But at some point I could imagine that if this gets good enough, then I wouldn't need Gamma anymore. And this is a free option compared to Gamma's subscription. So I had it create me a slide deck and it was okay. I threw in my brand guidelines, I threw in my logo, and I said, hey, can you see this? You created this using the Google Slides and it's okay, but there's some weird things that I need you to fix. So then it came back and said, I cannot see the slides. I just know how to build them programmatically. So that's why there may be some errors with spacing and stuff. So then I basically just gave it access to Chrome Dev Tools so that it could open the page, screenshot it, look at it. And then we built a plan to add visual validation to this Google Slide Creator skill. So now you can see as it's going through, it actually takes screenshots and then it can make fixes based on that. So then after it fixes everything, it says, okay, cool, updated the skill, take a look at it now. So I'll open up this link, brings me to Google Slides where I have this slide deck. It has kind of my brand colors. It's got the logo up top right. And then as we go through, we can also see that the spacing is a little bit better. It's still not perfect, obviously. But we have custom images here that were generated with Nano Banana 2. And even the images are kind of on brand with the sort of orange and blue color scheme. As you can see, we've got this one with the WAT framework. We've got this slide. And it even ends with the CTA for the free school community. So just to see what else happens, I'm going to say, take a look at the slide deck and do another audit. How could you improve this skill in the future? So it's going to go ahead, open up a tab as you guys just saw. It's going to take images. It's going to flick through the different slides and capture them. And as you can see over here, it now says take screenshot. And now it's reading that screenshot right there. Now it just moved on to the next slide and it's going to go through and look at every single slide. And then it's going to come back with a plan. And we could probably do a similar visual and validate flow with creating Google Docs as well. So now you can see it's almost onto that last slide. And I hope it fixes this last slide because what you can see here is that the spacing is really off down here. So you can see it came back with an audit. It came back with some future improvements. And one thing that I did notice is that because I made the window smaller, its screenshots were probably worse quality. So it said presentation mode screenshots would probably be better. But anyways, I just wanted to give you guys a little taste of how you can use the GWS CLI, but also use it with other tools to make the functionality even more powerful. So just remember that this is very new. There's a lot of people out there on Twitter right now saying that this is insanely overpowered. There's also a lot of people that are saying that it just feels kind of finicky. So far for me, it's been pretty great. Everything that I've asked it to do or find or schedule, whatever it is, it's been doing that pretty much perfectly. But there are some people saying that it's asking them to re-authenticate multiple times. So if that's a little frustrating, I guess just keep in mind that it will only get better. And we're not even to version 1 yet. So I would definitely recommend that you come to this GitHub, read about it, but more importantly, get this thing installed in your Claude Code setup and just start using it. All right, are you ready for a really fun project? We're going to build our own executive assistant. So think about everything that you've done so far in this course. We built some workflows. We've talked about the folder architecture. We've talked about Claude.md. We've done a lot of different things, right? Let's turn this into an actual system that can know everything about our business and that we can use all the time, essentially a second brain. Now, before you guys hop into this next one, I wanted to preface something just to make sure that there's no confusion. So what you're gonna notice is that I've got some skills running. And if you just think back to earlier when we were building agentic workflows using the WAT framework, Workflows Agent Tools, skills are basically workflows. They're basically the exact same thing. We build out, markdown SOPs, natural language instructions that Claude Code can read and execute on natural language. So as I start to talk about skills and as we start to learn more about that, just think of them as the workflows from earlier in this course. Because workflows have tools that it can call on, and guess what? Skills have Python scripts that they can call on. So they're literally the exact same thing. I just like to start off calling them workflows and tools because I think that it's just a little bit more intuitive. So hopefully you guys get that, but it'll click as soon as you get through these next couple of videos. So let's not waste any time. I hope you guys are excited. Let's get into it. This right here is my Claude Code Executive Assistant. Let me show you a few things that it can do. Okay, so I'm gonna start off by saying pretend that it's morning, because it's not right now, and use the morning coffee skill to help me plan my day. So we're gonna shoot that off. Now, while that's going, I'm gonna open up a new tab and I'm gonna shoot off this message that says, spin up a sub-agent to do research on the new Claude Code voice feature and then create both a LinkedIn post and a Twitter style carousel for me. It's created a to-do list and it's getting going on that. I'm opening up another window and I'm saying, do a pulse check on the team to see if we're on track for the week and for the quarter. And finally, one more just for fun, create me a visualization for a YouTube video where I want to explain why having Claude as an executive assistant is awesome, and now it's using a visualization skill. So what you're watching right now are 4 different agents, 1, 2, 3, 4, all doing things for me in parallel. And not just for a cool demo, but these are actually things that I do every single day or every single other day. So the first agent's done, which is our morning coffee. And we can see this is what is on the calendar for today. That's crazy that it said March 5th, it's actually the 4th, but still, this is all correct. So it looked through my calendar, it looked through my project management and our quarterly goals, and it pulled in urgent action items. It also pulled in my video pipeline, so it sees what I'm scripting and what's in the backlog. And it uses all of this context as well as everything on this left-hand side, which are, current priorities, me, OTAs, my team, work. We've got projects, we've got decisions, we've got all this stuff in here that it's able to look through. So we've basically given it access to everything going on in my business. And now it's able to just plan out my entire day, and I can go ahead and say yes, and it will just block off my whole calendar. And I really love doing this because if I don't have to have that decision fatigue of what should I do with my next 15 minutes, my next hour, and it's just done for me, I'm way more productive. The second one is done. So we had a sub-agent doing research, we've got a LinkedIn post, and we've got our carousel. So right here is the LinkedIn post, which is in my tone of voice, as you can see. And then if I go over here to our projects and I go to carousels and I go to March 4th, we can see that we have 7 slides. We've got slide 1, which is you can now talk to your code editor. Slide 2, Claude Code voice mode is live. Slide 3, slide 4, I think you guys get the point. And then here's slide 7, which is the CTA. Now we've got the pulse check, which is an even deeper dive than that morning coffee skill. It's looking at all of the initiatives that we currently have in progress, and I can see each task and the current status. And based on all that information and based on our goals, it gives me follow-ups. So I'm really easily able to check in on the team and make sure that everything is actually progressing. And the last one is our actual visualization for an executive assistant. So I would just need to go to projects, I would go to visualizations, and we should see March 4th, we have Claude Executive Assistant PNG. So here's what we got. We've got you on the left-hand side where you're buried in work. And on the right-hand side, we've got with Claude Executive Assistant. And I'm actually gonna use this in the video. So that was a quick demo. You guys got a little bit of a taste of what this executive assistant can do for me. Now don't be overwhelmed by all these files over here. I've built this up by using it every day, but I'm gonna show you guys exactly how you can follow this framework to have basically your own Herc 2, which is what I have right here, but it would be for you. And so all 4 of these things that just happened probably took me a minute or 2. And if I was to do each of those manually, it would have taken me at least 25 minutes. So if you want to know how you can build this for yourself, let's get into it. So today you are going to be building your own executive assistant with Claude Code, but I wanted to start off real quick by just talking about what most people do and why that's not really the same thing. So with something like Claude or ChatGPT, we've been way more productive because we've been able to save memories. We've been able to save, maybe custom skills or custom prompts. There's still so many times where you've probably thought to yourself, man, I wish this thing just knew everything about what's going on. So in that old way, you kind of feel like you're repeating yourself a lot or you're giving it extra context, or it's just helping you get maybe like 50% of the way there instead of 90% of the way there. But with an AI assistant, it knows your name, your business, your priorities, your team, your current things. It knows the decisions you've made, and it can also do things for you, like check in with a team. It can create stuff, it can research, it can plan your day. And this is the visual that we just generated together, and I actually like this more because it's showing that I'm able to create more YouTube videos because of this assistant. So the benefits are pretty clear here. You can save a lot of time. You never have to really repeat yourself. You scale your team, and you could potentially sell this skill because now you understand how to set up these frameworks with context management and memory. And in this process of building your own assistant, you're going to get so much better at Claude Code, which is a really good skill to have. So like I said, today I'm going to be showing you guys exactly how I built this thing, and there's 4 main phases. So phase 1 is we need to give it a home. So that's kind of like the structure of our project, which I think is the most difficult or kind of like the most confusing thing up front. Because as you guys saw in my project, there's a lot of folders, and in each of these folders, there's a lot of subfolders. So there's a lot going on. So it's really important to be able to make sure that you know where stuff is, but that Claude also knows where everything is. Because as you scale, more and more files will be created, more and more skills, more and more processes. After we've given it a home, we need to give it some life. So we need to give it some rules. We need to give it some context about you. It needs to learn everything about you and what you're currently up to. After that, we need to give it hands. So we're going to build a first skill together, and then we're going to see how we can build more and more skills and sub-agents and stuff like that so that it actually gets more useful at doing things for you rather than just like helping you think. And then finally, talking about how we actually let this thing grow. How do we improve it? How do we really scale it? And how do we make sure that this assistant actually gets smarter over time and really is leverage for us? All right, so phase 1, let's give this thing a home. So if you guys have watched any videos on my channel with Claude Code, then you've noticed I'm using Visual Studio Code, which is just an IDE, an integrated development environment. It's completely free to download for Windows or Mac, so go ahead and grab that. And then once you're in there, this is what it should look like when you open it up. Now what you have to do is come over to the left-hand side, click on extensions, and you'll type in Claude Code, and it will look like this. And all you have to do is go ahead and install this. When you do that, it'll prompt you to sign in with your Anthropic subscription, which you do need to be on a paid plan for Claude Code. You could use your API key, but It's better to just have a fixed cost rather than worrying about how many tokens you are racking up. All right, so once Claude Code has been installed, you'll notice in the top right, there's a little orange button. If you click on that, this is where you have the Claude Code actual agent that you can go ahead and start talking to. But before we start talking to it, we still haven't really given it a home. So we need to set up a folder, which means you need to open up your file explorer or your Finder or whatever it's called and create a new folder. So for this, I'm just gonna be in my desktop. I'm creating a new folder and I'm just gonna call this EA demo, EA for Executive Assistant. And now what I have to do is open up that folder in Visual Studio Code. So I'm gonna go on the left-hand side and click on the Explorer, and it says you have not yet opened a folder. This will basically be your project. And I'm gonna go ahead and click open folder and open that one up that I just made. So here is my EA demo, select folder. And now we are actually in our project. This is the home for our Claude Code agent, because what I can do is open up this little button, close out of everything else. And now we have our folder on the left-hand side. There's no files in there yet. And then we have our Claude Code agent right here in the middle that we can talk to. So now the second piece of giving this a home is understanding how Claude.md works and creating our Claude.md file. So if you've built an agent in n8n or you've built a custom GPT with ChatGPT, you understand that when you do something like that, you have to give it a system prompt. You have to give it instructions. So that's exactly what we need to do here. And we do that with a Claude.md file. So the way that this works is you send something to Claude Code. And before it actually reads your message, it's going to load in the Claude.md file and read the entire thing. And it's going to do that every single time. So the Claude.md file should have only the most important rules about this is what the project does, this is where you need to look for your rules, this is where you look for context, that kind of stuff. Because if you fill it super, super full of random information, then you're going to go through your tokens and your context window faster. So what's ultimately going to happen by the end of this video is you will have not only a Claude.md file, but you'll have a .claude file, you'll have projects, you'll have context, you'll have decisions, you'll have a bunch of different folders in here. But the brain, Claude.md, tells Claude Code where does everything actually live. So that's how we stay really organized. So all we're going to do in here to start is we're going to come over to the left-hand side. I'm going to click on New File, and I'm just going to call it in all caps, Claude, and then .md. And MD just stands for Markdown. And so what happens is the Claude.md file pops up right here, and you can see that there's not currently anything in there. So I'm just going to say to Claude, hey, Claude Code, this folder is for you to be my executive assistant. So just throw a quick blurb about that in the Claude.md file. I shoot that off. It's basically going to look through the project, see what's in here, and then it's going to edit that file so that we have a little blurb in there. And unless you're on bypass permissions mode, it's going to ask you for permission here. So now it says done. Claude.md has a quick description of your folder as an executive assistant workspace. If I click into the Claude.md, you can see this is what we've got. This folder is Claude Code's workspace for acting as an executive assistant. Use it to help the user with scheduling, task management, research, drafting communications, and any other EA related work they need. So this is going to evolve throughout the video. You guys will see that once we start to give it some more life, which, as you guys know, is phase 2. So like I said, Claude.md is the brain, and it's going to tell Claude Code where to look for information about us, which is going to be in a me file, information about your business, which will be in work, information about your team, which will be in team, and then information about what you're currently focusing on right now, which will be in priorities. And it will also understand all of your rules, like the way you like to speak, your style, formatting, stuff like that. Okay, so I'm going to paste in this prompt, which you guys will be able to access for free in my free school community. I'll have a post in there associated with this video, and then you just need to basically grab that markdown file, copy it, and paste it into here. You can see that this prompt is pretty beefy, and it's going to basically walk you through and have Claude Code extract all the information out of you that it needs to get this project started. So I'm gonna shoot this off, and we're gonna see that it's gonna start to ask us some questions about us. So phase 1 is creating the folder structure, and it's initializing a Git repo. And now you can see that all of these folders and files have popped up on the left-hand side, which is very similar to how my Herc2 project was set up. We've got templates, references, projects, decisions, context, archives, and the .claude. So all of this stuff is going to start to get filled up a little bit. And trust me, as you start to use this, it will make much more sense. So now we are on phase 2, which is the interview section. So first part, what is your name? What's your role? What's your time zone? Blah, blah, blah. So I'm just going to give it some dummy information here. Okay, so I shot off my initial answers, and now it's asking us more about our business and our work. So obviously I am just kind of giving it some dummy information to show you guys how it's going to set up these folders. But this is where you should really take some time here and let it get to know you and give it as much detail as you want. Because ultimately you're going to want it to know all of this stuff either way. So take your time here, really give it information. If it asks you something and you don't know the answer to it, maybe just say that you don't know and see if it can help you brainstorm some stuff. But also you could just say skip, I'll set this up later. And you can see that it might not move on to the next section until it feels like it has enough information. So right here, it asks if I had anyone key. I said, yes, I have one other person, and I didn't say the name. So it's asking, what is the name? And now it's moving on to priorities, goals, and projects. Remember that you'll be able to plug it in real time into ClickUp or Asana or Notion or whatever you use for your project management and your goals. Because a big part of this is making sure that everything it's looking at is actually current. This is just kind of the initial onboarding to get it familiar with your business. Section 5 asks about communication preferences. So how do you actually like to interact with something? Because this can be really flavored to you. And remember, none of this stuff is permanent. You can always change it later. And the last section is, what do you want help with? So like, what are the recurring tasks that eat up your time? What would you hand off to an assistant first if you could? Are there any specific workflows that you want to automate or templatize? Now, if you don't know right now, that's fine. Just say skip. Because what's going to happen is I'm going to challenge you to use this as much as you can. Don't use your custom GPTs. Don't use your projects. Try to migrate everything into here and just use this. And over time, you'll realize what is recurring and what are processes that you can actually use in Claude Code. So I just told it, let's skip that for now, and let's just keep on moving through this setup. So now that it has all of our information, it's going to build out the files based on our answers. And we're going to be able to see that right now it's writing the me file, and now it's writing the work file, and now it's writing the team file and the current priorities, and all of this is going to get looped back together. All right, so all of this is set up. We have our tree view of our folder structure, so we can really dig into this if we want to see what's in the .claude or what is in the archives, the context, all this kind of stuff. We get a summary of how everything works. So if you're confused about any of this stuff, you will get a summary, and you can also ask, hey, like, what does this context file do? Or what does the archives folder do? And it will be able to explain it for you. But you can see it's populated this stuff with information about me. The skills that we need to build are on the backlog. Otherwise, if you listed some, it would say, okay, cool, let's just start building those skills right now. And as far as keeping the assistant sharp, weekly, nothing required right now. We have auto memory for daily learnings. Monthly, we'll update this stuff. Quarterly, we'll update this stuff. And as needed, we will log decisions in the decision log. And pro tip, if you want your assistant to remember something permanently, just tell it, remember that I always prefer X, and it will save that across all future conversations. And then the last thing it's going to do is an initial Git commit. And this is just local. It's not going to do an actual GitHub repository out on the cloud. So this will just kind of locally store these files so that you can have some version control. But if you want to, you could just say, hey, instead of doing this here, let's actually just do it on GitHub. And then you would just give it your email. It would be able to help you sign in, and then it can actually just make the repo for you, and it can handle all of those future commits and pushes. So the benefits of that is that in GitHub, it basically stores all of these folders, all these files, which means from any device, you could basically pull in that repo into Claude Code, and you could always have your executive assistant ready. You've got cloud backups, you've got rollbacks, you've got collaboration, and you've got branching. So it's just best practice to put your code-based projects into GitHub. So let's just real quick take a look at what actually happened. So the first thing I want to look at is the .claude. You can see in here right now we have rules with communication style. So if I open up this, we can see that it threw in some information about the way that we like to talk. So bullet points, everything concise, no M dashes, internal speak casual, external speak even more casual. If we go to the skills, we can see there's nothing currently in there. There's nothing in the archives folder. In the context folder, we have current priorities. This is everything that I just talked about during our setup. It also says when this was last updated, which is nice. We've got our goals and milestones, which it says update this file at the start of each quarter. So that's good. We've got 2026 annual goal, Q1 2026, Q2 2026, informal milestones. We've got the me file, which is going to evolve a lot over time. You can even give it information about your background, where you grew up, all this kind of stuff, and it can use all of that to tailor it even more. We've got the team markdown, so anything that you needed to know about some of the key people in your organization. And then we've got the work MD, which has some business and company information. In the decisions folder, we have a log. So anything major that happens, it will be logged here with the date, the decision, the reasoning, and the context. We've got our projects, which it created a folder for each of them. So we've got chocolate pistachio flavor, we've got website launch, we've got West Coast expansion, we've got winter events. And each of these have a README file, which basically is just a quick description of what this project actually means and, the status or any other information about it. We've got a references folder where we'll be able to drop examples and SOPs. There's nothing in there yet. And then for templates, we also have, we're able to drop in some stuff that it can reference. And this is just an example session summary. Nothing is in there for this session yet. And then the last thing to look at here would be the claude.md file. So earlier it was just like a few lines and it was very basic, but now it's tailored towards us. So you are Jack's executive assistant, be direct, concise, and casual. Here's Jack's top priority. Here is what's very urgent. This needs to happen ASAP. And so this is getting read every time so that it can basically keep checking in. Hey, is this done? Is this done? Now here's something really cool where the claude.md file can point to the right files. So remember how I said that this got loaded in every single time you talk to Claude Code. That means if we threw all of our business information, all of the information about you, your priorities, that would be a lot of tokens. So remember that all Claude.md has to do is tell Claude Code, hey, if you need some information about the current focuses, go read this file. So that's exactly what you're seeing right here. It says, hey, if you want to understand who Jack is, go read this. If you want to understand, the business details, go read this, and so on and so forth. So that's how we're able to save tokens here, but still give Claude Code all the information that it needs. It will also tell Claude Code what tools it has access to and how to use them. Right now, we haven't really set anything up. And similar concept over here with our projects. It says, hey, if you want to look at this project, go here. This project, go here. You'll notice right now we're at about 87 lines, which is pretty good. I always try to keep them, under about 150, maybe 200 max. That's just best practice. Over time, they're going to get larger and larger. So you should regularly be kind of compacting them down and pointing out to other files when possible. Now, this is a great place to start, but at some point you're going to want to add some more files on your own. So this is what you've got right now. But what you can see is in my Herc 2 version, I've got a few more. And one of the ones that I added that you'll probably want to add is a brand assets. So in here, I've got fonts and I've also got some images, logos, brand guidelines, things like that. So all you'd do if you wanted to add a new folder or new files is you would just come in here, add a new folder, name it whatever you want, and then just start a conversation with Claude Code and say, hey, I added a folder called brand-assets. Just update your skill documents or update the Claude.md to know that it's there. And what I'm going to drop in there are logos or headshots or things like that. So all of that can be obviously customized as long as Claude.md understands that. So that's basically the way that our project is set up. It's now got a home, it's got some life, and let's move on to phase 3, which is giving it hands, actually letting it do something for us. Okay, so if I was you guys right now setting up this executive assistant, the first skill that I'd probably build is connecting it to ClickUp or Notion or wherever you have your actual project management or task management. And I'm not going to walk through that right now because I use ClickUp and I don't want to go through that setup in front of you guys because it might not apply to you specifically if you don't use ClickUp. But basically, it's super easy. You explain in natural language exactly what you want to do. You have it do research on the endpoints or maybe even an MCP server. And then all you have to do is go grab an API key and put it in a .env file, which you'll notice right here, we don't currently yet have. So here's what you would do. I'm going to go to plan mode and I'm going to say, help me build a research skill. This skill is going to use Perplexity, so I need to give you my API key in a .env file, so go ahead and create that file for me. And what I want the skill to do is help me do research. This is more than just a simple couple, web searches and web fetches that you might be able to do already. This is research that's kind of deeper, and it's also tailored towards me and my business because it understands the context of, what's going on and our current projects and priorities. So I'm going to shoot that off in plan mode. Claude Code's going to think about it. It might do a little bit of research to help us build this plan, and then it's going to come back with something. And what's pretty cool is you can see that, first of all, it explores the project to see how things work, and it even spun up a subagent to explore the structure of our project right here. And subagents are really cool because they have their own context window, and they might even be able to use their own model if you, configure one to do so. So I'll touch on that a little bit more after we build the skill. So I may come back and ask you some questions, which is a good thing. So here it says for Perplexity, what model do you want to use? And I'm just going to go with Sonar for now and submit that off. And now it thinks it's good and it's come back with a plan, and we can see we have build research skill with Perplexity. Jack wants a reusable research skill that goes beyond basic web search. It's going to create the .env for our API key. Now, the reason why it needs to do that is because if you do end up pushing this to a GitHub repo or putting that anywhere on the web, it's best practice to have a .env, which is where you have all of your API keys, and you don't give it to Claude in the conversation history right here. It's going to build the actual skill itself, so we'll see that once it's created. And the skill instructs Claude to understand the question, load context, so read through me, work, team, current priorities, goals, and anything else, formulate queries, call Perplexity API, synthesize, save report, and then present the summary. Another thing worth noting is that it's also going to update the Claude.md so that it now knows about the skill and knows that it exists. So anyways, it looked at the API documentation. It gave us a research report format. I'm just going to go ahead and auto accept this plan, and it's going to start building it out for us. All right, so the agent just finished up. It said, here's what we created. We have the .env, which you can go drop your API key in. We've created the research skill. So if I go to .claude, if I open up the skills, we can see we have a research folder. And in here, we have a skill.md for research. So I'm not going to read this whole thing, but you can see now that we have this actual skill. And as you can see, this basically just says, when do you use this skill and how do you actually run the process of, calling the API and making the report for Jack. And it updated the Claude.md to show Claude that this skill now exists. So I'm going to go ahead and grab my API key from Perplexity and paste it into the .env. As you can see, I'm just going to drop it in right here and then save it. Okay, I put the API key in there and we're going to test it out. I said research ice cream events in Portland using the new research skill. And what we're looking for here is seeing if it's actually able to call the skill. So it says, okay, let me load the relevant project context and then I'll run the research. The content has been loaded. Now I'm going to break this up and I'm going to call Perplexity. So here you can see it did 3 different searches. It searched for Portland ice cream dessert events, and then it searched for Portland vendor application process. And finally, it searched for Portland dessert scene and connections. So it comes back with a very concise output, which is exactly what we told it in the way that we like to communicate. We got this information, right? But then it also says that I've saved the full report to this folder. So if I go to research, which it created a new folder right here, we can see that we have March 3rd, Portland ice cream events research. And this is a markdown file that has much more detail about what it actually found as far as these different events and these different, vendor things that we might be interested in. And it includes all of the links to all the sources that it actually pulled here. And what's great about this, and why you guys can probably now see that the folder management is so important, because every time you do research, every time you generate content, every time you make updates to projects, all of that still lives in this project, which is why it gets smarter and smarter about what you're doing the more you use it. Because I could basically clear out this context and I could pick up right where I left off because it's able to go read this file, this research report. So that was a quick preview of a skill. Now there are going to be some times where you might actually want to use a sub-agent instead of a skill. Now, as you guys just saw in the demo, when you're talking to the agent and you call a skill, it basically just uses the skill right here in this context window with this model with that, conversation awareness. But a sub-agent basically gets called on by this main worker here, and it has fresh memory, fresh context, and you can even use a different model. So sometimes if you want to do research, but you want it to be cheaper, you could just tell it to delegate that to a sub-agent, and that research or sub-agent could maybe use Haiku instead of Opus 4.6. So that's kind of the benefit of a sub-agent. So let me just show you guys real quick how that would actually work. I'm gonna go back into plan mode and I'm gonna say, I need to create that research skill. So basically everything you just did with the research skill, but I wanna create that as a sub-agent and I want this to be using Haiku instead of Opus, just in case I need to do some cheaper research. So create that sub-agent for me, put that within the .claude folder in a folder called agents. So we now have the plan to create that research sub-agent, and you can see that it's going to use model equals Haiku, and I'm just going to go ahead and accept these changes. So what it did is it created the agent.md, which we'll go ahead and take a look at. And I believe that it also updated the research skill so that if I say that I want it to be like cheaper or to use a sub-agent, that the research skill will actually invoke the sub-agent, which is pretty cool. And then it also added an update to the claude.md file, which now should have an agents section. You can see there's been a new folder created. We have agents under our .claude, and in here we have a research agent. So if I open this up, you will see that we have, you are a research agent for Ice Cream Fridays. You receive a research query, call the Perplexity API, and save a structured report. So I'm trying to keep this as simple as possible, but there is something that I want you guys to notice about both the agent and the skill that was just created here. So these were created as complete markdown files, which is fine. But actually the way that we need to set up both of these is using a YAML front matter, because that's where we can actually have the configuration. So I'm not going to dive super deep right now into exactly why this is, but at a high level, it makes Claude Code better at understanding what that skill or agent does, when to use it, and it's going to save you tokens as well. So for now, I'm going to manually build this YAML front matter by literally just going like this, going back into our VS Code, and then for the skill, I'm just going to paste that up here and then change the name and change the description myself. And I'm going to do the exact same thing then with the agent. But what I would actually recommend you do is in your project, give Claude Code this document, give it the example, give it even the URL and say, hey, look up on this page, what is the best practice for creating sub-agent files or creating skill files, so that every time you build me a new sub-agent or you build me a new skill, it does it in the best practice. So really the reason I showed you guys this and the point I'm trying to make here is Claude Code is smart, but it's way smarter if you let it do its own research and then save that research so that in the future, everything gets better and better. So now you can see I've updated both the agent and the skill with the YAML front matter, and now it's going to work a lot better. It would still work the other way, but trust me, this is just going to save you tokens and you're probably going to get more consistent results. All right, so now let's go ahead and test that out. I'm going to go ahead and clear this conversation and I'm going to say, I need you to do some really quick research for me. I want to keep this one cheap, so just use the research agent and find out, how ice cream events are going in Los Angeles. All right, so this is pretty cool. It read through the research skill, it read through the research agent, and then it also read through my plans. So it said, hey, Jack wants quick, cheap research about LA. This ties directly into the West Coast expansion priority. So now it has all that context. It calls the research agent with the model Haiku, and now it's going to go ahead and do that research for us. All right, awesome. That research is done. If I open up the research folder, you can see that right here, we've got our LA report about some ice cream stuff. So just keep in mind, the research report is still really good. It still has lots of sources. It still has lots of detail. It wasn't the research that was worse. It was just when all of that raw data got passed back to Claude Code, it was using Haiku to summarize it and to write this MD file rather than having Opus do that. Okay, so we've set up our executive assistant. We have given it information about us and our business. We have connected it with a skill and an agent. And now phase 4 is basically just about letting it grow. Now, I could walk through some more step-by-step examples with you guys, but really this is about customizing it for your tech stack, your project management system, your team, and the way that you work. So with my Claude Code Assistant here, because I have all these different agents now and these different rules and these different skills, it's just because I used this every day instead of using like Claude or ChatGPT on the web. It gets smarter and smarter over time. So right now you're at day 1, and if you use this every day, a month from now, this thing is going to look crazy different. There's going to be way more docs, way more decisions, way more skills, and it's just going to be smarter and smarter, and you're going to be like living in that thing. So really what I would challenge you to do from here is to only use this. Just like for the next week, try only using this. Take all of your Claude projects, take all of your custom GPTs or your gems, whatever it is, take those instructions, put them into this project and say, hey, turn this into a skill for me. Use that skill, use new skills, and every time that you're using the skill, say, hey, this is what I didn't like, this is what I did like, update it, let's just keep making it better and better. And that same exact theory applies to the entire system, the Claude files, the reference files, the project files, everything. And then like we talked about earlier, put this thing on GitHub, have version control, and make sure that if you switch to a different laptop for some reason, you can still use your executive assistant. But anyways, that's all I got for this one. Now I'm sure you guys are all excited to keep building on top of this executive assistant. So what's next is really just to go master skills. All right, this is where it starts to get like really, really fun. We're about to dive into skills, sub-agents, agent teams, and a few other things, but this is where we get so powerful with our Claude Code setups. I have genuinely never been as productive as I am right now because of Claude skills. This image really does sum it up. I feel like I'm working on multiple different computers and multiple different tasks at the same time without sacrificing quality. It just comes down to one simple word, and that is leverage. With Claude skills, or any agent skills for that matter, you have way more leverage than if you were doing this by yourself. So in this video, I'm going to be breaking down what skills are, how they work, and how you can build really, really good ones, even if you've never heard of the concept or built a single skill ever before. So let's hop into a live demo real quick and get going. All right, so here we are in Claude Code in my Herc2 project, which is kind of just like my personal assistant. Now, if this stuff over here looks overwhelming, don't worry about that right now. Just worry on what I'm actually asking the agent to do. So I've got this skill that I called morning coffee that helps me plan my day every morning. So it's not morning right now, but I'm going to run this so you can see how it works. So as Claude Code's figuring that out, what I'm going to do is open up another agent. And in this one, I'm asking it to run a pulse check on all my projects and commitments to see how things are going. I'm opening up another one to create me an Excalibur diagram of the difference between local AI models and closed source models. And let's just do one more that's going to scrape the comments from my recent YouTube videos and give me an analysis on what I need to improve. So what you're looking at right now is 4 different agents running in parallel, doing things for me. And that took me probably 30 seconds to ask them to do that. And because I built all of these skills, all of these agents have all of the context about my business, what's going on with our projects, my YouTube channel. It has literally everything it needs. And now all of those agents are done. Here was my February 26th morning coffee. I had 3 things on the calendar. So what it's going to do is it's going to look at my ClickUp. It's going to see what else I've got this week and look at my tasks and then help me plan the rest of my day. So this is the plan that it suggested. All I'd have to do is say yep, and it would block off everything for me. And for me, that's huge because I don't have decision fatigue anymore of what I have to work on. The second agent came back with a pulse check 2 days until the end of the month. Here's where everything stands. So obviously I'm going to blur all of this out, but it's basically catching me up on all of the different main initiatives that we're doing this month and this quarter and making sure that everything is on track. And right here, you can see there's a few things that I need to follow up on manually. And this might have slipped through the cracks because I'm so busy making YouTube videos if I didn't have this personal assistant to check up on me using this skill. The third agent came back and has finished the Excalibur diagram, and I pasted it in and it looks like this. So if I needed to make a video about this, I wouldn't have had to take my own time to create this visualization. So for the comment analysis, that came back and we can see all of the comments, all the views, and things that I need to address either in future videos or in the comments. We got some confusion. We've got some cost things that I need to cover. We have to stop demoing toy examples for tool videos. Seems like you guys really want to see some anti-gravity stuff. I promise that'll come soon. And then we've got top 3 priorities. So I've been recording now this video for about 6 minutes. Just think about if I would have done all 4 of those things myself, how much context switching I would have done and how long that would have taken me. Okay, so now that you guys have seen an actual demo, and hopefully you're a little bit excited to learn about Claude skills if you haven't used them yet, what actually are they? So skills are reusable instructions. You write them once, you save them as a skill, you can trigger them anytime, and you're gonna get way more consistent results because it's going through that same process every time. So this visual right here was actually an AI generated image that I used with a skill. It was this one right here in my Claude code called Excalidraw Visuals. But sometimes with AI generated images, they don't spell words right. As you can see here, this is all messed up, this stuff is messed up. So I also have one, as you saw in the demo, to create Excalidraw diagrams. And this one creates the actual Excalidraw that I could move and edit, and the words are always perfect because it's actually just typing. And those two skills alone have saved me so much time. And what I'm gonna do, by the way, for all you guys, is in my free school community, the link for this is down in the description, I've added a new classroom section called Agent Skills, where I'm just gonna be dropping a ton of these skills that you guys can go grab for completely free. So before we dive into this today, just real quick, why should you care? And there's 3 big reasons. You can be way more productive as a person because you can automate things like you just saw me do, and you can legitimately build a personal assistant that can do almost anything for you. The second one is team leverage. So you can turn existing SOPs into automations really, really easy. And if you build something new, not just you can use it, but your entire organization can. So everyone as a group is getting way more productive, which will almost undoubtedly result in growth of the business. And also monetization. We're entering this new world where skills are having a big moment and you're able to capitalize on a lot of this stuff. Now, I'm not saying this is going to be a viable business model for a long, long time, so you shouldn't bank on it, but it is something to be aware of. Just like when people were selling end-to-end workflow templates and things like that. But once again, it just comes down to one word, which is leverage. This isn't just theory. This is something that we're seeing with clients. This is something that we're seeing internally in my own business. This speed of work that we're able to achieve right now feels insane, but that is going to become normal. And if you can't do that, you instantly become way too slow and way too expensive for the business, and they might not keep you around. We're actually making it a priority to make sure all of our employees are using Claude Code. Because now I have all these different skills that I can just run with a simple slash command or a simple natural language prompt and get in one day a week's worth of output. Because once again, one person can figure out the best way to do something and turn it into a skill that the entire team can use. But they don't just generate text, they're basically automations. They can run scripts, they can call APIs, they can create things, they can have sub-agents, and they can be called on from agents as well. So this is truly AI automation. And just to really hammer it home, they're basically SOPs for your AI agents. The same way where you would train a human employee by letting them read through an SOP to understand the process, and then they'd be able to do it. You just train an agent on it. You give them the skill, they read it, and then they do it. And the coolest part about it is the more you use the skill, the better and better it gets. So we've talked about a lot of these benefits, right? But what actually is a skill? Well, it's just a folder and it lives somewhere in your project. The most common example is probably going to be in your .claude/skills/skill name, and then you've got like a skill MD or a markdown file. So right here in my Herc2 project, you can see up top we've got .claude. I open up .claude, we have agents, rules, and skills. Right now, we're just talking about skills. If I open that up, we can see all of the different skills that I've created in it. So let's say, for example, the Excalidraw diagram skill. If I click into that, we have a skill.md. And when I open that up, you can see we have the name of the skill, the description, and then we have the actual workflow. Step 1, understand the concept. Step 2, plan the layout. Step 3, generate elements. And this entire skill basically teaches my agent how to build these Excalidraw diagrams for me. So like I said, that is the anatomy of the skill. We've got front matter, which is kind of between these two dotted lines, and that is in something called YAML, which you don't need to worry about what that means. This is just the way that it's kind of indicated, sort of like your Markdown or your JSON or Python. Now up here, we'll have a name and a description, which tells Claude Code what the skill is called and what the skill does. So as you can see, this one is called Excalidraw-diagram, and there's a brief description about what it actually does or when to use it. And then we have the step-by-step rules, which are basically the instructions. And this is what Claude actually does once it decides that this is the right skill for the job. Now, the interesting thing about skills is that sometimes you need way more data. So for example, let's say we're writing a LinkedIn post. We have a skill for that, right? But what needs to go in the skill is other information sometimes, like a company tone of voice, or maybe your LinkedIn, tone of voice, a target avatar, current priorities, a logo maybe. There are other things that you want to put into a skill besides just like the step-by-step instructions that will make it better. So the question is, where do these things go? Well, there's typically two options, but essentially, as long as you're pointing to the right path in the skill.md, you're fine. So let me explain what I mean by that, and then I'll show you what I mean by that. So first option is to have it self-contained. So in your .claude/skills/skill name, you can have the skill.md, you can have your scripts right there, and you can have your references right there. Or option B is that they're not directly nested right under that skill. So here we have .claude/skills/infographic and the skill MD, and we still have our scripts and our references in the same project, but it's just not nested directly under that skill. And so I know that might have made no sense. So let me show you exactly what I mean by that. Okay, so here we have a skill called idea mining. And so what happens in here is basically use when someone asks for content ideas, video ideas, what to make next, or to run idea mining. And so in here, I gave it some context, right? My channel has this many subs. It's about AI automation. My content pillars are N8N, RAG agents, Claude Code, Voice AI. And then what I gave it is a bunch of references. I gave it channel data, which is YouTube channel.md. I also gave it the raw data, which is a JSON file. I gave it a competitor list for me, and I gave it an actual script to run analysis on my YouTube channel. And so in this case, what you can see is that I went for option B, where I'm storing those reference files and those scripts not directly nested in this skill. So basically what it could look like is within the skill itself, we could have a folder called, references. We could also have a folder in here called scripts. And then within both of these subfolders, we could have more things like, in the references, I could have channel data. And in the scripts, I could have youtube-analysis.js or .py, whatever it is. Basically, the idea is it doesn't matter where those actual reference files or scripts live, as long as you point to the right spot in the MD file. So in my case, where these actually live is in a different folder. So here for the channel data, I would basically just go all the way down to references, and then I could go down to right here, YouTube channel.md. So Claude Code reads the skill, and then it's able to find this if it needs it. Same thing for the scripts. It would go down here to scripts, and then it would find analyze youtube.py, and it would just pull this in if it needed it. So hopefully you guys are with me. However you want to set it up works. And I think that's the most overwhelming thing about Claude Code right now is that everyone uses different kind of folder architecture. But don't worry guys, I'm totally on top of this. I have a skill that I built out called Skill Builder. And this one I'll be giving away for free once again in my free school community right here. And all you'd have to do is load in the Skill Builder and then it'll help you build out everything you need. And I'll be showing a live demo of that in a few minutes here. So the skill.md is the actual brain itself, and the supporting files are the tools that it can use. That doesn't mean every single time the skill is invoked that those reference files will all be called. And just in case you guys were wondering, if you've watched some of my previous Claude Code videos where we've used the WAT framework to build automations, this is very, very, very similar. In that framework, the W, the workflows, were the markdown file SOPs. That's basically the skill. The tools were the actual Python scripts. And that's basically just the scripts that you might write or the references that you would add in. So if you've already been building some WAT stuff, you will pick up skills super, super quickly. And the cool thing about skills is that you don't have to build all of them. Obviously, as you're working with Claude Code and you're finding that you're doing things repetitively, you can go ahead and build a skill for it. But there's an official library from Anthropic of skills. There's a community of everyone that's open sourcing their skills and giving them out. And there's a marketplace where you can share and sell or, download skills from people. And then you would take that skill or that essentially a prompt and you would add your own flavor to it. The one thing I would say is just be careful and make sure that no one's trying to, give you a skill that has any malicious intent in there. And all these skills can work across different products. So Cursor, Anti-Gravity, Codex, because it's so based in Markdown and it's essentially just a prompt, tons of different AI models can use them. Okay, so how does Claude know when to use a skill? Well, there are two ways to actually trigger them. The first one is you can be explicit, which basically means you can do a slash command and say the skill name, and it will just directly fire off that skill. Or it could just be natural language. So if I had a school post skill, I could say /school-post, or I could natural language just say, hey, help me write a school post about X. Claude would find that skill and then invoke it. So when you ask Claude to do something, it will first read through the claude.md file, it will analyze your request, and it will search through the skills and see which one do I have that helps with this query. If it finds one, it will invoke it, but if it can't find anything, then it will basically just use its general knowledge. So not every single request that you give to Claude Code will invoke a skill. Now, a really important part of that is understanding how skills stay lightweight, because if you've been using Claude Code, you know that context management is a huge deal. And if you had all of these skills to look through, and all of these skills are, hundreds and hundreds of lines, then if Claude Code was searching through all of these every single time, that would surely eat up a ton of your tokens. So what's used is something called progressive context loading, which basically means we have 3 levels. Level 1 is the initial search, where Claude Code only looks for the name and the description. So right here you can see, let's say we ask for an Excalibur diagram. It would basically search through all the skills, but it would only read the YAML front matter. So it would read the name and the description. And typically this front matter is only going to be, maybe roughly 100 tokens. So it stays very lightweight. And then moving down to level 2, let's say it identifies, okay, cool, this is the right skill for the job. Then it would run the full skill.md and it would read through everything. And so that's when it would start to actually understand what goes on in the skill. And that might be anywhere from 1,000 to a couple thousand tokens. And then level 3 is once again a decision. Only load in the extra files when needed. So if I need to look at any scripts or references or templates, or I need to pull in some brand assets or more context, I'm only going to do that if the specific request requires it. And so hopefully now you're starting to understand a little bit more about under the hood what's actually going on when you ask Claude Code to do something for you. And you can always go to Claude Code Docs and go to the skills section and just read about how this stuff works. It's really, really simple. On the doc itself, it will tell you, just make sure to keep the skill.md under 500 lines. Move detailed reference material to separate files. And so I know this may seem like it's just a lot of information being thrown at you. So let me just kind of contextualize this and slow it down and reassure you guys. You're never, ever, ever going to write a perfect skill the first try. The way that I build my skills is I have Claude Code do something with me. I walk it through the steps, each time. And then when we're done, if we've went from point A to point B, I say, cool, this is something I do once a day. Let's turn this into a skill. Ask me more questions so we can make sure you have all the information you need. And once again, I'm going to show you guys opening up a brand new project and setting up a skill from scratch so you understand the full process. But I just had to give you guys some context first. Now we have this thing called the feedback cycle, which basically means you invoke the skill, you actually watch the agent work, you give feedback, and then it fixes the skill and then you do it again. And so the first couple times you run a skill, you may feel like, this feels very AI generated. But by the time you've run that skill 10, 20, 30 times, every single time it gets better. And so that's why it's actually important to watch the agent work the first couple of times, because that's how you're able to identify opportunities to speed it up and save tokens by doing things like this. So here's an example of the pulse check skill that we actually ran earlier. Now this skill gets invoked when I ask for a pulse check or checking in on commitments. And what it does is it reads through some context of how OTAs work, which is important for it to understand every single time it reads this skill, which is why I put it here rather than a reference file. And what it has to do is it has to do a live lookup on my ClickUp to understand what's going on. So what I did is I hard coded in these list IDs because when I was watching it, I realized every single time it was doing this, it was calling the ClickUp MCP and it was gathering all these lists and it was searching and parsing the results and then it would extract the ID. And that just was taking so long and it was costing me a ton of tokens. So I realized that's always going to be the same. Why don't I just give it in the skill document the list IDs? And now it knows how to do that instantly every time and it doesn't waste all those tokens. And on top of that, I know that searching through ClickUp can consume a lot of time and tokens. So I built a specialized sub-agent that in this skill I say, hey, delegate to the ClickUp searcher agent with this query in order to do all of this searching so that you don't blow your own context window. All of that's handled over there and then you only get the information that you need. So there's a lot of advanced things that you can do to manage your context. I'm not going to dive into all of that right now. We're just focusing on skills, but just wanted to give you a little taste of what's possible in the skill.md files. So another good example of needing a reference doc like that is in my skill builder skill. I obviously use this when I'm creating new skills, optimizing skills, auditing skill quality, things like that. And a lot of the inspiration I got from this was, of course, straight from Claude Code docs itself about how to actually use and build and optimize skills. And so when I was building this out, I was watching the agent, run the skill and I realized it's searching every single time. It's doing a web search and it's crawling the entire document, even if I just need a little piece of information. So what I decided to do was I told it to basically scrape that whole thing, and then I gave it a reference.md, which is basically the documentation. So I've got my skill.md, and what it does is it references that full file if it needs it. But really the main idea that I'm trying to drive home here is that processing markdown files for your agent is so much quicker and cheaper than actually making API calls or HTTP requests, executing functions and reading tons and tons of tokens. So the goal is your skills will get to a place where you can invoke them, focus on something else for 10, 15 minutes or whatever, and then come back and have a finished result that is really, really good. But the first couple times that you are testing out a skill, I think it's a really good idea to just sit there and watch it and see what it's doing. And a lot of people have asked me, like, when do you know when to build a skill? Well, basically just go about your work. And if you ever realize that you've done something already, or you've instructed something differently, like I tell my Claude to not use M dashes, okay, well, that's probably a good idea to put that in the prompt, right? So if you ever find yourself doing a process or repeating prompts, then that's probably a good use case to build a skill around it. Because skills don't have to be complex. They could literally just be a 50-line markdown file. All right, so we're about to hop into a live build of a skill from scratch. But what I wanted to do real quick was go over the 6-step skill building framework. So number 1 is the name and the trigger. What is it called? And the natural language that would basically fire it off. Number 2 is the goal. So in one sentence, what will this skill accomplish by the end? What will be the output? Number 3 is the actual meat of it. That's the step-by-step process. If you had to do something manually, exactly what do you do in what order, what do you look at, and what decisions do you make? Number 4 is the reference files. What context do you need? Do you need images? Do you need understanding of current projects, current priorities? Do you need style guides? What do you need to do the job well? Number 5 is the rules. Think about what could go wrong, and then the agent can help you build in guardrails and constraints around that. And then number 6 is kind of like after you've built it, it's just a self-improvement loop. And after the live build, I'm going to talk about actually testing and iterating and what you need to do to make them really, really good. But for now, that's the 6-step skill building framework. Let's hop into a live build. Okay, so here we are in Visual Studio Code, which is where I like to use Claude Code. If you don't have Visual Studio Code, just go ahead to a browser, type in VS Code, and then go ahead and download this. This is what it will look like. If it's your first time using Claude Code in here, you just have to go to extensions on this left-hand side, type in Claude Code, and then install this, and then log in with your paid Anthropic subscription. Now after that, you're gonna click on this top left button, and it's gonna pull up this little thing that says you have not yet opened a folder. What you need to do is open up a project to work in. So you could either open up one that you're already working on, or you could go ahead and create a new folder and then open that one up. For the sake of the demo, I just opened up a new blank folder called a bunch of skills, and I'm gonna show you exactly what to do. So the first step is to go to my free school community, link in the description, go to the Agent Skills Classroom and download the Skill Builder folder. Once you've got those files ready to go, first thing we wanna do is just set up this workspace real quick. Initialize this project with a simple .claude/skills structure. Cool. So as you can see, that got set up. We have a .claude, we have a skills folder. And what I'm going to do is in this skill folder, I'm going to create a new folder called skill-builder and hit enter. And then I'm going to take those 2 files from my school community, the reference and the markdown, and I'm going to put that right in here. So now we have this skill builder set up with the reference file and the actual skill markdown. I'm asking it if it can see that new skill that I just added. It says, yes, I can see it. And I'm basically just going to say, cool, let's run that skill to build a new one together. So now you can see what it did is it basically is reading the skill right now. This is the instructions that we saw right in here. As you guys know, since that's how skills work, it starts to read this. So here we go. I built this skill to actually ask you questions so that it's way easier for you to communicate what you want. So the first thing is, what problem are you trying to solve? What we want to do is content creation, because in this skill, what I want to do is building branded infographics. What kind of content does the skill create? What's the specific use case or workflow? And I'm actually just going to choose other for this, and I'm going to say educational infographics. Now it's asking how we should trigger this skill. So does it want to be natural language, or do we want to just use / commands? And I'm just going to say both is fine. And now we're moving on to the step-by-step process, which is really important because at this point, we haven't told it what tech stack we actually want to use or anything else about our business. So walk me through what should happen from trigger to output. And it has some good guesses, but what I'm going to do is do other and explain this the way that I want it built. I will tell you what I want an infographic about. You will create a concept. You will make a request to key.ai to use Nano Banana to generate the outline, to generate the image. And you will also look at the brand guidelines that I give you so that everything that is created follows my brand colors and typography and stuff like that. The output format that I actually want is a PNG, not any of this stuff. Does this need to be conversational or fire and forget? I'm just going to go fire and forget. All right, so how does the Key AI Nano Banana integration work? Is it an API call? Yep, we're just going to go with an API call. And in these options, you could literally say, I don't know, let's try different things, help me figure out what's best. It's asking where those brand assets live, so I'll put them in a folder. And where should the generated PNG infographic be saved? Yeah, sure. Let's start a new folder called projects, and we'll throw all of them there. So it's going to keep our project organized as well. So now it's asking about brand guidelines. I created this folder and I put in our kind of color scheme as well as the actual AIS logo. I have put in both our AIS brand guidelines and the AIS logo. I want to make sure that in the top left corner of every single infographic that's created, the AIS logo appears exactly as I've given you. But I think you guys get the point here. I'm going to answer a few more questions and then I'll just show you when we have a result. And now that we've done that, what you can see is it is going to create the skill. It's going to create the logo overlay. It's going to create a supporting reference markdown file for all of the API details that it's going to need. So that's great. It's going to register the skill in Claude.md and it's going to log its decisions. All right, so it fully built the skill. It created all those files for us. We just have to give it a key API key so it can actually run this. Okay, so I threw in my API key and then I said, test it out with an infographic about Claude skills. That's it. No other context. It invoked the skill right here and we will see what happens. Okay, this is really interesting. So what it's doing is it is generating the image and then it's just going to overlay the logo. So it's going to be a lot more consistent than giving the AI image generator, Nano Banana, my logo. So I didn't even tell it to do that. Let's see how it looks. Okay, well, I don't love this. We're just going to go back and ask it to change some things. The logo on the top left doesn't look great. I gave you a logo with a transparent background, so it should just be overlaid on top and we should be able to see the background behind it. The actual infographic itself is all right, but I actually want these to always be 1:1 aspect ratio. Okay, so I made some suggestions and it's gonna try again and it's gonna update its skill. So we'll see if that's better. All right, so second time we run the skill, let's see if it's any better. All right, there we go. We've got the logo up top. We've got Claude Code Skills, Custom AI Workflow, Command Prompt Trigger, Front Matter Config, Triggers, AI Agent Delegation, Document Output. So just keep in mind, all we said was build an infographic about Claude Skills. And this was run number 2. Every single time that we do this cycle, remember we talked about the feedback, we would basically watch it again, give more feedback, and then keep going. And after we run this probably 5 or 6 more times, this would be really, really good. And then every time I ask for an infographic, it's going to be consistent. And just to show you guys what was actually built, if we open up the infographic builder skill, we have the actual skill itself. So we have the front matter right here, the name, the description. We've got what the skill does. We've got context. So here's where it links to the actual brand guidelines and logos. We've got the step-by-step workflow right here. And we can see right here for full API reference and parameters, just see the markdown file so that you don't have to actually go search the web and search through a bunch of tokens. You can just read this markdown file. All right, so we've talked about a lot of stuff about skills today and we just built one live. So what I want to talk about now is really how do you bridge the gap from like a 90% good skill to making it pretty much 100%. So testing, iterating, and debugging. There's different symptoms and there's different fixes. So let's just kind of go down this list one by one. The first symptom might be it does the wrong steps or in the wrong order. Well, you would just tell it to edit the skill.md instructions. You could get missing tone, style, or context. In that case, you're going to add reference files. And of course, those have to be pointed to correctly in the skill.md. You could get the same mistake happening over and over, then you're going to add a rule. If it struggles with a tool or an MCP, or it keeps searching for the same things, then create some sort of reference doc for it. If it works good, but it could get better, then that just means you have to brute force it. You have to just run it over and over and over and keep nitpicking at what it does wrong. Or maybe not wrong, but what it could improve on. If the skill isn't triggering, then check the YAML and make sure it is specific enough. If the skill triggers too often, then maybe try disabling model invocation. And that is something that you can see in the Claude docs, which basically gives you control over if the skill can only be invoked by natural language or only be invoked by the / command directly, or both. So like I said, if you want to look at some more advanced stuff, then definitely head over here to the actual doc. But at this point, we've covered almost everything about these skills. One thing that I would call your attention to is the actual front matter reference, because we saw the name and the description, which is what's required every time, but there's lots of other things that you can add in there. Here's the disable model invocation like we just saw, but you can also give it allowed tools. You can also give it an argument hint. You can give it a specific model to use. You can give it specific context. You can give it hooks. You can give it a specific agent. And so all of this lets you get really, really granular on the exact skill and how you want it to be used. But don't get overwhelmed. You really only get to that point once you've ran the skill a ton of times. Now, another thing that I need to hit on real quick is where do skills actually live? Because what we've seen so far is just building them right in our .claude/skills folder. But when you're doing this, they only exist in that specific project. So whether that's my Herc2 or my, the one we just spun up, if I went to a different folder, that skill would no longer be able to be accessed by our Claude Code. But you can also create skills that are actually global. And you do that by doing that in a different directory, in your kind of overall home directory. And that's basically indicated by the little tilde right here. And so that means every project you use in Claude Code, no matter where you are, that skill would exist. So for example, I have a front-end design skill that is installed globally, so that whenever I'm anywhere, if I need to do front-end design, it just is able to use it. And just in case you want to look at it in a different way, right now what we're doing is we have our projects, right? So Herc2, and then we have .claude, and then within .claude we have skills, and then your skill, and then your MD, your references, whatever, and then maybe another skill. But if it was global, you might not actually see it in your project. It would just be within your overall home directory. So the reason why you might want to do this is if there's something very specific about you, your business, your workflows that you want applied to every single project no matter what, maybe your company context, your company projects, your tone of voice, whatever, then you can install that globally instead. If you guys love nerding out about this kind of stuff, then definitely check out my paid community. The link for that is also down in the description. We've got a great community, over 3,000 members in here who are building with AI every day and building businesses with AI. So I'd love to see you guys in this community. Claude Skills just got 10 times easier to build and stronger to use. So in today's video, I'm gonna explain exactly why that is, and then I'm gonna live build a completely new skill right here in front of you guys. So real quick, what is a skill? It's basically just a recipe. So that when you ask your agent to make you, for example, a LinkedIn post, it will read the recipe and it will get it right every single time. And when I say recipes, I literally just mean text. It's just text instructions. It's like a prompt. So if I go to customize and I go to skills and I click on, let's say, for example, the internal comms skill, this says a set of resources to help me write all kinds of internal communication using the format that my company likes to use. And you can see this is the skill itself. It is literally just text that you could read, that an intern could read, anybody could read and understand what's going on in the skill. And if you're using them in Claude Code, you can see I've got a ton of skills here. So for example, let's look at my idea mining skill. This is the markdown file that explains to the agent what this skill actually does. And once again, it's all just text. So what did Anthropic actually do that made all these skills better? They updated their skill creator skill, which is literally a skill that teaches Claude how to build, test, measure, refine, just make all the skills better and better and better. So let's actually cover why that matters and what happened. So the first thing I need you to understand is that there are two different types of skills. We have a capability uplift skill, which basically is a prompt. So it teaches Claude how to do something better. For example, design websites with the front-end design skill, or create documents, or run Excel formulas. Things that maybe the default model by itself doesn't know super well, but with a prompt, it does a much better job. And then we also have encoded preference skills, which means that Claude already understands each of these pieces, but it needs to follow them in a specific order. So these are way more like actual workflows, like actual kind of like step-by-step automations. So quick example, if you ask Claude without a front-end design skill to build you a website, it could do it, but it might just look very generic. It might look AI slop, as they call it. But if you give it the exact same prompt, but this time you also let it use the front-end design skill, it's going to look much better because that skill tells it stuff like good fonts, good color schemes, good background elements, good layouts. And that is a classic capability uplift skill. Now here's an example of an encoded preference skill, which is the one we just saw in my Claude Code, which I call idea mining. And this skill is a little bit more sequential and there's different steps involved. So first it will look at my YouTube comments. It will look at, some videos in my niche. It will also look at AI trends on X and the web. It will then spin up two different agents. So a YouTube agent that analyzes this stuff and a research agent that analyzes this stuff. And these run in parallel. And then they both send their output back to the main agent, which will score and cross-reference. And then the main agent turns all that information into some video ideas for me, which is why I call it idea mining. So what I could do is I could say, hey, Mr. AI agent, go look at my comments, go look at YouTube, go look at X, analyze that and help me find some video ideas. And every time it would give me different answers. And every time it would sort of do it differently. Or I can just say, hey, do some idea mining. And it will just call the skill. And every time I get an output that I like. And the reason why this is actually important to understand is because capability uplift skills might fade over time. Because for example, with the front-end design skill, right now we're with Opus 4.6, right? What if Opus 5 drops and default Opus 5 is better at front-end design than Opus 5 with a front-end skill? So at that point, you might just need to retire that skill completely. But with an encoded preference skill, these will probably stay pretty durable and accurate because the process is very specific usually to you, which Opus 5 won't be trained on, most likely. Okay, so those are the two kind of different types of skills. Now, we can actually evaluate them. So with this new skill creator skill, which is an official Anthropic skill, this is the one we're talking about. It's in the repo right here. And if I open up the actual skill MD, you can see this is what it does. It creates new skills. It can modify and improve existing skills. It can measure skill performance. So use this when you want to create a skill from scratch, if you want to update or optimize one, if you want to run evals to test a skill, if you want to do benchmarks, or if you want to optimize a skill's description for better trigger accuracy. So I'm going to talk about what each of these little elements mean, but I just wanted to show you that this is the actual skill creator skill. It's basically just all of Anthropic's best practices on how to build better skills. They've done things before, like dropped a 33-page PDF, which walks you through fundamentals, planning and design, testing and iteration, distribution and sharing, all this kind of stuff, patterns and troubleshooting. This is pretty thorough. So you could either take time and learn this, or you could just give your agent the skill creator skill and all that information is already in there. So what the evals do is it lets your agent actually evaluate the quality of your skill and then make improvements. So let's say you have a skill for creating job descriptions. What you could do is give your agent tons of examples of really good job descriptions that you want. And then it will look at your skill, it will test out some prompts, and it will compare it to the outputs, and it will be able to optimize your skill for you. As we've talked about in the past, the more you use a skill, the better and better, because you're able to give feedback on what you like and what you don't. So this basically shortcuts that process. Here's a quick example that Anthropic actually ran with this eval. The skill for filling out some PDF stuff was having trouble finding the right spot to put the text. But then after they ran the evaluation on the skill and it was able to improve, now you can see all the text is accurately being placed, whether that is a checkbox or just a fill in some sort of field. So there's two reasons that we need to use evals, and they sound kind of similar, but they're basically the opposite. So the first one is to catch regressions. So this means, let's say we have a job description skill. As a model evolves, it might actually use the skill worse because it's trained a little different and it, thinks a little different. So this would basically be an early signal that you need to evolve your skill. And then the second one is to spot outgrowth. So once again, as models improve or evolve, it might be able to just do a better job without a skill at all. And that's when you would be able to run the evaluation, say, okay, wow, without a skill, it's actually better. And I'm just going to go ahead and delete this, or maybe just archive it. And then we can also run benchmarks. So when a model updates or when you make an iteration and you change your skill, just run all the evals and run a benchmark, which will give you stuff like a pass rate, a time, and also how many tokens are being used. So here's an example where they said, benchmark the PDF skill with and without the skill loaded and show me side-by-side results so I can see the uplift. And we get all this information about these different evaluation metrics. We get the pass rate, we get the total time and the total tokens. So here you can clearly see that with the skill, you're getting much better results. And then the final piece is skill trigger tuning. So once you've got a project filled up with, let's just say 10 or more skills, you might notice sometimes that you get false triggers or you get misfires, meaning you wanted it to use a skill and it used the wrong one, or you wanted it to use a skill and it just didn't use any at all. Luckily, you could also use them with slash commands, but it's so much more convenient to just be able to speak in natural language and make sure that your agent understands you. So using the trigger tuning, the skill creator will basically analyze your skill. It will test out different prompts that you might use to trigger that skill, and then it will edit the description so that that skill gets called more accurately. And this is an actual evaluation that they ran. You can see on the left-hand side and on the right-hand side, we have the test score and the train score. And the green and blue are basically the results after it has been analyzed and fixed with the trigger tuning. So you can see it's still not perfect, but it's so much better than where we were without this new skill. And what I think is really cool and how I want to end off this section before we get into a live demo is where this is going. And at the bottom, we have a quote from Anthropic themselves that say, over time, a natural language description of what the skill should do may be enough, with the model figuring out the rest. And I really think that this word may should actually have been will. And basically what this means is that today, when we're telling our agent to build skills for us, or maybe just giving it an SOP, we're giving it steps, rules, and format. But what's going to happen in the future is we're going to be able to just tell it in way more high-level natural language what we want, and it's going to be able to figure out all of that and get there with a spec. And basically just cut down the time that it takes for us to get a really good skill or, a really good automation. All right, so I am in my Herc 2 project, which is kind of just like my personal assistant in Claude Code. And I'm gonna show you guys how we can actually get this skill installed. So whether you're in VS Code, which is where I am, or in the terminal or a desktop app, whatever, you just need to do /plugins. You can click on manage plugins. And then if you just go in here and you can see like all of the kind of Anthropic official ones, you can just go ahead and search for skill-creator. And right here, you can see the official one. Here's the GitHub, and all you have to do is go ahead and click install. You can install this for just you can install it for your project, or you can install it locally. And I'm just gonna install it for the whole project. So now you can see that's installed, and I'm just gonna go ahead and restart Claude Code so that that actually happens. And so just keep in mind, if you're in Claude Code, it may not show up right here in your actual .claude skills if you did it, in your project. So you can just verify it and say, do you have the skill creator skill? What does it do? And you can see right here that we do in fact have that. So I'm gonna go ahead and switch on to plan mode, and I'm gonna see if it can build us a new skill. I need you to create a skill called YouTube Weekly Roundup, where at the end of every week, you will look at the videos that I made that week. You'll analyze the comments, you'll analyze the views, engagement, things like that. And you'll give me a PDF report on all of the insights, the strengths, the weaknesses, threats, opportunities. So that's all I'm gonna send off. And I kept this pretty vague intentionally to see what it's going to come back with and how it's going to be able to plan this out for us. And this is where the future's going, and this is what Anthropic's talking about, because most people that are using skills right now are actual just like executives and managers and operators. They're not engineers, which means we're really good at being able to explain what we want, the metrics we need to hit, and why we need that, but maybe not all of those technical nitty-gritty details. All right, so it came back and asked me some questions. The first thing I said is I want it to just be the last 7 days. So it's a rolling 7-day window. It asked about the report sections that it came up with, and I said those look good. And for the PDF style, I told it to use the brand assets in my folder. So right over here, I've got my brand guidelines, and then this one is the actual logo for AIS. So I'm telling it to use those, and hopefully it can throw all that on there and make it feel really branded. So it's gonna keep going now with this plan. All right, so at this point, it came back with a plan. And keep in mind, I still haven't told it anything about tech stack or anything else. It's writing out everything that it's gonna do. And normally I would read through this and give it some tweaks potentially, but I just wanna see what this skill creator is able to do with a one-shot prompt, and I'm just gonna go ahead and accept. And look at this, in its to-do list, we can see that it creates all these things, but then the last step is to run the test and iterate with the skill creator eval process. So I'm excited to see what it does there. So you can see that it created everything, and then what it did is it decided to test it to do a final iteration. Okay, so I was a little confused. I said, do you have an actual PDF file for me? And it said, yes, it is in your projects folder. I was looking in the templates where it created an HTML template, but apparently it actually rendered that as a PDF. So let me go to projects. We'll go to YouTube Weekly Roundup. And right here we have an actual PDF, which this doesn't look great. Obviously, this is not a PDF. But if I actually open it up from my files, it is a PDF. So here we have the logo, we have Weekly Roundup, we have 3 videos published, and then we got some stats on views, likes, and comments. I'm gonna keep going down. We have our executive summary. So this is it actually ran, I think, 2 weeks worth of data just to test this out. And I will say, just by glancing at this, I don't think that this data is correct. So keep that in mind. Here we can see the per video breakdown. Right now we have nothing available in our SWOT analysis, and then we have competitor context, and there's nothing available here. So now it's time to give it some feedback and see what it can do. I'm first of all going to clear out this context because it used up 62%. I'm going to go back into plan mode and just give it some honest feedback. All right, so the report looks great. Like aesthetically, you did a good job on the design. However, the data is all wrong. There was a lot of missing elements. I need you to really look at how you're actually scraping this data from my YouTube channel, how you're actually searching through the comments and competitor videos, and make sure that there's actually data going into this report. And before I send this off, it's interesting because you can see here it sent us some JSON data, which is actually the raw information that it was able to find from my YouTube channel. And the thing is, this isn't super in depth. So I just don't think that it did a good enough job on the research element. And maybe this is exactly what we were talking about earlier over here, where at some point the AI is going to be able to understand that we want all of this granular data, but maybe right now it's our job to just explain that really clearly. I want to see comment analysis. I want to see what's working for other people in the space. I want to see, other trending videos in AI. And I want you to use all of that and use your brain to figure out what are the strengths my channel has, the weaknesses, and the opportunities and the threats. And then all of this information should be a pretty in-depth research report for me on, my YouTube Weekly Roundup. So while this is running, I thought that we should real quick look at what it actually did. So in my .claude, we've got my skills folder. If I go all the way down, we've got the YouTube Weekly Roundup, and this is the MD file. So we've got the YAML up top with the name, description, disable model invocation false, which just basically means that Claude Code can call this based on a request. It doesn't have to be explicitly a / command. And then an argument hint. So basically when Claude Code decides to use this skill, it will send in maybe a hint so that the skill understands like what video we're looking at or, the topic. It's giving some context, it's giving some channel benchmarks, some optional focus, and then step-by-step instructions on what to actually do here. Now you can see what it's doing is it's calling on a script called fetch YouTube data, which if I was to look for that in here, I could probably go down to my scripts. I could see YouTube Weekly Roundup. And right here, we've got some different things. We've got the prepare data, we've got the render report, and we also have a script that I already had in this project that it was able to find and use, so it didn't have to create a new one. And this one is called fetch YouTube data. So the skill.md file here basically points to everything that the agent needs in order to do this accurately. Okay, so it's come back with another detailed plan, and I'm gonna go ahead and fire this off. And I love this. Once again, we've got all these to-dos, and then at the end, it says to audit with the skill creator. And this is such a good example of why using a project more and using a skill more makes it stronger, because some of the pieces that I already had in this project, it's able to reuse, like my YouTube Analyzer agent, like my YouTube data script. And of course, it has all the context about my business and my YouTube channel in here already. So all of those changes have been made, and now all that's left to do is actually run the skill. So I just called the skill. You can see that it's reading it right here. And now what it's doing is it's going to refresh channel data. It's going to use 3 agents in parallel, prepare the report, populate the data, and then render the PDF and show it to me. So I'll check in with you guys when we get that output. All right, that finished up. We've got some quick hits, top competitor move, biggest opportunity. Apparently Jack Roberts is my biggest threat. If you see this, Jack, keep crushing it. Okay, so here is the report. These stats right off the jump look a little bit more accurate. I might want to tell it to make this logo a bit bigger, but it did what we asked. 7 videos published, and like I said, these stats look more accurate. We've got the executive summary here with some key takeaways of doubling down on dollar outcome titles, make a dedicated anti-gravity tutorial, fill the ChatGPT to Claude migration, watch Jack Roberts closely, and then address VS Code versus anti-gravity confusion. We've got the per video breakdown, so now you can see the actual metrics from all the videos, including the one that I literally just dropped like an hour ago. And so all of these look like they're doing okay. This one might not be doing the best, and similar with this one. But I really like the way that this actually looks. The layout's pretty good. It is very clean and professional. For the SWOT analysis, we actually have it on the second page. It still looks good. That's obviously just an easy spacing issue that we can fix. So we have some strengths here, we have some weaknesses, we have threats, and we have our opportunities. Top comments and audience signals. Selling shovels in a gold rush, bro. Well played, man. 26 likes. Hi, Nate. 10 days into joining your Plus community, I got my first potential client. It's all thanks to you and your community. Awesome. And you can see that we see other comments. We see what video they came from and how many likes. And we're also getting video requests. We're getting pain points. And so that really helps me stay in tune with what you guys are saying. Wow, it just keeps on going. We've got competitor context. So all of these channels, all of these videos, all of these stats. And that comes along with some notable gaps. And then finally, we get what's trending in AI this week. So what are skills? The most powerful AI agent I've ever used. All of this stuff with the channel, the views per day, and the topic. So this is amazing. And I was able to build this in 20 minutes. And now what I would do is just keep running it. And every time say, hey, I liked this, I didn't like this. Use the skill creator to make this better and better. So here I am in Claude Code, and I'm going to go ahead and shoot off this message that's asking Claude Code to turn my YouTube video into a tweet style carousel. What you see is that it's invoking the carousel skill. And within this carousel skill, I actually tell it to delegate work to a carousel planning sub-agent. So you can see now it said, I got the transcript, let me plan the carousel slides, and I am using an agent to do that. And so this sub-agent here basically got the input from this main session, and it's running on its own with its own context and maybe a different model, whether that be Haiku, Sonnet, or Opus. And while we let this finish up, I'm going to open up a new session. And in this one, I said spin up 2 research sub-agents, one for AI enablement for SMBs and one for enterprises. And this main session now is going to delegate to 2 different sub-agents. Here's the first one for SMBs, and here's the second one for enterprises. These sub-agents are now running in parallel, doing their own research, and then they're going to send all of their findings back to this main session. So in that first session, we now have that carousel done. We've got slide 1, slide 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. And then in the second session, we see that both research briefs are back. We've got SMB AI enablement, we've got enterprise, and then we have the overlap. So these outputs that we just got were thanks to using Claude Code sub-agents. So in today's video, I'm going to explain all of this as simply as I can, and we're going to be looking at what they are, why they matter. I'm going to build one live in front of you guys, talk about how we actually do that, and how you can actually master them and make them better and better. So I don't want to waste any time. Let's get straight into the video. Okay, so what are sub-agents? The idea about sub-agents is that you have your main session. So as you guys saw in Claude Code, this is kind of the agent we're talking to. When you open up a new session, you are talking to this little crab right here. And as you're talking, you fill up your context and it has its own kind of memory right there. But that main session can actually delegate work and send off prompts to different specialized agents. So we could have a code reviewer or a builder or a debugger or a test runner, an architect, or a researcher. And if we wanted, all 6 of these could be running in parallel. You're essentially turning Claude Code into a project lead, and it's able to just do the planning, the delegation, and then not have to have its context polluted with different specialized tasks. And the more specific goal you give it and the more specific training you give it, the outputs are shown to be much, much better. Especially if you think about it like this. A sub-agent will be asleep, right? And it wakes up and it's completely stateless because basically the main agent said, hey, wake up, I need you to do something. This agent now wakes up with fresh context, a different chat model, its own tools, and its own purpose. So it's like if I was throwing a party and I wanted some really good cupcakes, I probably wouldn't just walk into a general store and just grab, some mass-produced cupcakes. I might want to go to like a niche bakery and give them a custom request. Now, you might have also heard of agent teams, which kind of sounds similar to sub-agents, but they're not. And there's one key distinction that I wanted you guys to just understand real quick. Don't worry, I will have a full video about agent teams themselves, but I just wanted to do one quick distinction, which is that sub-agents are focused workers, they run in parallel, but they can't talk to each other, and that's the key difference. It's basically one-way relationships. The main agent sends an input prompt, and then the worker works, and then sends the results back to the main agent. The individual workers basically cannot communicate. But with agent teams, that's where it gets really cool, is they actually can. So they share a task list and they can communicate to each other. They can even assign each other tasks. So that's where it truly becomes like an actual team ecosystem. So let's actually go through an example. So let's say I said, hey, I need you to refactor and add some tests to X, Y, and Z. What the main session would do is it would basically hear your request and it would search through the agents it has and say which ones can do the job best. I'm going to give one task to the refactor agent. I'm going to give the other task to the test writer agent. They're both going to be working. And then once they're done, they're going to bring all of those results back to me, the main agent, and I will do whatever I need to do with it and communicate back to you. Okay, so why use sub-agents? I've got 5 reasons here. And the first one is to preserve context. because you can keep the main thread clean. We all know that context rot is real, and so your job as a Claude Code operator is to figure out how can I be as efficient as possible with my context window. And one of those unlocks is realizing that you can delegate tasks to subagents to process tons of data, do a ton of research, and then only send back the little bits of information that the main session actually needs. Now, the second piece is to enforce constraints, because maybe your main worker, let's just call it a parent worker, needs to be able to do tons of different things in terms of like tool calls. But sometimes when you want to do something a little bit more risky, so maybe GitHub actions or some other code-based actions, you might want to delegate that to a subagent that is specialized on that tool or that process, and it has a limited availability when it comes to tools, so it can't do anything super harmful. It just gives you more control over that process. Now, the third one is to reuse configs, meaning all of your agents can be shared across different projects or even shared with your team, because maybe your organization has a really specific process for project management or quarterly planning. And if you have a really good agent that helps you do that, then it can be reused across the entire organization so the whole team gets better and better. And what you'll notice is that there's a lot of principles between subagents and skills that are very similar, except for like the context and model things. Now, number 4 is specialization. Kind of like I alluded to earlier, the more specific and niche an AI is trained to be, the better its results are going to be. And that's as simple as it is. If you've been following my channel for a while and you've been building a lot in end-to-end, it's the same idea of when we would delegate work to a child agent. And then finally, we have control costs, because once again, each subagent can do their own model. So maybe you're always wanting to use Opus in your parent workflow, but sometimes you want some quick research done, and you can do that with Haiku to save yourself time and tokens. So from there, the big question is, when do you actually delegate? Because you could also get into this weird spot where you're doing subagents for everything and you're kind of just over engineering. So stay in your main conversation if you need back and forth, if you need quick changes, if you need that shared context, that conversation history, and for low latency. And then you want to be able to delegate to a subagent if you want them to be self-contained, if you have tool restrictions, or you just want summaries returned. Now, I know I put verbose output here, but that was just the image generation. Basically, you can control if you want to see the subagent's steps as they're thinking and doing things, or if you just want the concise summary done at the end. So I thought that I would share this tweet with you guys real quick. Boris Cherny, the guy who created Claude Code, shared that he does use a few subagents very regularly. Build Validator, Code Architect, Code Simplifier, On-Call Guide, Verify App. And also, if you go to the Claude Code docs and you read about subagents, you can see that there are some examples here, which basically give you the full actual like MD of this type of agent. So this is the code reviewer. And if this doesn't make sense at all, don't worry, I'm gonna explain what we're looking at here. We've got a debugger, we've got a data scientist, and we've got a database query validator. So those are just some example subagents you might be thinking about and seeing, just to kind of get the blood flowing up to the brain. So here's where your understanding of skills is gonna help out a little bit, because the agents are basically invoked the same exact way that skills are invoked, which means that the main agent will read through the descriptions of the agents. So if I said, hey, can you help me write tests for my API? The agent would look through all of its different agents. It would see I've got a refactor, I've got deploy, I've got a test writer and a debug, and I'm gonna use the test writer here. And then it would basically send off that prompt to the test writer agent. So the clearer that your descriptions are, the better that the delegation is going to be, so that you don't get any false triggers and things like that. And when I say description, I literally just mean the actual description. So for example, the code reviewer agent, expert code review specialist, proactively reviews code for quality, security, and maintainability. Use immediately after writing or modifying code. So like you guys just saw, we have the YAML metadata where we would have things like the name of the agent, the description, tools, and there are a few other options here, other parameters like model, for example. And then below it, we would have the actual instructions that Claude Code would actually read the full list of once it's decided, hey, Mr. Test Runner agent, I'm going to use you. So literally same way that skills work. And all they are really is just a markdown file. So I think understanding that really simplifies the concept. And very similar to skills, once again, because it's just a file, they live in your project. So they can be either in your project, they can be personal, or they can be temporary. So personal means if you create an agent, you can use it anytime you're using Claude Code, regardless of the project. But project means that you would only have it in that specific project. So for example, in this project, this is my Herc2, so basically my executive assistant, and I've got my .claude right here. In the .claude, I've got agents, and here's where I have my 6 agents right here, and I can only invoke these if I'm in this project. So if I switched open to a different folder, I couldn't use those agents. But if I installed them globally, then I would be able to, but I wouldn't actually see them right here. I'd see them more in like my home global directory for Claude Code. And then temporary agents, you can spin up ones just for your session explicitly or with certain plugins, but I've really never used these before, so I'm not gonna cover them today. Okay, so we're about to hop in and build our own custom subagent, but I did want to show you guys that there are some subagents that Claude Code has natively built in that when you're using Claude Code, you might have actually seen before. And you would know if you're using a subagent because it would have this little command that says agent. So the first one that we have is explore. And this one basically searches and analyzes through your code base. This one runs on Haiku and it has read-only permissions. The second one that we have is a planning agent. So a lot of times when you're in plan mode, you'll see that this agent gets invoked and this one does research and helps you plan. The model for this one is inherited by the parent model. So if you're on Opus, a lot of times the subagent will be running on Opus, and this one's also read-only. And then there is a general subagent, which Claude Code will invoke when we need some multi-step stuff. And this one, once again, the model is inherited, but this general agent can use its hands a bit more, and it actually has all tools available. Okay, so now that we understand all of that, let's go ahead and jump into Claude Code and build our first subagent. All right, I am in Claude Code, and I'm using Claude Code in VS Code. Now, what's recommended by Anthropic to actually build subagents is to use the /agents command. So if I come in here and I type in /agents, you can see that I can click on this right here. And when I click on that, it says that I have to continue in my terminal to actually use this. Part of the limitation with extensions in IDEs is that some of the actual / commands you can't use, but it's not a big deal. You can just open up the terminal. It will run the command like that you can see. And now we're basically using Claude Code in VS Code, but in the terminal. And so once it's ran the /agents command, you can see that we can look at all of our agents. So we have 11. We have the project agents right here, and then we also have the built-in agents that are always available. And so I could choose these agents and I could edit them or do whatever I want. But what I can also do now is I can click on create new agent. So when I hit enter, this is basically going to help us configure the agent, and it's going to understand all of the different preferences, even like where we want to put this. So it's a lot more helpful than you trying to build your own. So for this demo, I'm going to go ahead and do a project agent, but once again, you could make them personal. I'm going to generate with Claude instead of doing it manually. And now all I have to do is describe what this agent should do and when it should be used. And we need to be comprehensive for the best results. Okay, so I just kind of talked into this thing for a little bit and got a brief prompt. I would probably recommend that you make these a little bit more robust, but of course you can always go back and forth later as you're testing them. And every time you use the agent, it should be getting better and better because you're gonna give it feedback. Now what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna hit enter, and it's basically generating that agent from the description. So we're gonna see that it's gonna fill out a new MD file over here, and then we'll be able to test it out. Now what's cool about this is not only is it just building the agent from my description, but it also is looking through what's in this project. So it understands me and my business and my goals, and it's gonna actually make the agent a little bit tailored towards that. So this agent that I described was like an AI trend hunter finder, and it's gonna understand that I like have a YouTube channel and that I'm trying to make content on like end-to-end Claude Code, stuff like that. Now the first option we get is what tools do you want it to use? So I'm just gonna go ahead and choose all, but here's where you could go ahead and say like, I only want it to have read-only and MCP, that's it. But like I said, I'm just gonna choose all and continue. We also now get to choose the model. So I'm just gonna go ahead and go with Sonnet. And then you can choose a color for your subagent, which is pretty cool. You only really see this in the terminal. So like, let's say I'm in the terminal and I say, hey, run the AI trend hunter. We would see that this color, I'm pointing at my screen like you guys can see, we would see that this color pops up, and that's how we know that that agent's being used. We have the ability to configure memory, which I know I haven't touched on yet. I will touch on that a little bit later, but for now, let's just go ahead and do the recommended enable option. And now what we get to do is we get to see how the agent's configured. So this is the name, this is the location, tools, model, memory, and we can see the description, which tells Claude how to use the agent. And then we can see the system prompt. Now it did make this description kind of long, so we might want to change that because that might be using up too many tokens, but that should probably guarantee that it will get invoked at the right times. But anyways, you can see you are an elite AI trend hunter. Here's your mission. Here's what you're looking for. It tells it about how to use its memory and how to update that, and how to search for past context, which is helpful for a tool like Trends because I don't need to get an update on something that it told me about, like 2 hours ago. And if you're getting an error that says like it can't create it because that folder already exists, then what I would do is I would rename the current folder that's called agents. So just call it like agents 1 and then hit enter. It should be able to create the agent, move all your agents into that new folder, and then just delete the old one. I think that's just a bug. I've gotten that a few times before, but it still works. But then over here, you also notice that we have agent memory. So right now we have a folder for the AI trend hunter. There's not a memory file in there yet, but for example, our content hunter does have a memory file, and it will get created after we run the AI trend hunter one time. So what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna run the actual AI trend hunter agent in the terminal so you guys can see what that color thing looks like. Now what's interesting here is I've already given it the API keys that it needs in this project for like Perplexity or for X, but that's something else that you will have to configure if you're setting up an agent for the first time. It needs to know where to access those API keys if it's calling some sort of API or doing other tools like that. And as you can see, we can see that the AI Trend Hunter is firing off. We can see the web searches and the different things that it's doing. We have the ability to hit Control O if we want to expand and see like everything that it's thinking and doing. And right here, we can see the prompt that the main workflow actually fed into this sub-agent, which is pretty cool. And the other thing you'll notice is that right here, we could hit Control B in order to run this agent in the background, which basically just means we would be able to keep talking to the main session while we wait for this background agent to finish up, just in case we want to keep working and we don't want to be blocked right now because this is running in the foreground. And by the way, the reason this doesn't have a color is because I chose no color. But I'll just check in with you guys when the sub-agent has come back with a summary for us. All right, so sub-agent came back. We have some hot signals. We've got some warm signals. We've got top video ideas and a key pattern. And so once again, the value prop here is that the sub-agent used about 40,000 tokens, but the main agent only had to actually eat up this many tokens, which is nowhere near 40,000. If I run a quick context command, we should be able to see that this session right now has only used 29,000. So that just proves that the main agent didn't have to look at all those 40,000 tokens. Now, what else just happened here is we can see that a new file was created in the agent-memory, which is the AI Trend Hunter. This is the actual file that the sub-agent's going to read when it gets woken up. It can see good sources to use, it can see recurring topics, it can see patterns and video angles that worked, and also the latest scan. So yes, it wakes up on a completely fresh set of conversation, but it also does get some information to make it a little bit more like recent. Okay, so that was a quick live build of an agent. Now, we used the /agents command to do so, which lets us view agents, create new agents, edit configs of agents, delete them, and see agents that are active. However, the one thing that's not great is when we do the /agents and we want to, like, let's say, for example, edit the AI Trend Hunter. If we choose edit, it basically makes us open this in an editor and edit the actual text file itself. So it doesn't really let us use its AI brain in a really nice way to optimize our sub-agents. And there's so many little nitty-gritty things that go into how you use them and different agent patterns and things like that. So what I did is I built you guys a skill called Agent Builder, which is trained on pretty much the complete official docs of Claude Code sub-agents. And so what that would let us do is you can see right here, we have an agent builder. And when I invoke this, it's going to help me like run an audit on that agent that we just built and see how we can basically make it better. So this agent builder skill can be found in my free school community. The link is down in the description. You would go to classroom and then you'd come to agent skills and you'd be able to download that skill and just put it right into your own project. So you can see after I invoked it, it said, awesome, I've read the AI Trend Hunter agent and I've ran the audit. Here's what I found. So there's no current tool restrictions, there's no max turn set, and the description is bloated. Here's some other things that would be nice to have, and then here's some things that look good. So then it says, hey, do you want me to change these exact things? And it will actually help you brainstorm over how to make your agent file much, much better. All right, so now that you understand that, let's talk about what else actually goes into making our sub-agents really good. So the first thing is auto delegation. And unfortunately, a lot of these things just mean that you have to use them a few times, and the more you use it, the better you understand how to improve it. So you want to be making sure that in your natural language, when you're explaining like the goal that you're looking for, it understands to delegate that to a sub-agent or maybe multiple sub-agents. Then we have the idea of foreground versus background, kind of like I showed you guys. Foreground blocks the main chat and the background lets them run behind the scenes so you can keep talking to the main session. And then again, we have the strategy of taking a huge amount of context and having the sub-agent process that rather than the main agent. We have this idea of composable skills and agents being able to let them work together. So kind of like that demo that you guys saw. So if I hop back into Claude Code, you guys remember I used the carousel skill in that demo. And in this MD, it basically says, gather the input, and then you plan the carousel, and you do this by delegating to the carousel planner agent. So anytime I invoke this skill, the carousel planner agent gets called on. And I've got another one where it actually delegates to two different agents. If I go to my idea mining and I go to this skill MD, you can see that the first agent we call is the YouTube analyzer, and then the second agent that we call is the researcher agent. So once again, this skill calls on different agents. But what else you can do is you can have agents invoke skills. So you'll really start to see as you build up this library of different skills and agents, they can all sort of come together in a really cool way. Tiny agents win. So don't have one that plans and builds and tests and documents and researches and reviews. Have one that does each of those individual steps, and then the main session can just reconcile all of that. Utilize parallel research. So maybe you need to do some research on auth, some on database, some on APIs, and then synthesize all that. But just remember, they can't talk to each other while they're doing their individual research unless it's an agent team. And then kind of like the way you can use them in skills is you can chain them together. So once you have a specific process, you can say, hey, I need you to first use the code reviewer agent and then the optimizer agent and then this agent and then that agent. And that basically becomes an AI workflow where it's a deterministic order of operations, but some of the processes within are non-deterministic. It gives us way more control, and that whole process is going to get refined really well. And then remember, start to optimize for cost and speed. So rather than using Opus 4.6 for every single thing you need to process, every single subagent, start to understand how can I run these ones with Haiku and these ones with Sonnet, and see if you can get, parallel agents running that are giving you way more bang for your buck. So remember, I touched on the fact that agents can use skills. You could just have them do that in natural language because they can view the whole project just the same way that a main agent would. But you can also preload those. So in the front matter, you can tell it specifically, here are 2 skills that you need to use. And then you can also think about things like subagent compaction. So by default, I think it's around 95% when the subagents will compact, but you could also change that auto compact to make it, 50% so that you avoid that context rot. So now I think you guys understand what I mean when I said there are so many different things in this doc about how to best use subagents. Here are all of the different supported front matter fields. We've got name, description, tools, disallowed tools, model, permission mode, max turns, blah, blah, blah. There's more and more. And so that's why if you want to learn more about subagents and optimize your subagents, just use that skill builder skill that I have given you guys. As you can see, this is the markdown file for it. And then I also gave it a reference MD file, which is basically even more information about this documentation of how to build subagents. So this should really help when you are doing this. I just pasted in this message and I'm shooting it off to Claude, and it says, create a team called Neuroflow of 3 teammates using Sonnet. The first one is a front-end developer, the second one is a back-end developer, and the third one is a QA agent. So this now invoked a tool called Team Create. And you can see that what it's doing is now that it's created this team, it's spawning up 3 teammates in parallel, and these are all individual agents. So right now we can see we have our front-end developer, we have our back-end developer, and we have our QA agent. So what's happening is right now we have these 3 agents working together with our main session. They all share a task list, they can talk to each other, and I'm gonna check back in with you guys once this is done. Okay, so this is really interesting. The front-end and back-end developer sent work over to the QA agent, and then the QA agent found 3 critical issues. So the main agent said that it's going to send all of this work right back to those first 2 agents to take another pass at it. So here's where you can see it sent off those messages to the front-end developer, the back-end dev, and the QA. And now they're all back to work once again. And there we go. The second time, the QA agent gives it a pass. All 3 of those critical issues have been resolved. And then it was able to basically one-shot this website. Now, obviously, there are some things that aren't perfect about this and we'd want to go back and iterate. But considering in the prompt, all I said was to build me a landing page for a fictional AI startup, and we get all of this text, we get these animations, we get all of this stuff to come in dynamically, and it feels pretty polished. It came up with all the copy, the color scheme, all of it. This is truly one of the most powerful AI agent features I've ever used, but you have to know how to use it right, which is why in today's video, I'm gonna explain everything you need to know, what they are, how to set them up, how to use them, when not to use them, everything that you need. So let's not waste any time and get straight into the video. So, agent teams. As you guys saw in the demo, we had one get spun up called Neuroflow, and in that team, we had 3 agents. We had the front-end dev, the back-end dev, and the QA. So what happens is the main orchestrator, the Claude Code session you're talking to, creates these different agents and manages them. But not in the same way that we do subagents, because subagents work independently and then they send their individual result back to the main agent. Agent teams have a team lead, maybe like a project manager, and it creates all of these different agents and a shared task list. So the huge unlock here is that individual teammates can talk to each other. So sometimes there's a dependency. Teammate 1 needs something from teammate 2, and they can just talk. And you can get in these really cool loops, especially when you have the QA agent, like we just saw in the demo, where one of the teammates will basically say, hey, this isn't good enough, and send the work back. And then the main agent, like I said, is just making sure that the tasks are getting done and that they're all high quality. So that's the big difference between subagents and agent teams, and I had to clear that up because I know that's probably where there's some confusion. So I am going to break more stuff down, but what I wanted to do first is just show you guys how to set this up, because I think the best way to learn is just to be able to play around with stuff. And all you have to do to set this up is add one environment variable into your project setting. So let me show you how that works right now. All right, here I am in Claude Code. I like to use it in VS Code, but you can use the Agent Teams feature wherever you decide to use Claude Code. You can see that I am in a brand new project with nothing in it. So this is exactly what one of your guys' setup should look like if you want to follow along. So like I said, we need to enable the feature, and I'm going to do that in this demo on the project level. So what I'm going to do is go to the official Claude Code documentation for Agent Teams, and you can see right here that it says they are disabled by default because it's an experimental feature. So you have to enable them by adding this variable into your settings.json. So what I'm going to do is literally just copy this JSON right here and come into Claude Code and say, hey, I need you to put this in our local settings in this project, and then just paste in that JSON prompt. And I'm going to go ahead and shoot that off, and that should basically be able to create that file for us. So you can see that it set everything up. We now have a .cloud folder. If I click into here, we have a settings.local.json, and it has put that command in there. And now our project should be set up to actually be able to use Agent Teams. Now, before we dive in and I start showing you guys how to do that, there is one thing that I recommend doing first, and that's basically training your Claude Code project on how agent teams work so that they can actually be used as effectively as possible. So the easiest way to do this is you go to the documentation on agent teams, you take the URL and you copy it. And then I said, hey, create me a master reference guide for agent teams in a folder called docs. This will be used to help you build better and more effective agents in the future. And now it's going to read through that documentation. And now if you ever have questions about agent teams, or if it ever needs to look up something while it is building them, it already has that locally here stored as Markdown. So it's going to be much quicker. And it just created this documentation about enabling them, when to use them, display modes, task management, hooks, best practices, tons of stuff like that. And that can be found in the docs folder in this section, which is a full Markdown file with hundreds of lines. And that's just a little tip. That's something that I like to do whenever I have like maybe a big MCP server or certain documentation that I know it might need to look at constantly. So now that we're pretty much set up and ready to start building, let's talk about prompting. How do we actually tell Claude Code to build us agent teams, but not just to build them, but to actually make them really good, to give you what you want? Because the truth about agent teams is that they are more expensive and they're a bit slower, but you do get much higher quality if you use them right. Now, the good news is you can pretty much invoke them just using natural language. So I kind of follow this pattern. Create a team of X number of agents using X model. So Haiku, Sonnet, or Opus. And then you basically just say the agents that you want. You would say, the first agent is X role. This agent should be doing this, and it should produce me this. It can talk to the other agents to do X, Y, and Z. And so pretty much just listing that out in natural language, whether that be an API designer, a database engineer, or a test writer. So let's take a real quick look at an example prompt. So I'm going to read this full one out. Now, what you'll notice is I start off by establishing a goal. The reason I do this is because when the agents wake up, they have no context. They basically only get the prompts that the main session feeds into them. So if we tell the main agent a goal to give to these sub-agents, they understand a little bit better, like what they're working towards, but also why they have their teammates next to them. So the goal here is to build a working full stack app with a REST API and a React front end. The end result should be a running app that I can view on a local host. It should have users and post functionality plus a QA test report confirming that everything works. So then I said, hey, create me a team of 3 teammates using Sonnet. The first one's a backend dev. It should be doing this. The second one is a front end dev, and it should be doing this. And the third one is a QA agent that should be doing this. You can see that in the descriptions I said, when you're done, message the front end dev. And then in this one, I said, wait for the back end dev's message. And then you will send all the stuff to the QA. And then I'm saying what the final deliverables should be, because the main agent spins these 3 up, and then it's going to get a bunch of information back. So what do I actually want at the end of the day? I want a running app. I want a report about pass and fail tests. And then I want a doc, which is basically what was built, key decisions, and how we run this moving forward. So we're about to hop right back into Claude Code and live prompt an agent. But real quick, let's talk about some do's and don'ts. So do have each agent own specific files, because if you don't do this and agents are sharing files, they might overwrite each other's work, which is not good. Do define the output. Don't use vague deliverables. Do name recipients. Don't just assume that they're going to understand who to talk to and why. Do have about 3 to 5 teammates. Don't go for massive agent swarms of 10 plus. That'll also be 10 times more expensive. And do give full context because of the fact that no history is given beforehand. Now, of course, they can still read everything in the project. They can still look through all of those files, but no context is fed in initially. And I will show you exactly what I mean by that when we go in here and spin up a new agent team. Okay, so I'm in that project that we set up together. I'm in a fresh session, and I'm going to send off this prompt. I said that the goal is to help me clean up the workspace. We have 3 agents called Research Team. We're using Sonnet. We've got a researcher, a strategist, and a critic. And they're basically just going to read through this project and make sure that everything's accurate and make sure that we're set up good. Let's take a look at what's going on. It's creating the research team, right? So it's created the team, and now we have a to-do list. Now what it's doing is it's going to spawn the 3 teammates in parallel. And when it spawns these, I'm going to actually show you how. So the first one is a researcher. If I click into this, you can see that this says in. So this is basically saying this is what the main agent sent to the agent. You are the researcher on the research team. Here is what your job is, and you have to be thorough and include anything that might be helpful. So this is basically the prompt that spun up that agent. You can see same exact thing happened for the strategist and for the critic. And if I clicked in, we could once again read exactly what they were prompted to do and the step-by-step instructions, including stuff like when you're done, send your 5 use cases to the critic teammate using the send message tool, which once again validates that these agents are able to talk to each other and send messages to each other. So now we can see that all 3 of our agents are running, and they are all basically just waiting for their turn. And you'll notice what it does is pretty much every time there's a new update, it updates me. So here comes another live update. Let's see if the researcher is finally done. There we go, it's done. So now what happens is we sent a message off to the researcher, and let's go ahead and see what that message actually said. So this is the main agent talking to the researcher. It said, did you send your structured inventory to both the strategist and the critic? Please make sure the strategist also received it. You were asked to message both teammates. And then we can see that the researcher confirmed that both teammates received the inventory, and now the critic is running. All right, so everything just finished up. All the reports are here. But real quick, I wanted to draw your attention to this. The main agent said, cool, let me shut down the teammates and finalize. And I'll touch on this a little bit later, but now the main agent has sent a message to each of them, the researcher, the strategist, and the critic, and basically said, you're done, save your work. So anyways, we'll come back to that in a little bit, but we now have an output, which is a new document over here, agent teams patterns, and it found a ton of stuff. There were 11 documentation gaps identified that are worth reviewing against your reference doc. So anyways, let's just click into the doc real quick. We're not going to read this whole thing because I'm assuming it is super long, but this is the actual output that we just got from this agent team. And you can see that this thing is insanely thorough. So if you wanted to really understand how agent teams work, then spin up an agent team to help you explain agent teams. Now, what you'll notice here is we were kind of able to see what was going on, but not really under the hood. We couldn't actually tell what the agents were thinking or doing. And that's because we're doing this in the Claude Code extension. If you do this in your terminal, and specifically if you have tmux installed, you can actually see the different agents working and thinking, and you can individually send messages to them. Because right here, we're kind of only communicating through the main session, and the main session sends messages to the other ones. But one of the value props of agent teams is that I could individually message a sub-agent if I wanted to. So let me show you what that looks like. All right, so right now I'm running Claude Code in a tmux terminal. Now, if you're on Windows, you have to take a little bit of a workaround, but you just have to be in a tmux terminal. So I'm not gonna do a full setup video on it right now, but I literally just had Claude Code walk me through it, and it was super simple. But anyways, what I did here is I just pasted in this prompt, which obviously is like we talked about. We have the goal, we say create me an agent team, and then we have our front-end dev, our back-end dev, and our QA. This is basically the same exact prompt that I ran in the demo, so this isn't to show you the actual deliverable. What I wanna show you guys here is the way that we can visually see this. So right here, what it's gonna do is it's going to spin up that agent team for us, right? It's setting up the task dependencies and it's assigning owners, and now it's spawning those agents. And there we go. We just got our front-end dev created right here. And this is the blue agent. We have another one right here, which is the back-end dev, and this is the green agent. And there we go, we just got our QA agent, which is the yellow one. So now I very clearly can see what each of these agents is doing, which is super cool. And now if I wanted to, I could come over here and I could check on the team status with the main session. I could come up here and I could talk to the front end dev, I could approve things, or I could give it more info. Same exact thing with the QA, or same exact thing with the back end dev. So now I literally have an agent team that I can watch and I can interact with any of them. And I can also watch them do research, create things, talk to each other. It's super cool. So like I said, I'm not gonna run this whole thing out. I just wanted to show you guys that this is possible. Okay, now that we've seen some cool demos, let's talk about how do we actually make these things better and better and understand a little bit more about what's going on. So here are 3 key rules. The first one is that each of these agents has their own territory. So they should have their own file and they should be working on their own deliverables. They can send them across and they can communicate, but they should only really all be editing their own thing. The second thing is, once again, direct messaging. They can talk to each other. They don't have to use the middleman of the main session. And then the third piece is that they can be working at the same time. It doesn't have to be agent 1 hands off to agent 2 and then agent 2 hands off to agent 3, because that honestly might not even call for an agent team. Agent teams work together in parallel and need to communicate throughout the whole process. So what do teammates instantly know when they wake up? Because we know that they don't have any context from the jump. What they do have is they inherit the permissions from the main session. So if you're on bypass permissions, then all of your agents are going to be on bypass permissions. If you allow all bash commands, then those same permissions will once again be inherited by the teammates. But the other thing to know that's very important is that any of your files, any of your MCP servers, any of your skills, all of the teammates can use and access those things. We also have a really cool ability to use something called plan approval mode. So you guys know how I've told you, always start in plan mode. If you plan with your main session before anything actually happens, it's way better. What we can do is we can have all of those agent teammates plan first, and they have to basically get their plan approved by the main agent before they're actually allowed to go execute. So it's really cool. You could also set it up where you're actually the one who has to approve every single plan, but I think it's probably better to just have the main session do that. Or maybe even one of the teammates is just the plan reviewer and approver. So I wanted to talk about some common pitfalls or mistakes that you might be making and what the fix could be for that. So the first one is if the agents keep asking permissions and they keep stopping for that, you can pre-approve certain tools. So that would be in your project settings or your local settings, you can allow certain commands, and that way they won't stop to ask you something every couple seconds. If the deliverables aren't coming out feeling holistic, maybe they're being overwritten, so make sure that you assign file owners. If you spin up an agent team and you realize that one of the agents isn't really doing much or is just sitting around, then maybe you want to specifically make sure you're assigning each agent work or some sort of dependency in your plan, in your prompt. If you're burning through way too many tokens, just use fewer agents. If it seems like your agents are losing work, then tell them to basically store everything as a temporary file that they can then call on later. And if you're getting the wrong approval and it just seems like it's off, then maybe just try to have you be the one who approves things to start until you understand the flow of how these teams work a little better. All right, so next I wanted to talk about when to use agent teams, because like I said earlier, they can be slow and expensive. So you really just want to use them when you need something pretty complex done and you need lots of different specialized agents. So think about using them if your specific process or project has multiple different areas, and that way you can have one specialized in each of those. If you need those things to be done in parallel, if you need them to be able to react to each other, assign tasks to each other, communicate with each other, and if something needs to be done at a really high quality and you want tons of different steps to make sure, then an agent team is probably a decent idea. Now, if you have a process that could be done sequentially, meaning every time it basically goes 1, 2, 3, and those steps are dependent on each other, then maybe an agent team isn't the right call. Maybe that's just sub-agents. If you need everything in one specific conversation history or one context window, then don't use teams. If you're just kind of working on the same files, don't use teams. And if it's a very simple task, then agent teams would be overkill. There might be a lot of times where you'd be able to use sub-agents instead, like I said, with sequential, or if you need a very focused result, if you don't need the agents to communicate, and if you want to save some tokens. Because once again, if you have 3 sessions running, that's basically going to be 3 times the cost. So if you have 5, it'll be 5 times the cost, which means I like to stay around maybe 2 to 5 agents max. You can keep them running parallel. Otherwise, you can use sub-agents and make sure that you are shutting them down if you see them early on going off down the wrong path, which is another reason why I think it's helpful to use the Tmux version so you can actually see them in that split pane view. And when I say shut down, which is kind of what we saw earlier, I just mean basically at the end of every session, saving your work. Because remember right here how we saw the main session say, hey, this is a shutdown request. The researcher agent here could have said, I'm not done yet. Let me save stuff. Don't shut me down yet. So when the teammates actually confirm that they're ready to be shut down, that means that everything's good and we can essentially cleanly save that work. So everything gets cleaned up and then we're good to close the session and shut down that agent team rather than just force killing it right away where things might be all out of control and not cleaned up yet. So when you give a tool as powerful as Claude Code access to literally control a browser, if you think about it, you can actually automate anything, whether that's stress testing an app, downloading reports, or even playing a game like you guys saw in my other video. So today I walk through 3 use cases that you can use when you connect Playwright CLI to Claude Code to control your browser. The first one is having it actually QA a web app and finding bugs and then fixing them. The second one is searching for dentists and finding their contact information. And then the third one, a question that everyone's asking, is can browser use actually control sessions where you need to be logged in? So I show off what I'm able to do in my school account. So I don't want to waste any time. Let's get straight into the video. All right, so I am in a fresh Claude Code project, as you can see. I'm in a folder called Browser Automation Demo, but there's nothing in here, just so you guys can follow along with exactly what I'm doing. So the first thing to do is install Playwright CLI so that we can actually do some browser automation. So I'm just going to go into plan mode and I'm going to say, hey, Claude Code, I want to use Playwright CLI in order to do some browser automation stuff, whether that means testing out web apps or taking screenshots of things, whatever the case. I just need you to figure out how you can install this for me and then go ahead and build a plan and let's do it. So I know I'm telling you guys to use Playwright CLI, but this is literally what I did when I decided I wanted to try out some browser automations, except for I said, hey, I need you to research the different tools and the different pros and cons and help me figure out what I should do. I played around with Chrome DevTools for a little bit, but now I'm using Playwright CLI. And one reason for that, while we're letting this load, is that if I do /context in here, you can see that the Chrome DevTools MCP takes up so many tokens because there's so many different tools and each tool has a description. So that's why I was like, maybe I don't want to use the MCP server. Let me just go ahead and try this Playwright CLI. And it works really well. All right, so the plan is done. We have an empty project. We're going to initialize the project, install Playwright, create a demo script, test things out. I'm gonna go ahead and accept this plan. And now I'll check in with you guys when that's done. All right, so you can see that it is done. It's been installed, and then it also tried it out already. So it ran a script to open up this page and then screenshot it, and that got saved right here. So as you can see, it was able to do that. It was able to take a screenshot, which means that everything is working. So now that we have this initial stuff set up, I'm just gonna go ahead and do a /init to basically just initialize the environment, and give us a claude.md file. All right, so there are tons of great use cases when it comes to using a browser automation, whether that is looking through Amazon or applying to a ton of positions or, downloading reports from websites that don't have an API. And what's awesome about this is it will build out these scripts that run the browser automation, right? And when you pair those custom scripts with a skill, it gets really powerful because then that process of opening up the browser and doing certain things becomes consistent and repeatable. But one thing that I think is really cool about browser automations is the ability to basically test things and automate QA. So an example I wanted to walk through with you guys is I'm going to use Claude Code in here to build us a quick web app that's going to be like a multi-page form. And I don't want to test it myself. I want to have it test it, and then it has to find the bugs, find suggestions, and then fix itself. So it's going to be us building a web app or a form, and it's going to be like completely hands-off. That's the goal at least. So let's hop into plan mode and let's get started. I need you to build me a form submission website. Now I want this to basically be one page per question. So as soon as I open up the page, it should ask me for my first name, and then there should be a button that prompts me to hit enter. When I hit enter, I go to the next page, and then I have my last name, and then I have my phone number, and then I have my business, and I have maybe, let's just say 8 questions about me and kind of getting me onboarded into this, fake business or whatever. I just want to do this to see and test the functionality of what you're able to build me here. Okay, so that is phase 1. Phase 1, we're going to get an initial version of the website, and then before I even open it up and test it, we're going to go into plan mode again and see if just Claude Code with the browser automation can test it, iterate, test it, iterate. Okay, here is our plan. Multi-page onboarding form. The user wants a polished multi-page onboarding form. We have the architecture. There's 12 total questions, which look good to me. We've got some files it's going to make, some implementation details here, and all of this looks good to me. So we're going to go back into the main session and accept those changes. Okay, so that just finished up. We have the files have been created. We've got a server that this is running on. It's going to be on a local host. We also have 12 one per page questions. And what I noticed it doing is it was taking screenshots, and I didn't even tell it to. So if I open up screenshots, you can see we now have these pictures. So let me just look at these. We've got number 1, which is what is your first name? Number 2, last name, best phone number to reach you at. There's even, if you can see, there's like one of those scroll bars at the top where it's like showing, how many questions in they are. So for a one-shot prompt and the fact that it's already flipping through and taking screenshots, I'm pretty impressed. But we have to see how it's able to actually test it out. So now I'm going to go back into plan mode and I'm going to say, yep, absolutely. Spin up a server so that you can actually run this. And then what I want you to do is use your browser use and test it out. So fill in the fields, click through, and if there's any bugs or if there's anything wrong with the functionality of the site, make note so that you can go ahead and fix the actual site itself. And I also want you to do this in a headed browser so that I can watch what's going on. So I'm going to shoot that off. It's going to make a plan, but that is one important distinction. By default, you could say, hey, I always want you to run Playwright in a headed browser, but there is headed or headless, meaning it could be running this headless where it wouldn't show us on screen, but it is still running on its own tab and clicking through things. Okay, here is the QA pass, the headed browser testing. I'm not gonna read this. I think that this is pretty clear of what we want. I'm gonna go ahead and accept it. So what happens is for every kind of like bot that we wanna run, it has to write its own script. So I believe that this is this one that it's writing, which is the test onboarding.js. And this is basically what instructs the bot on what to do. And then when we wanted to turn this into a skill, which is basically like QAing our website, we would say, okay, when you want to QA, then you run the bot, and then you take the feedback from the bot, and then you make changes, and then you run the bot again. And so that's how we can turn kind of like all of these different pieces into an actual process. Okay, also that wasn't even the script. The script that it's writing for this is QA-test. So now you see what I mean. Okay, so the window just popped up. I'm gonna move it into view, and we should be able to watch it fill in. It did Nathan. Okay, it went backwards. Now it's on the second one, Nathan Harrison. Filling in a phone number, it's continuing to click through, Harrison Tech. We've got a email. We've got founder and CEO. It shows a company size, look from a drop down. Okay. Technology, referral, primary goal, website, continue, and anything else. Okay, it looks like it's having a little bit of trouble here now. It keeps kind of glitching out. But once again, I'm not gonna stop it. I'm gonna let it figure out what it needs to do. Okay, so it just shut down, and now it said, okay, found some issues. Let me review the screenshots to understand what happened. So what you guys didn't notice is that in there, it took more screenshots. So we can see now we have QA and we have all of these screenshots that it took during that test. So it says, okay, the UI looks polished. That's great. It did look really good. But the first bug is that enter on text area didn't advance to review. It stayed on the notes page. The second bug is that the review page never loaded. The test found 0 review items and the edit button was intercepted by a stale page overlay. And now it was able to use that feedback to fix the actual bugs in the site itself. And this is just really cool because if you've ever built software or websites or apps or whatever, there are so many bugs and you don't always find them until it's maybe too late or maybe a customer found it. So the fact that you can automate QA by having multiple different headed browsers or even headless browsers spin up, and you can say, hey, you test for X, you test for Y, you test for Z, and just have them running and fixing and running and fixing is a complete game changer. And now, without me even asking, it says, okay, I'm gonna start the server and I'm going to rerun the test. So we're basically getting it stuck in this loop of testing, validating, and it's really, really cool. So I think it's doing another quick test just to see if it truly is good, but okay, nice. So second test went all the way through and now it should be shutting down and telling us what it learned. As you can see, it just shut down. So now you can see it has finally passed the tests and it goes ahead and ends the process because now the server is good. So like I said, the next step from there would be to turn that into a skill. But what else can we do with browser automations? Because they're definitely not perfect, right? So let's say we wanted to do something on the web. Let's say we wanted it to just be able to go to Google, search for, I don't know, let's just say dentists, and maybe capture like some phone numbers. All right, here is our plan. Build a Playwright script that automates Google search to find dentist offices in California. We will basically launch the browser, do the Google search, collect the links, visit each site, and print a summary. So that looks good to me. We're gonna go ahead and shoot this off, and hopefully it's gonna be decent on the first try. I'm going to tell you guys right now, it's probably not, but what's gonna happen is we're gonna have it learn. So it's going to open up the browser, it's gonna fail, and we're gonna say, okay, keep learning, keep updating the script, and don't stop until you're done. I literally stepped away to go get water, and I came back and I saw a browser open with some dentist offices up. Wow. So it visited all 5 sites and it was able to find some phone numbers. Now that's really cool because it actually learned while it was going and it said that Google blocked the automation. So it switched to DuckDuckGo. So I told it this time, don't stop until it actually finds 5 phone numbers. So it's going to be a little bit more aggressive. And this time I'm actually here to watch it. Okay, so here we are. It just searched for dentist office LA. You can see there's a phone number. I just saw one on screen, so it probably grabbed that screenshot. I see another one on this page, so it's getting pretty lucky here. It's finding the phone numbers pretty quick. But what I just noticed is it's still going to the site and it's still clicking on the contact button. Even though the phone number was up in the top right, visible, it still clicked on the contact button, which I thought is pretty cool. So this time it got all these phone numbers for these dental offices. So naturally, the next question that I'm sure you guys have is, how could it work on things that I'm already logged into? So let's just find out. So I'm gonna go to plan mode and just ask it what would happen. So there are a couple of approaches. We could do persistent browser profile, meaning it can launch a browser using my existing Chrome user data, which already has me logged into school. We could do manual login and handoff in headed mode, or we could connect to a running browser. Okay, so that's pretty cool. It could open up the browser, I could sign in, and then I could just basically keep that signed in and have it do whatever it needs to do. But I do want to try option 1, which it recommended in the first place. Okay, so we have the plan, which is going to go into my school community. It's going to go to the Win channel, and it's going to like those posts. So we've got the context, the approach. Obviously, you guys know what these plans look like. Let's just see what it did on this first try, and I'm going to go ahead and accept. Okay, so apparently when it runs this, I'm going to have to log in manually the first time. But then in the future, it will basically save that session. So let's see how that works. All right, it opened up school.com. Okay, it opened up school.com. Okay, so what just happened is it opened it up and then it closed it. And then it opened it up and it went to my community and closed it. And now I think it's actually gonna let me log in. So let me try that real quick. Okay, so I logged in and then the browser shut down. So now I said, okay, cool, I logged in. Hopefully now when it launches up this browser, it already has me logged in. Okay, so there it is, nice. You can see that I am already logged in, which is great. Okay, so it's trying to find the wins channel. It looks like it found it. All of these look like they are wins. Now let's see what it's able to do here. If it's, oh, I just saw it try to like the post. Okay. It just liked that one. Interesting. So it's like liking them and unliking them. So that's one thing we're gonna have to fix. But it is scrolling down. It got to the wins channel and it is now trying to like posts. But as you guys can see, it's not perfect. So I hope that it's able to realize that it's not really liking them. Yeah, it's basically going like, unlike, like, unlike. And it also just said liking too fast. So let's see if it's able to learn. Okay, there we go. All right, so what I'm gonna do at this point is, I've seen enough. I'm gonna shut this down and hopefully it's able to use that feedback to get better. So the login persisted, it found the wins channel, it even found the heart-shaped SVG buttons, but it crashed during the page evaluate for liking. So it's seen all that, and now it's going to make the script even better. So I will say with browser automations, I think that this is completely normal, which is why I had a little bit of doubt earlier in the dentist example, but literally every time that you use the script, it's going to get better. So it's about to run it again. Let's see how it does this time. It was able to just find the wins channel. Now, one thing I might want to tell it is I might want to sort it from newest posts rather than just going straight to the wins channel. And it went ahead and shut down again. So it's continuously trying to learn and get better at this script. I'm actually going to stop this and I'm going to try to course correct it a little bit. So I'm going to go into plan mode and I'm going to say, so a couple issues from the first couple runs. The first thing is that it was hitting the like button like 4 times. So it ended up not even liking the post. The second thing is once you switch to the wins channel, try to filter the posts by newest. So there's a little kind of sandwich bar menu option near the channel filter, and that will allow you to change the view to newest. And then you can go through and make sure that all of the posts are liked. You can tell that they are liked because the thumbs up icon on the post will be yellow rather than gray. All right, so we got the browser open. Nice, it was just able to switch to newest. And now it's going through and liking. It skipped over that one because it already liked it. Yeah, this is awesome. This seems to be doing the trick. It's liking my own posts, which is a little bit but besides that, it's actually working. And it's skipping over the ones that are already yellow, which is great. It even just went to the next page and it's still liking. So this would go through and like every single post in the wins channel. So I'm going to shut that down now just because I don't want it to go ahead and do all that right now. But that worked and it took what, maybe 4 or 5 iterations. And now what I would do is I would build a skill out of that. So I could just say, hey, run the school like skill. So anyways, I know that that was kind of a simple use case, but the point I was trying to prove is that yes, you can automate stuff in areas where you need to be logged in. And also like school is one of the least automation friendly platforms ever. So there's so much stuff that I do in there that's very repetitive. And now I could build out different bots and different scripts and skills in order to help me manage some of that, repetitive stuff. Creating pages, switching up links, reorganizing the community, stuff like that. All right, so we're really flying through this course. Unfortunately now we have to talk about some stuff that might not seem as fun. So we're about to hop into some things that are a little bit more complex. Like I said, kind of boring, but really important to understand. So we're gonna get into some stuff with permissions, context management, GitHub, and work trees. Okay, welcome back to the fun stuff, the slides. You guys can obviously tell I enjoy the slides because I'm sitting down and normally I am standing up. So let's get into it. So we're gonna talk about context management a little bit and then some GitHub stuff and some Git work trees stuff. So we've talked about context management a lot. We've talked about Claude.md files a lot, but we haven't really spent a lot of time on like strategies to basically make sure that the window doesn't fill up super quick and that we keep the quality of our executive assistant high or the quality of our project high. So let's get on into this one. The first tip, of course, is Claude.md. Keep it lean and focused because it is injected at the beginning of every conversation. This is really, really, really important. Like this, cutting down your Claude.md file from a couple hundred lines, 5, 6, 700 to 100 will make a huge difference right off the bat. So what you do is you treat this as the never forget rules. You treat this as the source of truth that Claude Code needs to know every single time before it messages you. Because there's a lot of things that it's nice to have, but you don't need to have. So all of your detailed reference docs that are usually the nice to haves, put those somewhere else. As long as Claude Code knows where to find them, you're set. So this was the example of my executive assistant, right? You are Nate Herc's executive assistant. Here are full details about me or my work or my team or my current priorities. That's one example. You could also do things like this. So you have the Google Workspace CLI. You're authenticated as Nate. Now, if you need actual information about how to use this, then just look up this doc. So if you can't do it on your own and you're running into issues, then you can go right here in the references folder to a markdown file called GWS CLI reference, and you can find all the other operations that you need. So super simple. You do the same thing with your skills. You do the same thing with other rules, stuff like that. The next one is to use /clear and /compact strategically. So we've talked about this before, right? So use /clear to wipe history after big tasks, or if you're completely switching topics. But before you clear, what you can do is you can make handoff docs. So you can literally have it, this is essentially compacting, create a doc about what you were working on, whether that's going to be just for the short term, a temporary file, or if it's going to be a long-term memory file. And then when you move over to a new session, it's almost like you didn't even really move to a new session because all the information is right there, which is basically what compacting is, right? It summarizes and retains the essential information mid-session so that you can keep certain items and you can keep certain conversation history. The other thing is to visualize your context a lot. So /context, really powerful tool. I've showed that a few times, and you can see what's eating up tokens. And one thing that I realized when I was doing this is that MCP servers take up so many tokens. And sometimes it's just not worth it. So I think that's another tip that I have on this slide, next slide. So I won't dive into that too much, but this allows you to identify waste and delete things that you're not using. If you've got something in your context of that project that's taking up, I don't know, let's just say a % or 2 of context every time, get rid of it unless you're using it, right? Like it's the same thing of looking at your budget, like what's coming out of your account every month, what subscriptions. If you're not using the subscription, don't keep paying for it. Get rid of it. So this is what it would look like, right? You do /context. You can see everything takes up tokens. You can see in this project, when I have a brand new session, I'm already at 24,000 tokens. So that's over a 10th. I have system prompt, system tools, MCP tools, custom agents, memory files, skills, all this stuff. Here's an example of just Chrome dev tools. Every single tool takes up tokens because every tool has a description of what it does so that Claude Code could see that description and grab it. And that's where these tokens come from. We also have custom agents, same thing. We have memory files. We have skills. They all have tokens that they take up natively. So this is how you can eliminate that waste. Next, we have plan upfront and work in phases. So create a dedicated plan saved to a file and then work off that plan. Now, let's say we have a plan for a app and the app has 5 stages. Let me work with Claude Code. Let's get us that plan doc. Okay, cool. Save the plan doc. Now I can open up a new session and say, hey, look at this plan doc. This is what we're doing. You're on phase 1. Help me do this. Like, you know what I mean? You have that context now without having to stay in the same session. So that's one tip to do something like that. Limit your open sessions. So it's really cool that you can do, like 10 to 15 sessions at once. I tend to not do that anymore. I used to for a while because I thought it was so cool. Because what happens is you can't juggle and understand how much context is going on in that many sessions. Like you could, but it's harder to be aware of how much context you've used. And the issue there is that if you're not aware, you might run into context rot, right? And if you run into context rot, that means that your outputs are probably worse or they have to be double checked by a human more likely. And if you're running that many sessions, it's easier to lose track and it's easier to just think, oh, it's good. AI did it. We're good. So that's why I would not recommend doing any more than 3 to 4 parallel sessions, keeping actual tabs on what's going on. Subagents for isolated tasks. So delegating file-heavy investigations to subagents. These subagents run in separate context. And there's a full video in this course about subagents. But basically the idea of if you have tons and tons of data, so like let's say you're working in a main session and you have a full YouTube transcript, a 15-minute YouTube video transcript that you want to read in this session, don't have your main session do it. Say, hey, subagent, read this, give me the key highlights. And that way the main session's context doesn't get polluted with all of that nonsense that it doesn't need. Shared memory files for multi-agents. So this is really cool because you can have multiple agents working across the same plan doc or task list. Now we do have agent teams, which once again, this course has a video about, but if you want to basically Frankenstein your own way and have more control, you can have multiple agents look at and work off of the same file. The thing you have to be careful of though, is if they're working in parallel, you run the risk of having them overwrite each other. So as long as you can manage that, and have that sort of like persistent memory across different agents without them overwriting, then it is a very powerful technique to potentially save yourself a lot of tokens. We also have local semantic search over grep. So if you have large code bases or projects, grep, which is one of the tools we learned about, is going to search through things in a much less efficient way than using like actual semantic search, because that's kind of more of like the meaning search rather than just like keyword matching. So benchmarks have actually shown that you can get a 97% reduction in tokens when you're doing local semantic searches like that. So that's just something to keep in mind. I have not yet, truthfully, gotten to the point where I need to do this, but it is something to keep in mind. Okay, now let's move on a little bit to GitHub and work trees. So this is really important, right? Because you need to understand where things live, how you track version control, how you can collaborate, how you can move local code bases between devices, and then work trees. So basically making sure that you're not breaking anything. So these are two really important concepts to understand. And before we get into all this technical stuff that might seem overwhelming, just know this. AI knows GitHub and work trees so well. They know GitHub and work trees so much better than you ever will, unless you're maybe from a developer background. They certainly know GitHub and work trees better than I ever will. So all you have to do is be very strategic and smart about what you want and what you don't want. Meaning, if you want to save your work, if you want to roll back to a different version, if you want to share this with someone else, just use your natural language, and Claude Code will help you do that with GitHub or with work trees. It's super, super simple. It just kind of goes back to what I talked about at the very, very beginning of this course, where I was like, be genuinely curious. That's like the number one mindset shift. Okay, so there is a difference though between Git and GitHub. Git is a version control system. It is a tool that tracks every change that you make to your projects, and this can be locally. Think of it like a time machine for your project. So every time you save a meaningful change, which is something that they call a commit, Git takes a snapshot of your entire project at that moment. So later, if something breaks, you can effectively rewind. So it's like you're getting a checkpoint, right? So a few concepts. A repo or a repository. That's basically a folder that Git is watching. It contains all the files plus the full history of every change ever made. And it's like, a bank account for your code. It has everything, all the transactions, everything. Now, what is a commit? This is a snapshot of your project at a specific point in time. So each commit includes what you're describing, it includes what you've changed and describes why, and basically like hitting save on a Word doc or a video game or a video file. Branch. This is a separate copy of your project where you can make changes without affecting the main version. So almost like you clone it, you change things, and then if you like it, you can merge it back in. The default branch is usually called main, and when you create a new branch, like feature login, you're essentially saying, let me try something without risking the stable version. So it's almost like the way that you have, workflows that are published and workflows that are in draft mode or inactive. And you would never want to make live changes to the published version. You would change things in the test environment. You would change things as a draft. And then once you like it, you push that to prod or you push that to main or whatever different terminology you have. It's that same concept, right? And that's where push comes in, right? Uploading your local commits to the online version of your repo, so syncing to cloud. A pull is downloading the latest changes from the online repo to your local machine, so you're pulling it in. And then a merge is combining the changes from one branch into another. Once your feature is done and tested, you can merge it back into the main. So that's how we do everything here very, very safely. GitHub. So GitHub is basically the cloud service built on top of Git. So while Git runs on our local computer and tracks our files, GitHub hosts them online so that you can access them from anywhere. You can back them up, you can collaborate with others, do whatever you need. And that's how you can maybe take your executive assistant that's right now locally, push it to GitHub, and then if you have a laptop and you want to go on a vacation, you can bring your laptop with you and pull in the repo so you still have your executive assistant there. So think of it like this. Git is the engine that tracks your changes. GitHub is the parking garage in the cloud where your project lives so that it's safe and accessible. What does GitHub actually give you? Well, cloud backup, collaboration, pull requests, and version history. So cloud backup is pretty self-explanatory. Collaboration means that multiple people can work on the same project without overwriting each other's work. Pull requests means that you can propose changes and have them reviewed before you merge them into the main project. And so that's how you can have multiple engineers working on the same GitHub repo, all pushing different feature requests and, working on their own things and merging it all back into the main environment safely. And then you can also see version history, which would basically just mean, let's say you have a project, you push 10 different commits, you can see each commit. And if you needed to roll back to a certain commit, you could. You could see who made the commit. You could see what was the purpose of that commit. You can just see everything, right? Okay, so the basic workflow would be create a GitHub repository for your project. Clone a copy of it to your local computer. Create a branch for your new feature or fix. Make changes and then commit. Push the branch to GitHub. Open a pull request to propose merging your changes into the main, and then you review, approve, and merge. That's typically the way that it works when you have a team working on a project. So this is exactly how professional developers and teams work, and it's the same workflow Claude Code uses behind the scenes when managing the project. Once again, Claude Code understands these best practices, and when you need to save things or roll back, it will help you do that. So now that you understand all that stuff, work trees should probably click a little bit better. So a work tree lets you check out multiple branches from the same repo at the same time, each on its own folder on your computer. So the problem is that normally in Git, you can only work on one branch at a time within that folder. So if you're building out a new feature and suddenly you need to go to a different branch, you would have to either stop what you're doing and save it, or you would have to just commit it and it might not be finished yet. So it's risky. So this problem is solved with work trees because you can basically just create a second working directory just to work on that branch or just to work on your own fix. So your original work basically just stays there and you just open up a separate one and they're isolated. They don't touch each other, right? So Claude Code has built-in native support for Git work trees using a command. The good news is you don't ever have to really run this if you don't want. Claude Code can do it, but you could also, if you want full control, you could start up your own work tree. This means you can run multiple Claude Code sessions at the same time, each working on a completely different task without any of them interfering with each other. So it is very, very safe. Okay, great job getting through the stuff that I thought was the most boring about learning Claude Code. And now let's just kind of get back into some more fun stuff. So I'm gonna go over some hacks with you guys and then just show you some cool things that you can do with Claude Code. And I think it's pretty fun. So let's get into it. These are the Claude Code hacks that took me from a complete beginner to mass producing workflows and building websites, apps, and AI agents in real time. So today we're going to be going from beginner hacks all the way to advanced power user stuff, and the best ones are saved at the end. All right, so starting off with our beginner hacks, number one is to run /init on every project. So if you've already got an existing project with files already in there, the first thing you should do is open it up and type /init. Claude Code will then scan your entire code base, your folders, your files, and it will generate a claude.md file, which is basically like a cheat sheet for that project. It'll map out your architecture, your conventions, and any key files that you have in there. So instead of having to re-explain your project every session, Claude will basically just contextualize everything and initialize everything and know what you're working with. And if you're starting a new project from scratch, then you can have Claude Code help you create that claude.md file yourself just by explaining what's the goal of this project, what tech stack you want to use, or any rules or key folders and files. All right, number two is to set up a status line. So if you're working in the terminal, you can type /status line and tell Claude Code what you want to see, your model, your context percentage, cost, whatever. It basically generates a little script that sits at the bottom of the terminal. So as you're talking, every single time, you can just see that status line. It's just kind of like a mini dashboard for your session. So it's really helpful to always be able to see how much context you have left so you can avoid context rot. Hack number three is using voice input. So Claude Code just shipped a native /voice command, which means you can literally just talk to your terminal and have it code for you now. So it's still rolling out. It will be out for everyone soon. But another good hack would just be to use an app to actually be able to voice dictate anywhere. So if you want to see the tool that I use, you can check out the description. Now I can just talk and words will appear anywhere. Hack number four is to keep your context small. So don't dump your entire code base into a conversation. Only give Claude what it needs for the current task. So try to break big problems into small focused steps. The less noise in the context window, the better Claude performs. It's simple, but a lot of people ignore this. Hack number five is to use /context to find your token bloat. So if you do /context, you'll see exactly what's eating your tokens, whether that's system prompts or file contents, MCP servers, whatever it is. All of that gets broken down into percentages. So if your session feels a little bloated, you can actually investigate it, diagnose where the problem is, and then restructure. Hack number six is to compact at 60% and also clear between tasks. So when your context hits around 60%, then type /compact, and Claude Code will compress your conversation history so that you can keep going without losing important stuff. And something interesting is that you can actually do a /compact, but you can tell it to keep certain things. Like, hey, /compact, but keep all of the API integration decisions and database schema. So Claude will automatically shrink everything down and preserve the stuff that you need to keep in there. And if you're actually going to switch to a completely different task and you don't need that conversation history, then use /clear to just wipe the slate clean, and you're starting from a new conversation. But luckily, you still have your Claude.md, you still have all the other files, so it's not like you're actually starting from scratch. So hack number 7 is to always start in plan mode. So that means you can hit Shift-Tab to cycle between modes, or you just choose it manually. And once Claude's in plan mode, it can still read, it can still research, but it won't actually change anything. So Claude will outline the steps, it will ask clarifying questions, and it will map out the approach before writing a single line of code, which has been shown to improve the quality. Now, once you like the plan, you switch out of plan mode, tell it to execute, and this alone will dramatically reduce how many times that you have to go back and correct Claude. Hack number 8, we have to treat Claude like a junior developer, which means don't always give it direct commands like write me a function that does X, but try to understand how you can give it problems. So saying, how should we handle growth tracking? And let it think through the approach, because when it makes its own assumptions and it thinks through decisions, you can ask it to explain those. And this has also been shown to get better outputs when Claude reasons through the problem first. So it's like plan mode, but now you're having it think a little bit deeper. Okay, hack number 9 is to make Claude ask questions. So a lot of times in plan mode, it will do this natively, but you can actually tell it to invoke its ask user question tool. You can tell it, continuously ask me questions until you're 95% confident that you understand exactly what I need and exactly what you need to do. And once again, this alignment helps you from having to go back and forth with, 3 or 4 rounds of revisions. All right, hack number 10 is build self-checking into the to-do lists. So you know how Claude makes a to-do list when it starts building? Well, you can actually build verification steps right into that list. So let's say one to-do is to build a website. The very next to-do could be take a screenshot of the website and check that everything looks right. And then maybe the next step is to open Chrome DevTools to use the browser and make sure that there are no actual errors in functionality. So you're now baking quality checks directly into the execution plan, so Claude isn't just building stuff and handing it to you for feedback, but now it's building something, checking it, making sure everything's good, and then getting your feedback. And another cool thing that I like to do here is say, don't move on to your next to-do until you're 95% confident that that to-do is good. Because it's AI, it's really hard to one-shot what you're looking for, but you'd rather have it one-shot 90% of the way there rather than one-shot 60 or 65%. Okay, so those were our beginner hacks. Now let's step it up a little bit. These next ones are for the people who are already kind of using Claude Code a little bit and want to move faster. All right, so hack number 11 is to deploy subagents for parallel work. Try telling the main session to use subagents in your prompt when you're working on complex problems. Claude will spin up isolated subagents that each have their own context window. They can each be using their own model. And each agent works in parallel, which means the main thread stays clean while the subagents go do research, write tests, or explore different approaches. When they're done, they all report back to that main agent with their findings. So it's like having a team of developers instead of just having one. And you can even pair this with the model hack for cheaper tokens, which means you can have all the subagents running on Haiku for simpler stuff, and your main thread can stay on Opus. All right, hack number 12 is to build custom skills. This means you can create reusable prompt files in your .claude/skills directory. So for example, you can have one skill called techdebt.md, which tells Claude exactly how to scan for technical debt. Or you can have one called codereview.md, which knows exactly how to review your code base. And then all you have to do is invoke that skill in natural language or just use the / command directly. And it will run that entire workflow consistently every single time. You can even commit them to GitHub and your whole team can instantly use them as well. So you can automate your actual SOPs. All right, so hack number 13 is something that I alluded to a little bit earlier, but that's basically just using Haiku for subagents. Because you can set the model for the subagents that you spin up, when you have simple tasks or processing a large amount of data, then use Haiku. It's way cheaper and it still gets the job done. Specifically, if you need a subagent to go scrape a ton of different articles, read hundreds of thousands of tokens, and then just give your main agent, just a small summary or the key highlights. It just doesn't really make sense to have such a heavy and expensive model reading hundreds of thousands of tokens if it just needs a few bits of information. And if you do this right, it can really keep your costs down without sacrificing quality where it matters. All right, hack number 14 is to constantly be refreshing your Claude.md file. Once there's a new discovery about your project, update the Claude.md. Once you've made some new skills, update the Claude.md. You want Claude to be logging new patterns, new gotchas, and any new conventions that it discovered during your session. So next time that you start it up, it already knows all of this. This will help prevent repeat mistakes, and it will make Claude smarter about you, your business, your project, all that kind of stuff over time. But here's the catch. You don't want to let it bloat. because the Claude.md file is basically the system prompt and it gets loaded into every single conversation. And everything in there is going to eat up at your context window. So I try to keep mine simple and only put the most important information in there. I like to keep it between 150 and 200 lines max. If it starts getting longer than that, then it's time to trim down some things, which leads perfectly into the next hack, number 15, which is to have Claude.md route to other files. Because it potentially eats so many tokens, you want to keep it lean, but you do have a lot of information in there. But what's cool is you can route it to different places. So you can have it link out to separate files for stuff like style guides or business context or reference docs. Just point to those files in the Claude.md so Claude knows exactly where to look. And then you're also not wasting tokens on information that it doesn't always need. Because in its system prompt, it doesn't need to know the exact status of a certain project, but it does need to know exactly where to go look to find that information. Hack number 16 is to exit early and re-ask. So if you notice that Claude starts going down the wrong path, don't just wait for it to finish. Hit escape, correct course, and then reprompt. Every token that it spends going the wrong direction is just wasted context. So steer tight and steer early. At the end of the day, it is AI. Hack number 17 is to challenge outputs aggressively. So if Claude gives you something that's just okay, push back. Say scrap that, do a more elegant version, or this isn't good enough, try again with a completely different approach. Claude will often give you a dramatically better output on the second try when you set a higher bar, and now it knows what to not do. The key is, once it comes back with something better, tell it to update itself, whether that be the skill or the Claude.md, so it doesn't make that sort of mistake again. Hack number 18 is to use /rewind for quick undos. So if you make a wrong turn, just try using /rewind, and Claude will roll back to a previous point in the conversation without you having to start over. So it's super quick, super clean. Hack number 19 is using hooks for notifications. So if you type /hooks, you can set up a notification hook, or you can just have Claude Code do this for you in completely natural language. So for example, what I like to do is when I have Claude finish up a session or finish a chat, it sends me an actual noise notification, because now I can work on something else on my computer, or I can literally have 15 different sessions of Claude Code running. And if I hear that noise, I know that one of them is done and needs some more input from me. Hack number 20 is using screenshots. Just remember that Claude can actually see, and this is a huge unlock, which means you can feed it error messages, which means you can feed it, inspiration websites. You can also do a really cool self-check loop where you can say things like, take a screenshot of the website and tell me if the layout looks right. And it will literally screenshot it, analyze it visually, and tell you what's off. So if you remember one of the hacks from earlier where I said to have it check itself, when I'm building websites, I basically have it design the website, screenshot, and then implement new changes, and then do that again. And so it does like 3 passes of building and screenshots before it even gives me V1. And in that flow, the V1 that it gives me is so much better than a V1 that it used to give me. Hack number 21 is to use Chrome DevTools. So Claude can open a browser, it can interact with an app, it can check the functionality of things. And so it's kind of like the screenshot loop, but instead of for like websites and design, it's for actual functionality of like apps and buttons. This is huge for front-end work, so definitely give it a try. But this also means that it can do things like filling out forms and potentially like recaptchas and stuff. But this is also huge because if there's not an explicit API somewhere, it can go in and manually do things. I think that it could also solve CAPTCHAs, but it's probably better if you're already signed in somewhere and all it has to do is navigate, click buttons, fill out things. Hack number 22 is to clone inspiration sites. So you can take screenshots of sites that you really like and feed it to Claude and say, make it look like this. Claude will recreate the design patterns without making it look like generic AI slop. And this is huge for front-end quality because you could also use the site as inspiration by taking some of the actual like HTML styling and feed that into Claude too. So yes, Claude could essentially clone a website, but what you want to do is take that as kind of a template and give it your own touch. Okay, so now we're going to move on to some more advanced stuff. These hacks are for people who really want to push Claude Code to its limits. So let's go. All right, hack number 23 is to run parallel sessions with Git work trees. Normally when you're working on a project, you've got it in one folder with all your files in it. So if you want to run 2 different sessions in the same folder at the same time, they might overwrite each other's work. And that's where work trees come in. So think of work tree like basically making a parallel copy of your project, except it's way more efficient than actually copying the folder. You just type in Claude --worktree and then that feature name. So Claude will then create an isolated workspace on its own branch. You could then open up another terminal and type in the same thing with a different feature name, and it will open up a different branch. So now you can be working on the same project at the same time without having those coding agents step on each other. You could have 3, 4, or 5 of these things going at once. And when you're done, you can have them just merge the branches back together, just like you would with any other Git branch. So all the work gets saved back to the main project, once again, without overwriting each other's files. All right, hack number 24 is to use API endpoints instead of MCP servers, depending on the situation, but here's what I mean by that. MCP servers are great because you can look at all the different tools and execute any of them, but they load their entire tool definitions into the context window. So if you're tight on tokens, sometimes it's better to just use direct API endpoints instead. So for example, let's say you're using Notion and you only actually need to be able to read one database. It makes no sense to show Claude how to do all of the other functions if for this specific project, you only have to read one file. So instead, just hard code in that endpoint, and now you're saving tons and tons of tokens. All right, hack number 25 is to use /loop for recurring tasks. So you can type, hey, every 5 minutes, check in on the deployment, and Claude will rerun that prompt in that same session every single 5 minutes, unless you close out of that session. You can set it to monitor a PR, check error logs, pull a build, whatever. It runs in the background and it only interrupts you when something actually needs your attention. You can even set one-time reminders in natural language, like remind me at 3 p.m. to check in with the team on X. Now, the only caveat here is these actual loops will only last for 3 days. So if you need a scheduled automation that's a little bit longer term, then you're going to want to use the desktop scheduled tasks. Although the only difference here is every time one of those tasks spin up, it's in an individual session, so it doesn't have that context memory. Number 26 is to host on a VPS for always on sessions. So if you want to run Claude Code on a remote server, it'll stay running even when your laptop is closed, which means you can SSH in whenever you need to interact, which means you can talk to it through Telegram anytime. This is perfect for long-running tasks where you don't want to babysit a local terminal. Hack number 27 is you can use remote control from your phone. So this is a pretty new feature, but Claude Code now lets you control local sessions from your phone or any browser. You start a task at your local desk, and then you walk away, and you can keep steering it from your phone. Your code never actually leaves your local machine, but it's just the remote connection is on your phone. So you can start something heavy, go grab a coffee, go on a walk, and you can keep building from your pocket. Hack number 28 is there's no SQL data analytics. So you can connect CLI tools like BigQuery's BQ tool to Claude Code. And then you can just ask questions in plain English, like what were our top 10 revenue sources last quarter? And Claude will instantly translate that into the right query, run it, and then give you that answer. No SQL required. And this should work for any CLI-based tool. Number 28 is UltraThink. When you need Claude Code to really think through a hard problem, like architecture decisions, complex debugging, big refactors, or maybe it's just not giving you the right output after a couple prompts, try using UltraThink. You literally just type the word and it will go all colorful. And this means that it allocates the maximum thinking budget of around 32,000 tokens before Claude actually responds. So don't always use this for a simple fix, but absolutely use it if you're making decisions that might affect the entire system. Or like I said, if after the first couple tries, it's not giving you what you want. Hack 30 is to edit permissions for safe autonomy. A lot of people, including myself, have shown on videos using dangerously skip permissions to make sure that Claude can just run without asking for approval on every single step. And yeah, it's much faster, but it is called dangerously skip permissions for a reason. So the smarter way to go about it is to go into your permissions and explicitly allow the commands that you know are safe, and then explicitly deny anything that's destructive, like deletes or removes. And now you can actually get to the point where you have the same exact speed and autonomy of dangerously skip permissions without it being very dangerous. And anything in the deny list is going to take priority over anything in the allow list. Hack number 31 is to use agent teams. So remember how we talked about subagents, being able to run agents in parallel that have fresh context but can't talk to each other? Agent teams are like that, but all of the agents can talk to each other, so it gets really, really cool. They share a task list, they can communicate with each other, and they can even assign each other work. And you can actually talk to each of those individual agents instead of just having to go through the main one, and then the main one would communicate with sub-agents. These are a little bit more expensive and they do run longer, but they will give you a much more cohesive output for a big project. Hack number 32 is Context 7 MCP. This one's a game changer. You can install the Context 7 MCP server, and then whenever you need information on current documentation, just prompt it to use that MCP server. The problem that it solves is that Claude's training data has a cutoff, which means sometimes it might suggest functions or APIs that have been renamed or deprecated or just don't even exist anymore. So Context 7 fixes that because it has up to 8 version-specific technical documentation about live code examples from thousands of popular libraries that you probably need with a coding assistant like Next.js, React, MongoDB, you name it. So it's able to pull and read all current documentation and then inject it into the conversation before Claude actually starts writing any code. So it's basically one command to install, and from there, all of your coding agents are working with much more up-to-date information, and it's a huge quality improvement. All right, so I know that we covered a ton of information in this video, so what I did is I threw all of this into a PDF resource guide so that you can just come back and reference them whenever you want. That's available completely for free inside of my free school community. The link for that is down in the description. But that's gonna do it for this one. So if you guys enjoyed or you learned something new, please give it a like. It definitely helps me out a ton. And as always, I appreciate you guys making it to the end of the video. I will see you all in the next one. Thanks, everyone. All right, so here I am in Claude Code in the terminal right over here. But what you'll notice is that this agent is actually my Claude Code agent. So when I send off this message where I'm asking it to spin up 2 researcher agents, one to research Google, one to research OpenAI, and then create a visual diagram, you'll see that this agent actually gets that task. And now you can see that we have 3 agents actually running right now in parallel. This one's researching Google AI strengths, and this one is researching OpenAI strengths. And this is the main one that delegated the tasks to those 2 researcher agents. which you can also see on this right-hand side. That's exactly what's being ran right now. And if I wanted to open up another terminal, so I add another agent, it plops in another agent right here in which I can have a different conversation with. Give me a quick analysis of my YouTube comment section from the past couple videos I've made. So now I shoot that message off to this AI agent in Claude Code, and it's going to pick up the task and start working on other things. As you can see now, this one is searching files and finding out what it needs to do. And you just heard that little notification noise, which means that this spun up a sub-agent, and you can see that it was analyzing comments, but now it needs approval. So basically what we have here is a visual way to see all of the different terminals and sub-agents that we have working in Claude Code. We get notifications and we get visual things like this that tell us what they're doing. So I can see that those sub-agents on this left-hand side are disappearing. So I can hop back over to that first terminal and I'll be able to see that this first one is already done. And now the OpenAI one is still being worked on, which is this agent right over here. Okay, I don't know where she's off to, but you can see now that both of these agents are done. They're idle, they're done working. So in the first terminal, we can see, here's the visual, it came out clean. We have stuff about Google's edge, Google's gaps, OpenAI's edge, OpenAI's gaps. So here's that actual visualization that it made. We have strengths, weaknesses for both Google and OpenAI. Sometimes AI generation can be notoriously bad on text, but this one looks pretty decent, only a few errors I can see. And then coming over to the second terminal, we can see the comment analysis over the last 2 weeks. So we've got some pain points about Claude API costs, ended into Claude Code, getting first client with 0 social proof. We've got most requested videos, we've got notable patterns, and then we have recent video performance snapshot. But I'm sure you guys could tell that the point of this quick demo wasn't to actually show you the outputs, it was to show you what we were able to do here and how we could see these two different terminal agents, spin up sub-agents, and we could keep tabs on them visually. So unfortunately, I'm going to say goodbye to these agents so we can get on with the video, and I'm going to kill these terminal sessions right here. So I can actually explain to you guys how this works and what I think about it. Okay, so the way that we are doing this is we're using Visual Studio Code, and that's where I've been using Claude Code as an extension if you've been following my channel for a while. We're using an extension in VS Code called Pixel Agents, which basically turns your AI coding agents into animated pixel art characters in a virtual office that you can fully customize. So I'll have a link to this page right here, and I will have a link to the GitHub repository in the description, but I'll also show you guys like exactly how you set this up. So before we actually jump into that, real quick, just wanted to go over like what are we doing here and what is Claude Code, because that's the little agents that we were actually spinning up. Well, Claude Code is an AI in our terminal. It can write and edit code, it can understand our code base, and it can run commands on our behalf. And what's going on when you're using a coding assistant like Claude Code is you basically are just looking at terminal, or you're looking at what the AI model is thinking and what it's doing. But what's actually happening behind the scenes is files are getting read, plans are being created, code is being executed, and tests are being ran. So there's a lot of stuff going on that we don't really visually get to see, especially when we start to spin up tons of parallel agents and have different terminals running. So basically what happens is Claude Code is working, it creates an activity log that already happened by default, and Pixel Agents basically just picks up that activity log and then displays it in some sort of animation. It's honestly a very similar flow if you watch the way I set up my OpenClaw personal assistant, and I could see what he was working on and if he spun up any sub-agents. And like I said, it's pretty cool to be able to monitor our different agents at a glance rather than having to flip through different terminals, especially because I love to multitask when I'm using Claude Code. So one monitor I'll be coding with stuff and the other monitor I'll be working on other things, and I can just kind of easily glance back and forth. So if you want to actually try this out for yourself, it's super easy. You just have to go download Visual Studio Code if you don't have it already. Unfortunately, right now there's only support for Windows. So if you're on a Mac or a different operating system, I don't think you can use this yet. This literally came out like a few days ago. But anyways, once you are in a fresh instance of VS Code, this is what it will look like. And what you'll do is on this left-hand side, you'll come over to extensions and you'll literally just type in Pixel Agents. And if you type in Pixel Agents, you'll be able to see right here, Pixel Art Office, where your Claude Code agents come to life. This is the one that I installed and have just showed you as a demo. It's fairly new, but I am going to go over some security stuff near the end of the video. But you could read through this to understand what exactly this does. You basically have one agent per character. You have live activity tracking. You can design the office with the floors, the furniture, everything like that. You can see speech bubbles, you get sound notifications, sub-agent visualization, and there are 6 different characters that could spawn. It'll go into some requirements and it will go into some things about how to actually use it. But if you want to test it out, then hop in here. And here's where, unfortunately, it says that it's right now Windows only testing. And on the roadmap, you can see that there's lots of things they want to add, like having Claude Code agent teams, because right now it's just like parallel agents. So anyways, once you have installed that, what you're going to do is open up a folder. So let's just say you come to the Explorer and you open up a project that you want to be working in. So here I just opened up my Herc 2, which is basically like my second brain executive assistant type of deal. It's really weird, but if you want to get this project to work, your folder cannot have a space or a period in it. As you can see down here, this used to be called Herc Space 2.0, and then it was Herc 2.0, and now it's Herc-2. So make sure you don't have those things in there if you want the pixel agents to actually pick up the activity log and actually reflect what you're doing. You're welcome. I had to learn that the hard way. So once you're in here, you're going to open up the terminal. So if I'm on Windows, I'm going to do Control and then the little tilde, and this opens up the terminal. And then here's where you can see I have a Pixel Agents tab, which opens up the little workspace. Now what I want to do is I want to see half and half. So I basically grab this and drag it to the sidebar, which lets me look at it over here. And then all I have to do is click on plus agent. And that basically opens up a Claude Code terminal on the right-hand side, and it spawns in an agent right here, as you can see. Now, right now, this agent is idle because it's not working on anything. So if I go ahead and say, please spin up a research agent and just find out what's going on with small businesses and AI adoption, and I go ahead and shoot that off, then this agent should pick up that task, and it should also spin up a sub-agent. I'm gonna add another one that opens up another terminal, and I can add more and more agents so we can see that we could watch all 5 of these different terminals run at the same time. And then what you can do in here is you can go to your layout and you can change things up. So I could move around this plant, for example. I can move that right here. I could go to furniture and I have storage, I have tech, I have decor, I have all this kind of stuff. I could literally just put a monitor in the middle of the kitchen floor if I wanted to, and I could keep adding more and more. So it's kind of funny. You can fully customize the way that this looks and the colors of like the floors and the walls and things like that. And the other setting that you can really play around with would be opening the sessions folder to see what's going on, which opens up like a folder like this to see activity log and stuff. You can also go to the debug view to see what the agents are actually working on. And you can turn on or off the sound notifications, which is pretty cool. You could obviously use something like hooks to do that either way, but it's nice that that is now sort of native with this extension. So I'm not going to spend too much time here, really. I think you guys all understand exactly what's going on. You can see that this agent just finished up. Great timing. I thought I should wrap up this video by actually just talking about like, what is the point of this? Is this just like useless? So my first point is about entertainment. I think that there is value to having this as just like kind of something that's fun. And the reason I say that is kind of twofold. The first one is a lot of times, like I said earlier, have 2 monitors up, and I'll have Claude Code going over here and I'll be working on other things here. And it is kind of nice to be able to look over and just see like how many agents are up, or, you know, do I need to load them up more tasks? But the other piece of it is I think that it's visual, and that might lure some people in who aren't super technical or who are intimidated by looking at a terminal. I think it's very similar to how n8n started to blow up, is because they visually had some good elements that people felt like they could actually understand just by looking at. And that kind of leads into my second point, which is about that is exactly what AI coding is lacking, is visual elements. Because kind of like I said earlier, what we're looking at is a terminal, or, you know, basically a chat window. When in n8n or something like that, you're seeing visual workflows. You're seeing the process of the data, and you're seeing things be built or, you know, changed. Now, obviously, Pixel Agents isn't that. It's not a representation of what they're actually doing. It's just like showing you how many are working. But I definitely think it's a step in the right direction, because I think ultimately where I'd love to go is to a place where Claude Code builds me, you know, workflows and automations, and it's showing me it building them in an n8n style interface where I can see the flow. And then we can talk about multi-agent monitoring. There's a lot that can go on with different agents, whether you run them in parallel in different terminals, or you've got sub-agents, or you've got agent teams. And it was kind of cool in here that, you know, each of these people are their own terminal. And so if I see 4 of this girl, I know that that is 1 main and then 4 sub-agents. Whereas all of these are just different agents running in terminals, because they are different things. Parallel agents, you know, 4 different terminal agents. Sub-agents are a parent delegating tasks to different sub-agents. Those sub-agents can use different models, and they have, you know, their own independent context. And then you have agent teams, which Pixel Agent doesn't yet actually show, but agent teams work together a little bit better. They don't share context necessarily, but they share a task list. They can talk to each other, and they understand when the other person is done or the other agent is done. And even Boris, the genius who is kind of like behind Claude Code, said that he's using, you know, 5 agents in his terminal at all times, and then maybe another 10 on the web or something like that. So he's always working with tons of different agents. So I am really interested to see what Claude Code does around sort of like more native visualization. So real quick, let's hit on the security of this plugin, because you should really only be installing extensions that are verified or that you know are safe. So before I installed it, I just looked into it a little bit. The publisher is named Pablo De Luca. He's a verified publisher on the VS Code marketplace. I looked into his background, and he is a real person. He is a co-founder of a company, and he has a GitHub repo with 1,300 stars and over 100 forks. So I think that that means that he's got a little bit of credibility to him. He didn't make some sort of fake profile to put something up there to steal your data. So we looked at some key things like outbound network calls, data exfiltration, shell command injection, suspicious dependencies, credentials, secret handling, file system access, and remote script loading, and we didn't see anything. So it doesn't look like it sends data anywhere, it doesn't collect anything, it doesn't run any commands, and everything is staying on your machine. So that is why I felt confident to actually install this and test it out. So I just wanted to share my experience from a security perspective. So overall, the way I feel about this is that Pixel Agent just tells me that an agent or agents are working. What I actually want to know is what they're building, what decisions they're making, and whether it's about to do something that I'd agree with or disagree with. That's the real product that I think we need when it comes to visualization, because us as humans, we're moving into this world where we really just have to be really good managers and keep our agents and our sub-agents on the right path. And the best way to do that is be able to just see all the time what's going on, stop things before they go wrong, and proactively keep giving them more work so that they're never just sitting there idle. But anyways, that is going to do it for today. If you guys want to dive deeper into all this kind of stuff and nerd out, then definitely check out my paid group, AI Automation Society Plus. We've got over 3,000 members who are building with AI every day and building businesses with AI. So it's a great place to be if you have similar goals. But if you guys enjoyed the video or you learned something new, please give it a like. It definitely helps me out a ton. And as always, I appreciate you guys making it to the end of the video. I'll see you on the next one. Thanks, everyone.